Welcome to the Azure Data Factory full course by Intellipaat. According to Forbes, data engineers rank among the top emerging jobs on LinkedIn. I mean, this is obvious, right? The world is going crazy over the data revolution. There is not even a single company out there in the market that is not leveraging data to build innovative solutions. You think about artificial intelligence, data science, and business intelligence. All these technologies, how are they fundamentally operating? Aren't they being fueled with data? The answer would be yes. But is data readily available for organizations? If not, who makes our data available? Well, the answer is a data engineer. Data is generally in its crude form and it requires a lot of processing before it can enter the analytics pipeline, and that's where the data engineers budge in and prepare comprehensive data pipelines. As a data engineer, your role is to ensure that data moves smoothly between systems, gets cleaned up, and is ready for analysis. That's exactly what Azure Data Factory helps you do. Azure Data Factory or ADF is Microsoft's powerful cloud-based data integration tool which helps businesses connect, collect and transform massive amounts of data from various sources into actionable insights. Companies like Coca-Cola, Adobe, Accenture, Audi and many more are using Azure Data Factory to simplify their data workflow and make smarter decisions. But why should you focus on learning ADF? Well, according to recent reports, over 95% of Fortune 500 companies rely on Microsoft Azure services. With data volumes growing at an incredible pace, tools like ADF are becoming essential for managing and processing data efficiently. To help you become an ADF expert, we at Intellipaat have created this comprehensive and free course which is designed by top industry professionals. It covers everything you need to know about Azure Data Factory. Whether you're a beginner taking your first steps in data integration or an experienced professional looking to level up, this course is tailored just for you. By the end of this course, you'll have a solid understanding of ADF, from creating and managing data pipelines to integrating data from multiple sources. And to make your learning more practical, we've included an exciting hands-on project where you'll get to apply your skills in a real-world scenario. Now let me walk you through the agenda for this particular course. We'll be starting off with the key concepts for the DP203 certification and diving into topics essential for mastering data engineering with Azure. Then we'll move on to replication and redundancy. Next, we'll touch on access GZRS, a critical feature for data access and resilience in Azure. Moving on, we'll explore Azure governance mechanisms, which include Azure policies and RBAC, that is role-based access control. We'll also look at the Microsoft Entra Key and the concept of RBAC in more detail. Then we'll shift to storage and data, where we'll discuss data lake key concepts. Next, we'll dive into data processing with ETL and ELT approaches, followed by understanding integration runtime. From there, we'll touch on version control and cloud deployment models. Moving forward, we'll discuss data factory encryption for securing your data and review the steps to create Azure Data Factory. Once your factory is up, we'll cover how to create pipelines and discuss triggers and how to add them to your data pipelines for automation. Next, we'll look into data flows and then touch on Underline compute, which powers these operations. We'll move on to SQL databases, a common integration point for Azure Data Factory, and tools like Yarn, which play a role in big data processing. Finally, we'll wrap up with aggregation and explore GIT and its branches. I hope I've made myself clear with the agenda, so without wasting any more time, let's take up the very first topic on our list.
Hello everyone and welcome to this video in which we will understand what data engineering is. The world in general has been continuously evolving around the data. Organizations have realized how valuable an asset data can be and how it can manipulate key business decisions, or at least that was the expectation. But back in 2017, Gartner's report stated that 85% of big data projects failed. One of the most important factors leading to this was the available data infrastructure was not reliable enough to make business decisions. According to the CTO of IBM in 2019, 87% of data science projects could never make it into production. Why is that? If data is so valuable and most decisions can be made using the data available, then why were so many data projects failing? Well, we are moving towards a world where we will be producing 435 exabytes of data per day. To put that in perspective, that's 1 followed by 18 bytes worth of data. This is where data engineers come into picture. Earlier, data scientists were expected to structure, source, and build pipelines for data. These tasks were often out of data scientists' scope of work or their skill set. The result was that data modeling would not be done correctly. There would be a redundant work and inconsistency in the use of data among data scientists. These kind of issues prevented companies from being able to extract optimal value from their data projects, so they failed. Eventually, more and more organizations began to realize the need of professionals who can transform and transport data in such a way that by the time it reaches an end user like data scientists, they are in highly usable format. Data pipelines are created by data engineers, and they are used to build a warehouse of data collected from different sources and used across the entire organization. Data engineering came to be described a kind of software engineering that focused deeply on data infrastructure, data warehousing, data mining, data modeling, data crunching, and metadata management. Data engineers work in a variety of settings to build systems that collect, manage, and convert raw data into usable for information for data scientists and business analysts to interpret. Their ultimate goal is to make data accessible so that organizations can use it to evaluate and optimize their performance. While data scientists are highly skilled in maths and statistics, R algorithms, and machine learning techniques, data engineers are more versed in SQL, MySQL, and NoSQL architecture and cloud technologies and frameworks such as Agile and Scrum. LinkedIn's 2020 Emerging Jobs Report and Hired's 2019 State of Software Engineers Report rank data engineer jobs right up there with the data scientist and machine learning engineer. Although there is no such exhaustive list of skills required for becoming a data engineer, but there are a few that have remained in demand ever since. Some of them are knowledge of programming languages like SQL, Python, R, hands-on expertise in relational and no relational database, knowledge of ETL systems, knowledge of data warehousing. Tools such as Apache, Kafka, Spark, and Hadoop add a lot of weightage to your skill set. And last but not the least, cloud computing technologies such as Azure, AWS, or GCP. So that's all for this video.
Okay, fair enough. So let's quickly come back to our session. So now we will be talking about your DP203 certification, right? Because we have to be certification ready as well as job ready, because certification for our LinkedIn profile or showing that what skills do we have, right? At least qualifying for the job criteria, and then job ready because we should be able to see the real time solutions, how those have been implemented in the industry and how those work. We should be more of hands on or practical ready to do those jobs, right? Now, when we talk about DP203, this has been segregated into multiple sections, right? Where data storage carry the most weightage, right? Let's quickly go to the Azure website and grab that information. So DP203, it is your data engineer associate. And now if you see the weightage in this, okay, you will get in study guide, right? Okay. So you have design and implement data storage and data processing. This is almost 15-20%. This is data processing. This is your 40 to 45%. And your data storage and data processing, this is almost 30 to 35%. So let me just quickly paste it over here for you. Insert text box. So this is the weightage section which is there. But usually you will see the data storage is covering a lot of components, because initially you had four sections: data storage, data processing, data security, right? And data storage and data processing, where how you are monitoring and optimizing it, right? So now where you see 30 and 35%, earlier this was data security was separate section, and data monitoring and optimization was a separate section. So now you have combined together. That is why you are seeing the weightage more, right? Overall examination would be 1000 marks. 700 you need to get to pass the examination. Correct? Small process, Azure account creation. Let me just share that with you. Azure account creation. Just follow this step. So click on start free, right? As soon as you start free, then it will take you the steps you have to add, just like you create a normal account on AWS, Azure, Instagram, anywhere you create, right? But there you don't need to add the credit card, right? So here I I already have the account, so it will keep me logging with the same website. And once your account is created, we can use that account for doing the practicals, right? We'll start from very basics, right? And then we'll discuss more, right? We'll start with storage directly because that will be the more interesting part and how we'll be using, right? Fair enough. Now, let's say when you're working with your storage account, let me quickly come to this. So now let's say ultimately storage, you all know why do we need, right? Why do we need storage? So we need storage for saving the data, right? Saving the data locally to store the data, right? Usually this is the purpose. But along that, if we want to retrieve that saved data, retrieve the saved data for any type of use case, then also we need storage, right, everyone? Then also we need storage because it is not that we kept the data, but later on we need the data for some working, for some use case, we'll be needing it, right? So storage is needed for storing data, and also you're retrieving that saved data, right? For analytical purpose, for any type of use case which is there, right? Now, usually when you store data, either you will be doing into your hard disk drive, right? Or it can be your pen drives. You have flash drives, right? You have seen in your if you are not talking about cloud at this point of time, you have your on premise DC, right? Where you have the SAN storage. SAN stands for storage area network. SAN stands for storage area network. And I think everyone knows how the SAN storage look like, right? Let me just grab an image for you. Any image we can use. Let's say we use this copy image, correct? So ultimately, this is a SAN storage looks like where these are the user computers, right? Which are connected to your local networks, right? And these are your app servers. Now, app servers require high amount of storage, high amount of data, right? Maybe some analytical processing you are doing on the servers, right? Correct? Now, they don't have a hard disk which is there because they want to access enormous amount of data, right? So what they use the SAN network. So it will be a combination of your storage controllers, right? And you have seen there is a SAN switch also on which all the storage devices are connected. So SAN switch, right? And several other blades which are able to understand the storage technologies, right? Correct? Fiber channel, and a lot of fiber channel protocol, FCIP, FCOE, right? Fiber channel over Ethernet. A lot of technologies are there in which you don't have to deep dive. But there is an entire team of storage which is building a storage inside your data center with a lot of hard disks, lot of servers which are deployed, and they are managing the storages on which you keep the data, right? And this is the place, right? This is the place where your hard disk reside, HDD, SSDs, right? Ultra disks, right? And these are the several partitions. Let's say this is acting as partition 1, right? This is partition 2. This is partition 3. Because that is what? That is partition is what? Partition is array of disks only, right? Array of disks, right? An array of disk is what? You combine together a lot of disks in which you are saving the data. Yes or no, everyone? Correct? Ultimately, a partition is what? An array of disks on which you keep the data. So you can have several partitions. I am just showing it for a logical purpose that okay, this is partition 1, partition 2, partition 3. It can be possible they are partitions within this rack only, right? We can consider this as a rack as well, right? Not partition. Anything can be there. But ultimately, partition is what? It is an array of disks on which you are keeping the data. And you can have RAID mechanism, RAID mechanism for saving the data into the partitions, right? RAID 0, RAID 1, right? You can check online what is RAID 0, RAID 1. These are the various kind of partitions and how you are saving the data, right? That is nowhere related to the analysis part which you're doing. This we are doing to have a high availability scenario that we are creating multiple copies of data, right? And we are utilizing the storage efficiently, right? That is why we are doing it, right? That is why we are doing it. Make sense, everyone? So now let's say when you have your storage, ultimately your purpose is what? To save the data, and you can use the data for analysis purpose, for reading purpose. You can use the data. Maybe it is a website data. You are putting some static content. You are just dumping the data. Any use case can be there, right? Any type of use case can be there which you are using, right? Now this was a data which you are saving locally, right? Ultimately, this is what? Local storage, right? This you are not accessing remotely. This may I can consider that this is attached to the servers, but that those servers are what? Servers are also in DC. SAN storage is also in DC. So for these servers, this storage is still local or not? What do you think, everyone? For these servers, this storage is still local. So ultimately, this is all local storage happening. Correct? Now let's say with the evolution of technology, nowadays almost each one of you is using cloud-based storage, right? Each one of you is using cloud-based storage, right? Where you are saving data, where you are saving data in distinct units called objects. Every data which you are treating or keeping onto the storage, that is treated as an object. And that is why all cloud-based storage, those are your object storage, right? Those are your object storage. And these objects can be of various shape and sizes, various formats. Because object storage is capable of working with all categories of data, whether it is structured data, unstructured data, semi-structured data. When you are working with your SAN storage is kind of a data center, or there's a data center in which you have several racks. On there you have placed the hard disk. And when you're working with the SAN uses a different technology and normal Ethernet. This is what? This is a Ethernet communication, right? Ethernet. Here you have LAN wire, RJ45 connections, right? Or SFP connectors, SFP. You don't have to go dive into at the connector levels, right? So RJ45 connectors, SFP connectors, you connect this, right? But at the server level, when you're connecting to the storage, here the Ethernet technology doesn't work, right? Ethernet technology doesn't work. You have different protocols, right? What protocols are there? There are SCSI protocols, iSCSI, right? FCIP, FCOE, right? Fiber channel protocols. All these things are there in your SAN environment, right? So now when you're building your SAN networks, ultimately this is a very huge entire data center network from where let's say this server needs a OS disk of 127 GIB, right? So this 127 GIB of OS disk, from where you're getting? This will be getting from some partition, right? Which will be logically allocated to the VM, right? There will be one VM on which you will be allocating it. Now let's say, I think let's watch a small video of the data center, because I think some of you are not aware about how data center look like, because soon we'll be moving towards your cloud-based storage, right? So how a data center works, or how a data center looks like. Quickly watch one. Let's watch one video. Let's say in a Google data center, and so I'm just playing the video for you once again.
A data center is the brains of the internet.
The engine of the internet.
It is a giant building with a lot of power, a lot of cooling, and a lot of computers.
It's row upon row upon row of machines, all working together to provide the services that make Google function.
I love building and operating data centers. I'm Joe Cava, Vice President of Data Centers at Google. I'm responsible for managing the teams globally that design, build, and operate Google's data centers. We're also responsible for the environmental health and safety, sustainability, and carbon offsets for our data centers. This data center here in South Carolina is one node in a larger network of data centers all over the world. Of all the employees at Google, a very, very small percentage of those employees are authorized to even enter a data center campus. The men and women that run these data centers and keep them up 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, they are incredibly passionate about what they're doing.
In layman's terms, what do I do here?
I typically refer to myself as the herder of cats.
And I'm an engineer, hardware site operations manager.
We keep the lights on, and we enjoy doing it.
And they work very hard. So we like to provide them a fun environment where they can also play hard as well.
We just went past the 3 million man-hour mark for zero lost time incidents. 3 million man-hours is a really long time, and with the number of people that we have on site, that is an amazing accomplishment.
I think the Google data centers really can offer a level of security that almost no other company can match. We have a information security team that is truly second to none. You have the expression, they wrote the book on that. Well, there are many of our information security team members that have really written the books on best practices in information security. Protecting the security and the privacy of our users' information is our foremost design criteria. We use various layers of higher level security the closer into the center of the campus you get. So just to enter this campus, my badge had to be on a pre-authorized access list. Then to come into the building, that was another level of security. To get into the secure corridor, which leads to the data center, that's a higher level of security. And the data center and the networking rooms are the highest level of security. And the technologies we use are different. Like for instance, in our highest level areas, we even use underfloor intrusion detection via laser beams. So I'm going to demonstrate going into the secure corridor now. One, I have to be on the authorized list with my badge. And then two, I use a biometric iris scanner to verify that it truly is me. Okay, here we are on the data center floor. The first thing that I notice is that it's a little warm in here. It's about 80 degrees Fahrenheit. Google runs our data centers warmer than most because it helps with the efficiency. You'll notice that we have overhead power distribution. Coming from the outside yard, we bring in the high voltage power, distribute across the bus bars to all of the customized bus taps that are basically plugs where we plug in all the extension cords. All of our racks don't really look like a traditional server rack. These are custom designed and built for Google so that we can optimize the servers for hyper efficiency and high performance computing. It's true that sometimes drives fail and we have to replace them to upgrade them because maybe they're just no longer efficient to run. We have a very thorough end-to-end chain of custody process for managing those drives from the time that they're checked out to the server till they're brought to an ultra-secure cage where they're erased and crushed if necessary. So any drive that can't be verified as 100% clean, we crush it first, and then we take it to an industrial wood chipper where it's shredded into these little pieces like this. In the time that I've been at Google for almost 6.5 years now, we have changed our cooling technologies at least 5 times. most data centers have air conditioning units along the perimeter walls that force cold air under the floor that then raises up in front of the servers and cools the servers. In our solution, we take the server racks and we butt it right up against our air conditioning unit. We just use cool water flowing through those copper coils that you see there. So the hot air from the servers is contained in that hot aisle. It raises up, passes across those coils, where the heat from the air transfers to the water in those coils, and then that warm water is then brought outside the data center to our cooling plant, where it is cooled down through our cooling towers and returned back to the data center, and that process just repeats over and over again.
To me, the thing that amazes me about Google and the data centers is the pace of innovation and always challenging the way we're doing things. So when people say that innovation in a certain area is done, that we've kind of reached the pinnacle of what can be achieved, I just laugh.
Okay, everyone. So interesting video, right? So I think now you can easily relate how the disks are managed at the way servers in case if any kind of disk is being compromised, it is not working, it is faulty, they remove it, replace with a new disk, and that is the place where the data is being residing, right? So it's an entire big SAN storage environment on which your data is being sent, and it is highly secure, proper encryption is there, several other things will be there, right, everyone? So that is how your data or servers which are sitting into your data center or a cloud data center, right? Now when we talk about the cloud based storage, right? So I think everyone is using the cloud-based storage in almost every day in your day-to-day life, right? So what are the common examples of cloud-based storage which you use? You have, let's say, one is your Google Drive, right? Then you have, let's say, OneDrive. You have iCloud, right? Nowadays, all the OEM providers, OEM stand for Original Equipment Manufacturer, right? So let's say if you talk about Samsung, Samsung is also providing their own clouds, right? Samsung phones you're using, they are providing you their own cloud offering, just like Apple iCloud is providing you, right? If you go and talk about the telephonic providers or telecom providers, let's say Geo is offering you cloud, a Geo cloud offering is there which you can use, right? OnePlus, if you talk about OnePlus, is also providing their own cloud. Most of the all good or major giant providers which have their or the big OEMs are there. Let's say Cisco is offering also the cloud offering which is there. So almost everyone is offering you cloud space on which you can put your data, right? Now these are what user based offering, right? This is what this is a user based offering. These you can't use for a business requirement, right? And that is the place in case if you are building your servers into the cloud. So that is the place where your cloud storage comes, but these are your business grade. So you have heard about Amazon S3, right? Azure storage, right? Google cloud storage, right? Oracle storage is there, Alibaba cloud storage is there, right? So a lot of options are there nowadays. Whichever cloud provider you're using, they're offering you storage offering, and these all are also blob storage. And here, when we are working with Azure Factory or Data Factory or Azure Data Lake, Databricks, we are leveraging Azure storage, right? We are leveraging Azure storage. And there is one interesting part is that in case if you want to work with Azure storage, you need a storage account. You need a storage account to work with Azure cloud storage. correct? To work with Azure Cloud Storage, you need to have a storage account which is mandatory for you. So in case if you have taken the AZ104 course before, there we have talked about how to create the account, but we'll be covering that as well, right? Don't worry about that, that will not be covered. But let's say if you have your Azure account ready, what all services do we really get from Azure, right? Let's quickly go to that. Let's say we go to home and let's close this. Let's go to, so this is, okay, so now let's say this is the first view of your storage account. Now click on this, and this is the place where you can find all the services, right? So first thing is what? You will be creating your, storage account, right? Once you have created your storage account, the other thing you will be doing is you need to be aware about your storage portal or the Azure portal on which you are working, right? So first of all, this is an intelligent search bar, intelligent bar, just like you get with any other website. You click on that, you get back to your main page, right? So let's say I am working with my storage, right? Let's say I want to go to my storage account and I'm sitting it here. Now I want to go back to my home page, right? So what I'll do, I'll come over here, I click on this, I'll back to the main services page, right? Just like going back to home. This search bar, which you see, this is a very intelligent search bar. On this, you type anything which is there. Let's say you talked about storage, right? Everything related to storage. Let's say what are the services, right? What are the other, let's say we more offerings which are there. Documentation, marketplace, Entra ID, resources, resource group, everything you'll find inside this. You just need to type, storage word, and everything related to this, it will come over here, right? Copilot is a AI tool which is created by Microsoft, and that is being integrated as a part of your Azure as well. In case if you want to have any queries, let's say you go to Copilot, right? You click on this, correct? And you type over here how to create a Azure account. It will give you details for that. If you type here over here how to create, I want to create a storage account, right? Hit enter. Okay, so now there's a AI generated content. You easily find it, right? So you go to access to the portal, you go to storage accounts, right? Create a new storage account, fill the subscription, resource group, storage account. It will give you all the details which are needed for creating the account, right? So Copilot helps you and makes your life easier when you want to work with Azure services, right? That is why this Copilot is there. Let's close this. Now there is a three dots. You click on this. One is the CLI part, the Cloud Shell CLI. So if you click on this, you'll be able to open the Cloud Shell CLI, which you can use it, right? So it's like just like you have the portal access, which is a GUI option. Cloud Shell is offering you a CLI option. So if you click on this, there's a Cloud Shell CLI which is opened, right? And you have two options. One is the partial option, other is a bash option. So if you want to use Linux command, you just switch to bash. But in case if you are using what? You're using partial. So I think it will directly land you to the partial. So here if you see, this is partial CLI. You go over here and you can execute the partial commands. In case if you want to use a Linux based CLI, just click on switch to bash, confirm, and you will be switched to bash. Right everyone? You will be switched to bash and you can use your bash specific commands for working on this. Right? Now let's say I'll just minimize this or I'll close this. Is not needed at this point of time. Now if you go back to the three dots once again, I'll click on this. This is known as notification. So just like you get a bell icon on your YouTube channels or whichever you are subscribing or the channel you have subscribed, it is showing you all the activities on that YouTube channel. Similarly, this notification icon which you see, this is showing you all the administrative activity which is happening onto the Azure portal, right? You create a VM, you create a storage account, anything which you do that is being shown over here, but it is just showing you the administrative activity. If you think that, okay, I should be able to see all the activity, then you have to go to the respective services, right? Whatever service it is, you go to that, and then there is an activity log on that resource as well that I will show you once I create the storage account, right? That there is an activity log which you can go and see over there, right? Settings option, or if you go to feedback, sorry, support and troubleshooting, sorry, settings and feedback, most of the time it will take you to the same place where you click on this. It will show you directories, subscriptions, right? You can give all the details, and in case if you are working with multiple subscription, you can map that, right? What are the appearance? You can change the view of your GUI. What is the language in the region you should be selecting? US English, UK English, German language. You can set all those things. It's or like what kind of portal you want. You can change those things, right? And finally, if you want to open a support case, you can click on this and you can open a support case with the customer. But initially, when you're opening the support case, they will ask you to describe the problem. They will give you suggestions. Okay, this can solve your problem. In case if the suggestions are not able to solve your problem, then you'll be able to open the support case. You have to just mention create a support case and then you'll be able to do it, right? But initially, it will not let you create the ticket in one go. You need to take, you will, they will be providing some suggestions to fix the issues first. And then you just click on that, okay, this doesn't work for me, and move to the next step for creating the ticket, right? Usually, when you're taking a paid support, you have to pay some amount for that. If you're using an organizational account, you have to pay some cost. For normal administrative activity, they will definitely help you out, right? Fair enough. Now, last comes the feedback. That in case if you are happy with Microsoft Azure service, you're not happy with something, you can just give your feedback, and they will update you on how you can work with these things, right? That is what you are doing. So that is all about the first or the bar which is there. Now on the left hand side, you have this two arrows. You click on this. This will show you favorite services and all services. Let's say I click on all services, right? So this will show me all the services which are there, right? This will show me all the categories. So AIML, analytics, compute, containers, databases, hybrid, monitor, storage. So storage and Azure Data Store Services, right? Those are a combination of lot of things, right? It is not just storage. So if you click on storage, you will get disk access, disk, elastic SAN, snapshot, storage browser, Azure Data Box, data lake storage Gen 1, although we'll be using Gen 2, right? HPC caches, storage sync services, these are storage related, right? These are storage, but we are, or when you are working with this, you will be leveraging some of your concepts of databases. So if you go to your database offering, click on this. So Cosmos DB from Mongo, Azure SQL DB, right? Or your managed instances for Apache Cassandra, SQL databases, right? Most of the things will be available for you to use, right? Okay, so you have various offerings which you get in database where these come into a category of relational database systems, your data store offering which you get, right? Apart from that, if you go to analytics, right? We use analytics services, data lake analytics, right? Azure Database. So these are the major services which will be touching in your data factory, right? Then when you come to your storage offering, you have blob storage. There can be Azure Search, which is a search-based offering. Then you have Azure Cosmos DB, which you use for DB, SQL, or you have DB table UPIs. A lot of offerings will be there, right, which you can use. So n number of services which Azure has expanded and which you can leverage for a lot of offerings which is there. So the things which you were building from scratch in your on-premise environment, now you have to leave those things. Here you have ready-made services. You just bring your data, bring your ETL offerings. You can just use those, run those services directly over here, right? So we will be talking more about the Azure services and how you can leverage them for building your own pipelines or data pipelines, how you're working with them. That is what we'll be discussing as a part of the course, right? So these are the services which are there, and we'll be using a combination of databases, your data analytics services, and we will also talk about how you can architect a solution, right? although that is part of AZ305, but we'll initially talk about how the data is coming from various sources, how we can ingest the data, how we can use it. Those things we will definitely be talking about. Okay, everyone? So that is what will be our agendas. Okay, so this is the first thing which is there. And when we are working with this, the first thing you need to create your storage account, right? You need to create your storage account. So click on storage account, right? Storage account is mandatory for working with Azure, right? So that is something which you can't miss. Right, everyone? Correct? Fair enough. So let's quickly come back and let's talk about the storage account back because that is also one of the crucial part which is there, right? So let's talk about the storage account and how we'll be creating it, what all the components which will come across in the storage account because that is one of the important offering. Without storage account, you cannot work, right? So if we are using Azure storage, right? First of all, you should be pretty much clear about the benefits that why I should be moving from a on-premise, very robust solution which you have built, why you should be moving from an on-premise solution to a cloud-based solution. There should be some benefit you will be getting, right? So what is the benefit? What should be the benefits which you are getting from the Azure storage account? So there are multiple benefits which you get, right? If you talk about the on-premise offering, right, you're building everything yourself, right? There are a lot of hassle in building a storage environment. There are a lot of efforts needed, right? But when you are using a cloud storage, especially the Azure storage, right? This is a Azure fully managed storage service, right? It's a managed offering you are getting, right? Now, when you are working with your data, right? Especially data is one of the crucial part. Most of the money which organizations are making is with data, right? So anyone who is keeping the data anywhere, especially the big organization, they have to be 200% sure, not 100%. It is 200% sure that you are definitely getting high availability, security, accessibility, encryption, and the data should be durable, right? And in case if you doubt a bit that there may be some problems with the integrity of the data, you will never keep your data over there. Let's say we take a normal example. If you have prepared some content, like some presentation, and you have a doubt that okay, my presentation will be taken away or hacked by someone else, or you have some of your photos and you feel that okay, my personal photos will be taken away by someone else, or it can be used at unsecure places. You will never place your personal photos or non-personal photos and any kind of data you will never share. Everyone is reluctant. If anyone asks you your address only, you keep it at some place, you will be reluctant to give because that is your own personal data and you will never risk that. Correct? Similarly, whenever you are treating or when you're working with any kind of data, you have to treat any customer's data very carefully. Nowadays, what organization do, if we talk about hospitals, they sell patients' data to health organizations. They sell patient data to insurance agencies that, and then insurance agency call them and they ask them to purchase insurance, which is a breach in the security of personal person's personal information. So everyone is very specific about that their data should not be lost or the data should be secure, right? So what Azure storage is offering you, they are offering you extreme security, right? And how are you achieving this security? It is not that their infra is secure. Their infra is secure, but apart from that, they are abide with various security compliances, right? They have to abide. They have to abide to various security compliances, right? Various security compliances which is there. So let's say you have you have one option or one compliance you have heard about is GDPR, which is very popular in EU, right? GDPR, which is General Data Protection Rights, right? Now, all the banking industry or anywhere where you are using credit card, they always recommend that okay, it should be PCI DSS compliant, payment card industry, data security and surveillance, something, some kind of full form is there. And if you talk about there is one compliance which is very popular, which is related to patient data, HIPAA, which is your patient specific data, which is there. You can check the full form online, and they're very specific about that. Okay, these data should not be lost, and this is not there. There are n number of compliances which are related to data security, and everyone has to follow that. And also, there are some some data sovereignty principle, data sovereignty principles or rules. And what does data sovereignty rules say? That data of country should remain inside the country, right? Data of country should remain inside the country, which is very strict in EU and US. You can't take EU and US data outside of the country, and this force you to keep the data within the specific countries, right? There is a European Union which is very focused on that you should never be taking the data outside. And nowadays, I think you have heard about one of the speech which was given by, I think it was Harsh Ambani or someone, right? That they are trying to put some compliances. They are requesting the government that data of Indian users should remain in India. I think one of these speeches which was given in one of the conferences by son of Mukesh Ambani, that data of the Indian consumers should remain in India data centers, and they are doing a lot of investment into the data center scopes, right? Fair enough. So you should also make sure that the data which you're keeping into your facilities, they should be completely secure, right? And basic level of security you should be enabling, because if you're keeping the data at cloud level, you should cloud is offering you both type of techniques of encryption. So if the data is moving, they offer you encryption at transit. And if the data is residing on the disk, then they are offering you encryption at rest, which you have also heard about server side encryption, right? And if the data is moving, then this is encryption at transit, right? And in this you need SSL or TLS certificate. SSL stands for Secure Socket Layer, and TLS stands for Transport Layer Security, right? I think TLS 1.2 is running at this point of time, right? TLS 1.2 is running at this point of time, and SSL version 4 is equal to TLS 1.2, right? Which is there. Now, when you're working with this, basically, you have to make sure, let's say you have this, and there is one thing that first we talked about is it is fully managed security. We have to be make sure that data should be accessible. Third thing, it should be your data should be accessible, right? So accessible or accessibility, accessibility is very important. So when you are working with this, make sure first of all, I've already told you that you are accessing the data. So for that, you have to make or put data somewhere into the cloud. Now working with Azure Storage, what is the mandatory requirement? That account is storage account is mandatory, right? Now storage account you have made mandatory, but now the storage account which you're creating, this storage account is being used in a way that you are accessing the data with the help of URL, right? And that is why when you choose the name of the storage account, when you choose the name of the storage account. Right? This has to be unique. This has to be unique. If your name is not unique, right, it will not create the account, right? You will not be able to create the account, right? It will force you to choose a unique name, right? Because if you have seen AWS S3 bucket, right? AWS S3 bucket is also a similar kind of storage. Here the bucket name should also be unique, right? Here the bucket name should be unique, right? Similarly, when you're working with Azure storage, your storage account should have a unique name because this is the name which you will be using in the URL, right? That endpoint URL which you are creating, this name will be used there, right? Because this name will be used in the endpoint URL, right? Correct? So now if you have the endpoint URL ready, right? And one thing which we have already told you, what is that? That if we have the URL ready, and let me just remove the, okay, let's keep the AWS part here only, no problem with that. So if you have to access this, first of all, it is what? You should have internet access, which means it is a, internet based storage, correct? Apart from that, we are working with cloud providers, right? Cloud providers or cloud service provider, right? So at the backend was what? It is cloud data centers on which the data is being kept, right? And the data is saved in the form of distinct unit called objects. So this is also the object storage, right? And when you are accessing the storage, right, over the internet with the help of URL, so this becomes what? This becomes web traffic, right? This becomes web traffic. So for web traffic, what ports do you need to allow? Port number 80 and port 443. So this is your HTTP traffic and this is your HTTPS traffic, which you need to allow if you are working or you want to access over the internet, right? So just like you were accessing your iCloud, Google Drive, similarly, you can make the storage available over the internet for you to use, right? You can make this storage available for you to use, and right, and this storage account, right, storage account uses a folder structure, right, normally, or and this is used as a path, right? So it's a normal path it will show. But in case if you want to use it for data lake offering, in case if you want to use it for data lake storage, right, then what you need to do, you need to enable hierarchical namespaces. This is very important, right? I will show you in the practical as well. You need to enable hierarchical namespaces you need to enable, right? Hierarchical namespaces you need to enable if you want to work with data lake storage. And Gen 1 was old, right? You have to only use Gen 2 of data lake storage, right? You have to use Gen 2 of data lake storage. What is data lake storage? How it's being used? We'll talk about everything. Don't worry about that. We're not going much faster. We have started from the basic of storage account, the benefits of this. So let's move forward. So this is you have to do. Now, apart from this, when you're working with data lake storage or normal blob storage, you worry about one thing: how much scalable my Azure storage is, right? how much scalable my Azure storage is. So let's say if we talk about scalability, right? Scalability. So if we are talking about scalability, first of all, cloud data centers, they have enormous capacity, right? But how we can talk in real-time figures, right? So if you talk about one storage account, if you talk about one storage account you create, you get how much capacity of storage? You get 5 petabytes of storage is what you get. 5 petabytes, right? And how much is 5 petabytes? 5 petabytes is 5 into 1024 terabytes, right? Which is equal to 5 into 1024 into 1024 gigabytes, right? Now in one user account, right? One user account, or if you want to use this term, let's say one tenant, right? Because you will be using it for one customer, one user account. You can have 250 storage account. You can have 250 storage account, which means the storage became 250 into 5 into 1024 into 1024 GB. This is the capacity you're getting for one user tenant, right? One user account or one tenant, you're getting this amount of capacity, which is enormous, which is huge in terms of GB, right? Does that make sense, everyone? Fair. So this is the capacity which you get. So this is enormous amount of capacity you get, right? Now you are keeping the data over here. So you want high availability as well, right? You want high availability as well. So whenever you talk about high availability, right? For high availability, this is something which we are talking about the how your endpoints are available in case of failure. That is what my agenda is, right? That is what my requirement is. Your storage account should be accessible, should be reachable, right? Should be reachable in case of any kind of failures, right? Just like you have a primary and backup, right? High availability, consider that if one endpoint you are accessing for accessing the data, right? The endpoint if fails, how you will be reaching the data? That is your high availability. Usually people get confused between the high availability and durability, right? Usually people get confused between high availability and durability. They work hand in hand, right? They work in hand because let's say you are creating a highly available solution. So what you will have? You will have a primary storage, right? And you will have a secondary storage. And ideally this would be primary storage endpoint URL and secondary storage endpoint URL, right? Primary storage endpoint URL and secondary storage endpoint URL will be there. So in case if primary fails, endpoint fails, right? Traffic is shifted to secondary endpoint automatically. You don't have to do anything. Secondary endpoint automatically, which is all internal Azure mechanism. On the on-premise data center, you have to do everything yourself, right? Now, why I was saying that don't get confused with high availability and durability, because what is durability? Let's say how much data is durable. How much your data is durable, that is what is durability. So if you talk about durability, let's say you have your own phone, right? You are worried about that, okay, I have my phone as a very crucial data, and what I'll do, There is a 1% chance that if my phone crash, ultimately all my data will be lost, right? Correct? So almost 1% chance that okay, if phone lost or phone happens to anything, my data will be lost, right? Now, what you did, you took the backup of your phone into laptop, right? Then again, you thought that okay, let me just put the data into a hard drive as well because I cannot carry the laptop everywhere. Let's put the data into a hard drive, which can be a, let's say, SSD drive, which is you are using, right? Now you have, you thought that okay, hard drive is there, but let's say my hard drive can also crash. Let me just place it into my brother's laptop as well, right? Suddenly your friend suggested that why are you maintaining a local copy? What you do, you keep your data into Google Drive. It will be accessible everywhere to you. So you kept your data into Google Drive as well, right? Now suddenly you got to know about, let's say, another type of storage. Let's say you said that okay, I can keep that copy of the data into Dropbox as well. That is also better. So you put the data into Dropbox as well. So ultimately here you were getting 99% durability. Here you got 99.9% durability. 99.9% durability. Here you got 99.99% durability. Here you got 99.999% durability. Here you got 99.9999% durability. Right? Here 9.9999% durability. So ultimately, when you are making lot of copies of data, your data becomes more durable. Data becomes more durable. Yes or no? Data will become more durable or not? Here I am getting 19.9. Here I am adding more, one more places of decimal, right? That is what I'm doing, Eric. One more place of decimal, 19.9. Here one more copy, so it added two more places of decimal. Here three places of decimal. Here four places of decimal. Here five, because I am creating more copies of data. So if you replicate your data, that reduces the chances of losing the data, right? Your data will not be lost, right? So durability is not less chance of losing data, right? We're talking about the scalability, high availability. I think durability is also clear to everyone, right? Now the next important part which comes is your replication, right? Which is your data redundancy, right? This is also kind of high availability only, right? And here you are achieving data redundancy by replication, right? Data redundancy by replication. So you are creating multiple copies of data to achieve this, right? So let's say you have a storage account. You have a storage account. Storage account has, let's say, LRS. LRS stands for locally redundant storage, right? Then you have ZRS, right? Which means zone redundant storage, right? Then we have GRS, which is your geo redundant storage, right? Then we have RAGRS, which is your read access read access GRS means it is the same thing like this, right? And then we have your GZRS, which is Geo Zone Redundant Storage, right? And we have your RAGZRS, which is your read access, read access GZRS, right? Which is there. So these are the various replication options you have, depending upon how much money you can pay, what is your scenario which you should be using. That is your choice, right? That is your choice which is suitable for you, right? So let's start with LRS. Let's start with LRS. So let me just quickly come to the data redundancy options. So we'll start with the first one. We'll start with the first one, which is your locally redundant storage. Okay. So before we talk about this, there is one important thing which you have to talk about is, which is your replication. It is your replication. So replication are basically of two types, right? One is synchronous replication. So Yashika, you can get your answer in this section, right? Where you were asking about synchronization. So one is your synchronous replication, other is your asynchronous asynchronous replication. Two types of major categories are there. They are subdivided later on, right? Synchronous replication and asynchronous replication. So I can use a common example. I'll not go on the connections between application databases. Our agenda is to understand the storage part. So let's say we have a application, correct? And let's say we have your one is your database, right? And further it is connected to the, let's say this is your primary storage and this is your secondary storage. I'm just using a random example, right? Don't worry about this section, right? Here you can take anything. Our purpose is to understand the storage part, that okay, you have two entities, one is the primary and other is the secondary one. So I'm not creating the entire application because there will lot of other components will come into picture. But just to make you understand this concept of synchronous and asynchronous. So our interesting part will be this side only, right? So let's say storage, secondary storage, which is there, right? Now let's say what you do, you have application, right? And let's say this is kind of a web application which you're using. On this web application, you are filling some form. I'm just taking a random scenario. You are filling some form. And when you fill the form, ultimately those entries will be sent to, let's say, database, correct? Those entries will be sent to database and database have, it can be relational database, non-relational database. We are not concerned about that. It can be NoSQL, SQL, whatever kind of database is there. But ultimately, database is associated to some disk, some partition. So this can be, let's say, a primary partition, right? And this can be a secondary partition, right? This can be a primary partition and there can be a secondary partition. So let's try to do one thing. Let's say we copy this and let's replicate this and keep it for later use case. Correct? Now let's say you're writing the data came to the database and now you are saving to the storage. So what will happen? This database will write the entries to the storage, right? And this database will also write the entry to the secondary storage, correct? And once the data is written to both of them, you will receive the acknowledgement from here as well as here, correct? So here you are writing and on both the storage you are writing at the same time. So data written on both storage at same time, right? So when you're writing the data at the same time on both the storage, this is known as synchronous. Synchronous, right? Synchronous. And when the data is being written on both these storages, right? And then finally you send the acknowledgement, then you are confirming onto the application that yes, data successfully written. So this scenario I'm making of my own, right? Our interesting part is what? That both the storage are written with the data at the same time. For me, the interesting part is this, the other scenario of acknowledgement that I am making of my own, right? So this is the interesting part where my storage is written or both the storages are written at the same time, right? So when both the storages are written by the source, this is acting as a source, right? When the data is written from the source to the primary and secondary storage at the same time, that is known as synchronous replication, right? Now, let's talk about the next part, right? Now, in this case, what happens? Everything remains same. The scenario is same, right? The scenario is same, but what you are doing, let's say you have the database. This database, you're writing the entries to the primary storage, right? And primary storage is giving the acknowledgement back to the database that, okay, yes, the data is written, right? And further, this is giving an acknowledgement. This is giving an acknowledgement back to the application that yes, data is successfully written, right? And finally, the confirmation is received. So confirmation, data saved, right? Now, after some time, let's say few seconds, few minutes, whatever is the synchronization time, right? This primary storage, right, will add the entry to the secondary storage, right? This is writing or synchronizing data to other storage, right? So here, when application or database is writing the data to the primary storage, and later on it synchronizes with the secondary storage. This is what? This is asynchronous replication. This is asynchronous replication. Right, everyone? This is the asynchronous because here you're writing the data over here and the storage is synchronizing over here, right? That can be in few seconds. It can be in real time, right? It can be few seconds. It can be real time. Whatever your design is, right? That is not important for us. But here source is not writing it. So that is your asynchronous replication. But if you ask me which is the more recommended solution, this is asynchronous replication is more recommended because here this is faster, no delays, right? But if you talk about the this one, here it is waiting for the data to be written on both the storage and then it is confirming to the application. So here two places the data is being written. So it will consume more time. So here you have additional delay. So this is less preferred, right? This is slower as compared to the other one, and the other one is faster. Right, everyone? Other one is faster. So now we'll talk about the other parameters which is there. Let's say we have our locally redundant storage, right? So here what happens, I will take directly the scenario which we are using. Let's say we have the one copy. So here what we are doing, let's say you have the application. Correct? And this application is writing the data to, let's say, copy 1, copy 2, copy 3 at the same time, right? At the same time. So this is what? This is your synchronous replication. This is a synchronous writing of the data, right? They are writing the data synchronously on 3 copies, and these are what? This is rack 1, right? Let me use a black pen, that will be much better. This is rack 1. This is rack 2. This is rack 3, right? So you are saving the data into 3 different racks, right? So that is your LRS, right? Next option which you have is, so here the problem is what? This is what? This is one single data center, right? This is a single data center, right? Now if this DC fails, no recovery, right? Ultimately, if this DC fails, or if AZ failure or DC failure, right? No recovery. Application isolated from data. Make sense, everyone? Application is isolated from data. At the same time, if it is ZRS, right? At the same time, if it is ZRS, right? Let's go to the link. At the same time, when we talk about ZRS, this is zone redundant storage, right? Which is your ZRS, right? Which is your ZRS. So let's say you have your application. You have the application, right? And you have made, let's say, multiple copies of data. But ultimately, this is what? This is the data which you have kept right here. This this so this is the place where here this is a synchronous replication here as well. Synchronous replication, right? So here the data is being written synchronously, right, everyone? So application is there and you can write the data. Okay. So now if you have your application, this application is writing the data on them synchronously. But here the benefit is what? Here, if data center fails, we have backup DC available for recovery, right? We have backup DC available for recovery, correct? Now, the problem here is what? That if region is failing, right? Let's say you are working with Central India region. This primary region is what? This is Central India region. So if let's say this data center is failing, other two data centers are able to take the backup or able to take the load. But if the region itself is failing, no backup. So the problem over here is that if region fails, no recovery, no recovery, correct?
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers an Azure Data Engineer course designed to help you clear the Microsoft Azure Data Engineering exam. This course is perfect for those looking to master data processing pipelines, data security, and tools like Azure Data Factory and Azure Databricks. Through this course, you will gain hands-on experience by working on real-time projects and use cases to develop your skills. Not only this, you will be working on real-time project designed from the top industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professional and successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new height. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step toward career growth in the field of Azure Data Science.
Okay, fair enough. So we'll start with your GRS part, which is your geo redundant storage, right? Now, when you are working with the geo redundant storage, the word geo is obviously symbolizing geographies, right? Geo stands for geographies, which means larger distances, right? So you are working with multiple regions. You're working with multiple regions or multiple geographies, correct? So there is a mandatory requirement when you're working with your geo redundant storage that the two regions which you are using should be a geo pair, right? Should be a geo pair. And now what does a geo pair means? I think everyone is aware about the basics of the regions and availability zones, right? Do you all know what is a region and availability zone in cloud? So let's say if you if you're working with Azure cloud, Azure cloud is what? It is a cloud service provider. Now this has further divisions into AZs, which is your availability zones, right? And multiple availability zones form a single region, right? Multiple availability zone form a single region. So Azure Data Center architecture is like when you are talking about regions, region is a combination of two or more availability zones, and availability zone is a combination of multiple cloud provider data centers. So there are multiple data centers which are there, which combine together to form a availability zone, right? So this availability zones and regions, these are the two major entities which are part of your Azure data centers, right? Now let's say you are sitting as a part of a region, let's say central US, you have multiple availability zones and you have independent resources which are sitting over there because availability zones will never share any resources. They can have a communication between them, they can replicate the data, but they will never be sharing the resources, right? And that is the strategy which we followed in the previous example. So here if you see when we are talking about ZRS, here you have AZ1, AZ2, AZ3. These are what? These are different availability zones which can be a combination of multiple data centers, right? So now application was putting the data into availability zones, creating a synchronous copy. But in case if the region itself is failing, then you didn't have any backup, right? But now when you are working with your GRS offering, here you're working with multiple regions. So if there is a regional failure, right, then also your application is not isolated from data or databases, right? So how that works? So let's quickly come back to the page where we are talking about the redundancy. So this diagram, if you see, before that, let's go to data redundancy. Let's grab the GRS offering. Sorry, where is it? Geo redundant storage. Let's grab this. Okay. So I already told that you are using this time multiple regions. So let's say this is region 1, right? This is region 1 and this is region 2, right? This is region 2. Now all the Azure data centers, right? All Azure data centers are connected globally. And how they are connected? Because they're using Azure Inter DC fiber backbone. Azure Inter DC fiber backbone, right? They are using Azure Inter DC fiber backbone, and that backbone is connecting the data or the data center throughout the globe. So how does the Azure Inter DC fiber backbone look like? Right? So you see these fiber cables, right? These are your, let's say this is one of the data centers and this is another data center somewhere over here. So there will be dark under fiber C cable which is there, and this is either a Azure owned fiber or it is a Azure leased fiber, right? So if Azure has to transfer any data, so what would be happening? Let's say this data center is connected to this nodes and this is connected to these nodes and this is connected to further these nodes and they are further connected to the other nodes. So all the data will transfer something like this and it will come to the nodes and travel all the way like this. So because they are using different backbone or fiber between the data centers for communication, right? So if we come back to our discussion, so here you are also doing the same thing, right? You have various data centers, right? You have various data centers which are connected to each other. So if you see this fiber line, this is this is a direct connection between two data centers, right? And these two data centers are part of two different regions, right? This is region 1, this is region 2. Let's say this is your South India region. This is your South India region and this is your Central India region. So one of the data centers of Central India is directly connected with the fiber, and where you have the direct fiber connection, there the latency is less. Latency is less. And whenever we are working with high-end data, we want lower latency. We want lower latency, right? And when you are working with your lower latency, what is happening? Your data transmission is much faster, right? So if you come to the diagram, why are we using this architecture? Because or we are when we are working with your inter DC fiber cable here, we are doing the geo replication, and for geo replication to be faster, the two regions, the primary region and the secondary regions which you're taking, that has to be connected via the Azure inter DC fiber cable, right? And that is what makes them a geo pair, right? Now the question would be coming to your mind that how you would know that from where this fiber is coming to which region to which region. How you will identify that which one is the geo pair, right? And if you come over here, Azure regional pairs, right? So if you talk about India region, let's say, right? India region, Central India, South India, Central India, West India, West India, South India. These are geo pairs, right? If you come to US, East US, West US, East US 2 and Central US, West US 2 and West Central US. So these are your geo pairs, right? Come directly to the link and you can easily identify which regions would be acting as a geo pair, right? So once you are clear with the geo pair, now once you are selecting the region for the replication, so let's say we are choosing Central India and South India. Central India and South India. So what is happening? Now let's say you have an application. You have an application and you are writing the data. Let's say you are creating multiple copies and you are writing the data over here. Correct? So the first thing which you would be doing is you will be writing the data to the copy one, right? And this data which you're writing to copy one, copy two, this is a synchronous replication because ultimately this is what? This is LRS, right? This is a synchronous copy. So this data is copied synchronously. Data copied synchronously, right? Now there may be one of the region or one of the data centers where you're copying this. As soon as you select the geopair region, so what is happening? It will send or it will transfer the data to the same data center which is acting as a geopair, right? Which is acting as a geopair. So what will happen? One of the copies will start from here and it will copy the data to the other region, and this is a asynchronous replication or this is a asynchronous copy of data from the primary region to the secondary region. And as soon as the data reaches the second data center, they will replicate internally, right? You don't have to worry about that. They will internally replicate because they are leveraging the concept of LRS internally as well, right? They will replicate internally. Replicate internally. So here, one replication is asynchronous. Again, here, as soon as the data comes here, it will synchronously replicate, right? So that is how your GRS or geo redundant storage is working, right? Next option which you have is your geo redundant storage. Oh, sorry, geo zone redundant storage. Geo zone redundant storage. And this is the most costliest one which you're using, right? What is the difference in this? So let's quickly go back to the link which I was showing you. So I'll grab this link. So the difference in this, I think it is pretty much evident and you can easily identify, right? So here, when you are putting the data, let's say you have an application, right? And this application, let's say you are making multiple copies of the data. Correct? You have multiple copies of data, copy 1, copy 2, copy 3 over here. Now let's say you're writing the data from your application, right? Application 1. And let's say when you are writing into the primary region, here it will be zone, right? So it is writing the data. So data is synchronously copied, right? Now let's say one of the data center here is acting as a geo pair. Let's say this is the one which is acting as a geo pair, right? So what will happen between these two data centers and you're copying the data so what will happen? There will be this is the asynchronous copy. Asynchronous copy of data which you're doing, right? Asynchronous copy of the data which you're doing. And as soon as the data is written over here, this data is automatically replicating internally, right? Right? This is automatically replicating internally, which is your local replication, locally replicated. Here there is no uh, responsibility between this daisy. There is only single copy over here. Then it is automatically internally replicating. It is not the responsibility of this part, right? Now the benefit by using GZRS is what? Here you are taking care of zone failures. Zone means availability zone. Combination of data centers, right? Remember availability zone failure as well as regional failure, right? As well as region failure. Both are being catered over here. Here, what is happening? If you see over here, this is only taking care of region failure because in region only one DC. Here also one DC, right? But if you see in the GZRS option, here you are using one region but three data centers, 3 DC, and here it is 1 DC. So if one availability zone goes down, you still have other two to take the load, right? So the traffic will still be in the primary region. In case if the entire region is failing, which is very, 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 very rare, then the data will move into the secondary region, correct? Now there are two other options which are there, which is RAGRS and RAGZRS. Now, what is the use of this word RA, right? RA means read access. Now, if we talk about the default behavior of, primary and secondary region, if you talk about the default behavior. So what is happening? If primary fails, then only secondary region is available for read and write, right? This is the default behavior. But now let's say you think that, okay, I'm paying for the secondary region. I'm paying for the cost of the secondary region where my data is kept. Why I should not be using it, right? So there is another option which is RAGRS. So what this RAGRS does, that with RAGRS or GZRS, the capability which you get, that even when primary region is up and running, right? Still you are able to read data from secondary region. from secondary region. So there can be nothing better than this, right? If you have some applications, right? If you have some applications and these application requirement is that, okay, I only want to use the data for reading purpose. And this can be, let's say, analytical applications, monitoring applications, right? Or let's say some kind of syslogs or some kind of SIM tools you're running. So any type of application which is majorly focused on or completely focused on read data. So what you can do, you can just give them or you can point to the secondary endpoint. Point to secondary endpoint. Right? So what will happen now? The secondary endpoints are available from the applications for reading purpose. Interesting, everyone, right? So with RAGRS and RAGZRS option, it will give you an interesting feature where even though primary is readily available for read and write, but in case if there are some application on which you want to utilize the data only for the read purpose, then you can go and read from here. Fair enough. So that is the replication options which you have. And I think now the replication options should be clear to everyone, right? Now, when you're working with your storage account, once your replication is done, right? That is what is providing you high availability and durability, right? That is providing you high availability and durability. Now, what we'll do, let's see what are the various tiers of, or what are the tiers or what are the options available for you to work with the data, right? Let me just quickly go to the tiers of storage Azure. And in fact, what we'll do, let's create the Azure storage account first, right? And then let's talk on the other part, right? So let's quickly go home. Storage account. Okay, so I have a storage account already. I'll show you how to create that. So let's say create. So what we'll do, you just select the storage group and you can select the storage account name, right? Let's say I'm doing Abhimanyu STRG service, correct? And Central India region, which you're using. Primary service, I want to use it for blob storage or data lake offering. That is my prime requirement, or my primary requirement is there. That is why I want to use it, right? So I'll just click on that. Now, if we talk about the performance, right? Standard and premium, two variants are there, right? When you are working with your standard option, right? When you're working with your standard options, the redundancy option you get locally redundant, zone redundant, geo redundant, and geo zone redundant storage. Four options are there, right? As soon as you click on premium, what happens? The other two redundancy options are gone, which means you cannot achieve regional level of redundancy when you're going with premium options, right? You can't achieve that, right? That is the first thing. So we'll stick to the standard option because we want a data to be capable enough to have a resiliency at regional level as well, right? But in case if you have some standard offering where you are working with custom images or more operating system related data, right, or file share data, then you can go with premium options, because here when you're using the premium account type as page blobs, here you will keep your operating system images, right? Then page blob is very helpful. Or you have file shares when you're using it as a network file system, right? Then you can use file share. Or it is only dedicated for blob offering, right? You're not working with data lake or anything, you want to use it for blob offering, then you can use it, right? So we'll stick to standard because I want to work with your data lake offering which is there, right? And data lake works with both standard and premium options, right? But standard is fine, which you can use, right? Now redundancy option, I'll continue to use geo redundant storage, right? And there is one option or one box you see over here. So if you uncheck this box, if you're not checking this box, right, this means the data you are not making it readable from the secondary endpoint, right? Because this is then not GRS, it is normal GRS. If you want to make it GRS, what you need to do? You need to tick this box, right? You need to tick this box. Now this becomes GRS. Make read access to the data available in event of regional unavailability, right? Regional unavailability, right? Ideally, this statement is not giving the correct information, but this means that when you are making the data available from the secondary region as well, right? Then we do a next, right? Now what it is saying, configure security settings. So I want secure transfer, REST API, SFTP, enabling anonymous access. That is we are doing. TLS is for encryption, right? That I want to secure the data which is being transmitted over the network, right? That is why you are doing, correct? And okay, so now this course focuses more on to the data lake storage, your data factory. So I will always recommend you to enable hierarchical namespaces, right? Hierarchical namespaces. So if you are not enabling hierarchical namespaces, you cannot work with the Azure data lake storage. For making or working with the data lake storage requires hierarchical namespaces to be enabled, right? Hierarchical namespace to be enabled. So hierarchical namespaces complemented by data lake storage end-to endpoints enables file and directory semantics, accelerates big data analytics workload, and enabled access control list, right? So that is what is being offered by hierarchical namespaces. So I will enable this, but notice one thing: as soon as you enable this, you do have an option of enable SFTP, right? So SFTP is your secure FTP, but you will not enable this. Why you should not be enabling this? Because there is a price associated with this, right? When I am working with the organizations, we enable SFTP because cost is not a problem. But when you are enabling SFTP, you are doing a secure transfer, even though you are using it or you're not using it for the transferring the data to the Azure Data Lake. Then also you are paying cost, right? Let's do one thing. I will show you. It will show you some error when, sorry, some notification when we enable SFTP. So, okay. So local users feature will be enabled with SFTP. Create local user identities to access the SFTP endpoints after storage account is created, right? In case if you cross tenant replication, you can't work with this. If you are working with data analytics or data lake storage, you can't enable this. And if you want to use it for hot tier, cool tier, cold tier, these are the three various tiers. So whenever you are working with frequently accessed data, then you use hot option, right? If you are working with optimized or cool tier, this is when you are accessing the data which is infrequently accessed, then you'll use this. Otherwise, you can also put the data into rarely accessed categories, right? Where you can use it, right? So multiple options are there. Next is your network connectivity, right? So I'm assuming that you all have basic networking knowledge, right? Because this is a bit complex, means enabling public access from all networks is easy. You are opening network access or network connectivity or internet access from all networks. But let's say you are disabling access and enabling the private access. There you need to create a private endpoint, right? And when you are creating a private endpoint, this requires some additional basic networking knowledge of Azure networking, right? So now let's say I will enable, let's say, public access to this, and there is an option which you see, enable public access from selected virtual networks, and some IP address you can also enable, right? So Microsoft network routing. So Microsoft network routing is what? Let's say when you are using Microsoft internal backbone instead of using internet routing, that is what is a Microsoft network routing. So next we'll go to the data protection, right? So what is data protection? It is offering you soft delete. Soft delete is why is what it is referring is that suppose accidentally you delete some data, right? Accidentally you delete some data. So now when your data has been accidentally deleted, so you are worried it is a crucial data. So what is the mechanism to restore it? So when you have enabled the soft delete data, let's say you are enabling it for 7 days, right? You're enabling soft delete for 7 days. So what will happen? The data is still to be restored from 0 to 6 days, right? From 0 to 6 days, it is available, right? But it is available for blobs, containers, and file shares, right? For tables and queues, it is not available, right? Now, versioning of blobs and change feed, right? Versioning of blobs and change feed, it is not available. You see, there is an option to, we can click it, right? But once we click it, it will not let me do that, right? Why it is saying versioning and hierarchical namespaces cannot be enabled simultaneously, right? So when you're working with data lake storage, you cannot work with versioning, right? Your soft delete will be there, but you can't work with versioning, correct? And the blob change feed, all those things you don't get because you are working with lot of various categories of data you're working, right? So it is very difficult to manage everything, the versioning, everything, because data is very frequently added, deleted. Soft delete will be very problematic, right? That is why they avoid that. Now encryption is important. Whether we'll use the Microsoft managed keys, you will use and you will encrypt that, right? And next is the tags and review and create, which will create my storage account, right? This will create my storage account. Okay, so my storage account is ready. I can go to the storage endpoint, right? And now you see what are the various categories of storage option do you have? You have containers, right? So you can, in case if you want to see what are there, you can just enable this. And in case if there is something which has been deleted, it will show you that. Your file shares, queues, and tables and queues. These are the majority of the data storage options which you have, right? In which you can save. So file share is acting as a network file system. We will be working more of your containers, right? Because blob or data lake, they both use containers, right? Queues is used as a messaging applications, right? You will be using queues for messaging application. That is one of the use case which is there, correct? And your queues, tables, sorry, tables, this is treated as a NoSQL database, right? Let's minimize this. Security and networking. Networking, we have enabled public access. In case if you want to later on change the settings, you can do that, right? That flexibility is available for you. Now, data protection and everything we have seen. The important part is this, right? So SFTP, if you see, right, we have enabled, right? We have enabled. So if you go to the overview, enabling SFTP on Azure Blob has an hourly billing impact, right? There is an hourly billing impact. So that was the reason I was asking you not to enable SFTP unless and until you really have a requirement of doing the data transfer, right? Unless and until you really have a requirement of data transfer. So to avoid passive charges, consider enabling SFTP only when you are actively using it to transfer data. For guidance about to enable SFTP, you will find over here, but don't enable the charges because transaction storage network prices for the underlying storage account apply. All SFTP transactions get converted to read, write, or other transaction on your storage account, right? So there's a hourly cost, and ideally when you go and see the blob pricing, it is not clear and evident, right? Unless you see the cost explorer or bill explorer here, you'll not be able to find that pricing in detail, right? So let me just see it once again. I don't think they clearly show that pricing. Okay, so it is SFTP charges increments of 0.23 pounds. So this is per hour pricing, correct, which you are paying. So disable it, otherwise you will be charged extensively, right? So what I'll do, I'll go to the SFTP and I will disable SFTP. right, everyone? So that is an important part which you should always take care of that, right? Now, always I was talking about the various things which are working. So here in the setting sections, we have endpoints. You click on the endpoints, and this is the important thing which I want everyone to see. So here we are working with blob service, primary endpoint, secondary endpoint, file service, queue, storage, data lake storage, right? So you see DFS. So DFS is usually referred to as your data lake storage, which is there. So now you see data lake storage endpoint 1 and secondary endpoint. So in case if you are pointing towards the primary region, this is you will be pointing to this link, right? In case for your read-only application, you will use the secondary endpoint link. So if you have used RAGRS, which means secondary endpoint link will also be available for reading purpose. You will be able to read it. If you have not enabled RAGRS, the secondary link or secondary URL option, you will not be seeing it. You can't see it. Right, everyone? Automatically it will fail, but this will not be available for you to use. Correct? Even though if it is available for use, you will not be able to use it because RAGR is only option which will enable you or help you to use this, right? So that these details you can find in the your endpoint section. What is the URL? What is the endpoint which is there? So this is my Azure account which is created. Now let's say come to this. You have settings. Let's disable this. Monitoring and everything we'll be seeing in detail later on, right? And health section. So now let's say when we are working, let's go to overview. And in this overview, we enabled RA or we check that box. You see read access GRS. That is the option which is enabled for us. RA GRS, that is the thing which is enabled for us, right? So I already have an account created for me. So I'll just delete this storage account. This I did for your purpose. The deletion is very easy. You click on this, copy the name, paste it over here, and delete this, right? So deletion of the storage account is also very easy, correct? Let's come back. I have already a storage account created for me, which is Entra CRM, right? I don't have anything in this account as of now, right? But if you see, it is also configured as same RAGRS option. Your Central India, South India is the primary and the secondary region, and endpoints and everything remain same. Now, if you go to the data storage option, you have containers, file shares, queues, and tables. These are the major options of storage which you have, and you can use them. Right, everyone? So that is the first and the foremost thing which you should be using. Now, since we are working with data lake storage or data storage, we'll start with containers, right? We start with containers. And when you're working with containers, it is providing you a lot of hierarchies in which you can save your data, right? Because when you are working with the data lake storage, when you when you're working with the storage and that to Azure, and you are working for data lake, and this data lake is blob based storage. Blob stands for binary large objects. Blob stands for binary large objects, right? So usually when you are working with these Azure Data Lake or this kind of file storage, they have various categories, right? I think if you have seen that before as well, you have zones, you have directories and files, right? And that is one of the reasons that we are working with hierarchical namespaces, right? We are working with hierarchical namespaces, correct? So you have categories. Let's say if you go and check with Azure Data Lake, you will have categories. If we specifically talk about zone, so zone will have category. Let's say you have first is let's say your raw, and then you have cleaned or filtered. That kind of categories there. You have cleaned or filtered. You have, let's say, curated, correct? Or if you're keeping some kind of sensitive information, or you are keeping some kind of research and development, so lab information, right? Lab or laboratory, I'm just writing it for, I use normally lab, but for you I'm writing it laboratory. That is what it actually meant, right? When you are working with this. So make sure when you're working with this, you have to follow some kind of hierarchical structure which is there, right? Because there will be various categories of file formats and everything which is available. So if I grab one image, let me see, I should have one image already available with me. Copy, paste, correct? So if you see, let's say if you have a storage account, right? And this storage account, you are working with various kinds of environments. It can be dev, QA, prod, various kinds of environments can be there because you are creating a hierarchical structure, hierarchical namespace which you are working. So you have a storage account, in that you have file systems. In file system, you have zones, directories, files. That is how we define the architecture. You have raw zone, right? You have staging zone, right? And you have curated zone, right? Correct? Curated where you have transformed data or you have an analytics data which is being there. That is what you are keeping over there. So ultimately what is inside them? You have various files and folders hierarchy. It can be on basis of how you are modeling it, or what is the subject area, what kind of data sources you are using, what are the data formats. In case if you are using some kind of, just like I was talking about CRM, right? So you have data segregate for year, month, date wise, right? You segregate the data, you're using it, right? So that kind of directory structures which you're using, right? And if in case if you talk about file system, what is the security level, right? Role based access control you have defined, right? In case if you're using some kind of file system drivers, right? Those should be there. So you should be enabling the hierarchical namespaces. If you see this box, hierarchical namespace should be enabled, and the control plane RBAC. RBAC stands for role based access control. This RBAC word which you see over here, this means role based access control, right? So suddenly you must be thinking that from where this image came, right? Suddenly you must be thinking, see, we are now moving towards a place. As of now, till this part, what we were talking about? We were talking about the place we will be keeping the data, right? Now we are talking about how we will be keeping the data, how we will be leveraging this hierarchy namespaces. Make sense, everyone? How? What is the other part which we'll be talking now? Fair enough. So now let's say when you're working with these categories of data, the main and or the most important part is how you are creating this folder structure, how you are defining the files and formats, right? That becomes very, very important. So to deep dive into this, let's quickly come to the data lake storage. Let's there should be some place I sure data lake storage zones. Okay, so now you see there will be one more layer as well where we have talked about in this. Okay, fair enough. I think this is the one. And data engineering is not easy, right, everyone? If you want to, because see, you already have been working with ETL offering and a lot of things from quite a long time, right? But I know how Azure works, and there are a lot of internal things which you can't control, right? And you're working with various categories of the data. So I may not be an ETL expert, but I know how Azure works and what all things you need to adopt. So whatever links I'm giving you that are pretty much crucial for you to understand the entire data ingestion, data analytics, or all the techniques which we'll be leveraging, right? So now when you are creating the data lake storage, you have been putting them into various categories, right? So one is your raw, you have enriched, you have curated, you have development, which can be treated as a laboratory, right? You have R&D purpose for what you're using it, right? So there will be various categories of the places. So if we talk about raw data or raw layer which is there, so if you come to this, yes. So this is the unfiltered and unpurified data, right? This is the unfiltered and unpurified data. So if you are a data engineer or you're an architect, so first of all, the first thing which you will be doing is, right? The first basic thing which you will be doing is, and let's say you have an option to put everything into a storage account. So how you will be doing it? So first what you do, you have created the storage account, right? And you know that we are following the hierarchical namespaces. You go to your storage account. Let's say one option is you created one container where you will be keeping the cleaned up data, right? Or let's say we'll create one folder in which we will be keeping the raw data. So let's put do that. And I'm starting from very basic. This is the first thing which you do when you are planning to work with the data engineering. So you put the raw data. Let's say I'm you enabling access to this raw data. Create. So cleaned, I have already created. Let's say next folder I will be keeping as curated. These are the names which I'm picking from the Azure website, right? What are the various zones they are creating, right? This is, I'm not just naming it just like that. This is how what they expect, right? Then there may be some kind of laboratory environment. So laboratory would be too big. Let's keep it lab only. Let's say we keep lab, and let's say we click on containers and clean curated lab raw. Okay, yes, we have some sensitive information as well. Sensitive, right? Sometimes a lot of sensitive data we work, right? So let's say one sensitive. So we have created several zones. Several zones are means the containers which you are using, and you will be leveraging those containers or everything inside that. And now let's say you are grabbing some data, some raw data which you're getting, right? So inside the raw data, let's say you're working for an organization, right? So here I will, so you see the word add directory. So I'm following a hierarchical name series spaces. So what is the next directly? Let's say I'm putting some kind of customer data, and I will be adding one more directory. Let's say I'm keeping it, keeping sales data as well, right? So customers or sales data which is there, right? Now, if you go further into your sales category, right? So let's say we go through sales. So inside that, let's say we add more directory. Let's say nowadays we are working with a lot of e-commerce, like so there will be a lot of online sale, right? And if we add more directory, there will be point of sale or offline sale, whatever you want to name it. I'm totally fine with this, right? Point of sale or online sale, whatever category you want, you can keep in there that, right? So further, let's say I'm more, or my business is more online, or it's both online and offline. I'm putting, let's say I'm adding more folders to the online. Let's say there are various categories of various years which are there. So let's say 2024, right? And add directory, let's say 2023, right? And let's say add directory 2022. So I'm segregating with now years, right? Now further, let's say if I go inside 2024, right? So here I will be putting the data for various years or month, right? So I can put the data, let's say we are currently in 10th month. So what I'll do, I'll add the directory, let's say 10, right? Let's add directory, let's say 9, right? Let's add directory 08, add directory 07, right? And further, let's say we are in 10th month, right? So here today is what? Today is 27th, right? So let's add directory 27th. Today is 27th, right? 27th, right? Yesterday was 26th, right? And before that it was 25th, right? So now you see, ultimately I will go inside this folder. Let's say I will go inside 25. So don't you think there is a hierarchy which we are creating 25, 10, 24 online sales, sales and raw data? Don't you feel that is an interesting hierarchical namespace we are following? And on this, if I keep some data, right, that is how My application has designed that format, and that is the how I am bringing the data over here. My application is bringing the data over here. If you talk about applications, if we talk about real-time application, when real-time application is sending the data, so how they are sending it? They try to send the specific date of invoices and bills to that respective date, right? I think you have been working all in ETLs pipelines and a lot of raw data you are trading for various customers. So you know that already, right? The people who know don't know, let's just try to relate with with a more real-time environments, right? That how it is working, correct? Hierarchical namespaces work in the same way, right? Hierarchical namespaces work in the same way. So you have to be pretty much clear that when you are working with your uh, this data lake storage, there are a lot of categories, a lot of things which are there which you should always take care of, right? So when you talk about that file system which I was showing you, there is in fact a much more detailed thing which is there. If I really want you to show you the exact format and the structure, how the files are being created, so this will look something like this, right? Let me just paste this image for you and zoom it a bit because okay. So the image is not clear, but I think we are able to justify what I am trying to show you, right? So now you see, I am keeping the data into the one is your curated zone where you are keeping your cleaned up or analyzed files, which is there. So here you have this is the ingested or ingestion date, the storage which you see. Let me just maximize this. There is the ingestion date. The file format, JSON, YAML, paraquet, images, CSV. These are the standard formats which are there. Key attributes matches source schema and data format as closely as possible. Allows duplicate data. May need to apply minimal filtering for security. Source system is tracked by data lake location. Right? These are the key attributes. Now, here when you are modeling the data, right? So information mart modeling tailored to business perspective for analytical and artificial intelligence use cases, right? So that is the key attributes of the curated data. We are leveraging the referencing models and we are taking the advantages of the dimensional or modeling where appropriate. So we are modeling the data so that it can be used in a better way, right? It can be used in a better way. So both places, if you see, this is the file and everything is there. So here you are creating a folder structure. Here the modeled data is there, and here the delta part, which you see that is being kept over here. So you are segregating the data, curating the data, and this delta part where you have some specific data which you have taken out that you are also maintaining in the curated zone, right? So how to read about the various zones? So if you see raw zone, it is an unfiltered and unpurified data which is there. You might store the data in its original format as JSON or CSV, or it might be cost effective to store the file contents as a column in compressed file formats like Avro, Parquet, or Databricks Delta Lake, right? So that is the various formats you can use, right? Now the raw data which you see is immutable. Immutable means you can't change it, right? That is an immutable format, so you cannot change that. So keep your data, raw data locked down, and if you give permissions to any consumers or automated machines, or because you will someone will be doing the automation for you, right? So it can be an audit machine or human, ensure they read only the data, right? And later on you can organize this layer by using one folder per source system, right? And you will define your ingestion processes where every ingestion technique which you're applying on a respective folders that okay, fetch the data from here. You have full load to extract the full data set. You have delta loads to load only changed data. What has been the transformed data? So that is why in the image you will see the delta data and the full load data. Full load data sits where? Full load data is being sitting over here, right? And delta is sitting over here, right? So you have to clearly be clear, or you should be very much clear what is the difference between full load and delta load. That is the difference is available over here, right? So full load is doing what? It is a complete data from source can be onboarded. If data volume of the source is small, source system doesn't maintain a timestamp, right? That identifies if data is added, updated, or deleted. So we are not relevant with the timestamp. and the source system overwrites the complete data each time, then you will be using your full load. And delta load is incremental data from source can be onboarded. The data volume at source is large, so then you will be using a delta load, which is the incremental data or the transform data you will be using. The source system maintains the timestamp file, and the source system creates an update file on data changes. So now your question would be, which one I should be preferring? I always prefer delta load, right? Because that is faster, right? And full load takes a lot of time, and that has some variation in the timestamp. So it's better to go with a delta load because most of the time you're working with large amount of data, right? You're working with large amount of data. So the container layout would be, let's say you have the landing zone architecture, dev, prod, something, your log, your master and reference file system, which is there. So there can be some containers hierarchy which you can create. So delta date is there, your full load is there. So a lot of options you can define as a part of that, right? And further, let's leave this as at this point of time. We want to talk about the layers as of now, right? So which is the enriched layer? What are we doing in the enriched or filtered layer? So think of the enriched layer as a filtration layer, right? Remember filter data I was talking about? So it removes impurities and can also involve enrichment, right? So your standard container is, let's say, carrying your records and everything, right? And you are capturing the data, and you have segregate them with some kind of parameters. So here you see subject area, your entity and everything is there. So it depends upon what kind of data you are putting over there, and you will be segregating them with the headers or the subject which you want, right? Every data is different, right? Now when you are talking about, and you have heard about partitions, right? You have heard about partitions. So partitioning of the data is happening, or the data which you are keeping into various models, it is partitioned between various containers, right? So how is that working? Let's say, let me just quickly show you one image. Okay, so did I keep that? Yes, I think this will be very helpful. Let me just copy this image. So this is an image of Cosmos DB, but the partitioning part remains same everywhere, right? Especially when you're working with this. The partitioning part works in a similar way. Let me just put it over here. So although it is a image from Cosmos DB, you just focus on, you're putting some data, right? So you are creating a container and you are keeping some several options over here, right? Several components. It can be anything, right? So every container and every API call which you're doing onto the server, they are associated with some collection, tables, graph. This is more of a database related. But when you are talking about partition tables, right, you are referring to the data which has been kept over there in a various hierarchy, and every API call which you create, that is pointing to the respective folder from where you are pulling it, right? Every item is related with some parameter depending upon what category or what kind of data you're using, right everyone? So this page or this link is very important, which you should be using and you will be going through, right? And I want everyone to go through this, how the raw data is coming in, how you are inspecting this data, right? Let me just quickly put this image, correct? So you have the source data which is sitting, you are loading your container, you ingest the raw data from, let's say, any source data which is there, right? Now one container or wherever you are treating the data, you will input into this, and whenever you are applying some kind of enrichment, any kind of transformation which you're doing, you will capture that data, you will convert that into an analytical format, right? And if there is any kind of files, merge files, and various kind of transformation, like let's say you have CSV files, right? CSV files have a comma separated values, and you use a normal text to column, right, in Excel sheet, right? The people who are already from ETL, you know everything I'm telling, or the people who are coming from not from an ETL background. So take an example of an Excel sheet, right? And in that Excel sheet, you are opening a CSV file, right? all the CSV content is separated by a comma. So sorry, semicolon. So what you do, you transform in the data or you bring the data or separate the data, you do a text to columns, right? So first what you do, you segregate them. Now with data manipulation, what you do, you give a separator that if you have a separator like this, move them into separate column, right? Move them into separate column. You use the text to columns option, give the separator or that separator is semicolon and you can transform it. So what the next data which you have in various columns, right? That is your interesting data. That is a converted data. So you can treat that as an example. Although whenever you are transforming the data, there are various categories. You are taking a home loan. You have various data coming from home loan users. You are putting some analysis on that. So a lot of use case can be there, right? So once you have made the data readily for analytic perspective, you'll save that. So it is a horizontal partition data. You'll keep them all the standard and the sensitive file set. You have the folders available, and later on you will send it to the enriched layer where you are having the full entity or the data which is available for data analytics, right? So there is a small high level data flow which you'll be using with respect to the categories or with respect to the hierarchy which you have created. So if you go back to the storage account, here I am showing you this, but ultimately this is what we are working with the raw data, right? We are working with the raw data, but similar kind of structure which you see in the raw folder. Take a step back, right? Take a step back. You have raw data. Similar type of data you can keep in cleaned or curated data as well. Similar hierarchy, but that will be a more of a transformed or enriched or filtered data which you have. Correct?
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers an Azure Data Engineer course designed to help you clear the Microsoft Azure Data Engineering exam. This course is perfect for those looking to master data processing pipelines, data security, and tools like Azure Data Factory and Azure Databricks. Through this course, you will gain hands-on experience by working on real-time projects and use cases to develop your skills. Not only this, you will be working on real-time project designed from the top industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new height. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step toward career growth in the field of Azure Data Science.
Okay. So let's talk about the governance mechanism, Azure. So this is something which the people who have already learned Azure 104 Azure Administrator, for you this may be a bit, you know most of the things in detail, but let's go through this once again. So whenever we are working with Azure, there are few things which you should always take care of, right? And what are those things? Let's say, let me just grab an image for Azure management groups, subscription, resource groups. Let me grab one image. In fact, I will grab more images, right? Because it will be helpful for you to understand. Further, just give me a moment. I want to use a more detailed one, which will clarify most of the things. Not this one. Yes, this is better. Okay, this is also fine. At least this is showing a clear details of. This is only subscription related. Okay, so I think this image I have already taken. I need one more image where I would be able to relate things. This image I have already taken. I need a different image where I can show you several management groups or different hierarchy, which is more related to your geolocations, and that is what I want to show you. So I have seen several images, but why is it not showing? There must be a different image as well, which I use, right? This is helpful. Let me just use this. So now let's come to your governance mechanism. Why do we really need it? So let's say initially when you are planning to build your organization, and let's say your product is that I want to build a data factory product, and this I am doing for one of the products which you have launched, and you will be leveraging your EIML techniques, right? This can be for an e-commerce platform. This can be any application which you're using, right? Now, let's say you have one thing that as soon as you create an account, by default, the Entra ID is created, right? So that is that you consider that as a tenant. Consider that as a tenant. So there can be single tenant, there can be multiple tenant, right? That is the tenant thing. Tenant we'll discuss after this when we come to the Microsoft Entra ID. We'll talk about that as well, right? So let's say you have a tenant available. Initially, let's say if you have not worked with Azure before, and you have to see that how organizations work. For that, I'm sharing you one link which you can go through. And in fact, in case if you're part of my AZ 304 305 certification, in that I will cover that part as well. So it is landing zone creation. I think you have heard this term before as well, correct? So let me just use this. Although it will not come in one page, but let me just try to put as much as possible. I need to crop it. Just give me a moment. I think it is not happening, right? So this you can do later on in case. But I think if you zoom this document like this, you will be able to see all the details, right? You can just zoom this and then you can see. So I will explain you this landing zone architecture later on once we come to the AZ305. But here, the only thing which you see as of now is that when you are creating the management group, there you have a specific management group for management. One is for identity, one is for connectivity, some are for the various product groups, and that is how you segregate. So it's in something which you're doing at the organization level, right? And initially, when you're working as a customer or a client with Microsoft, so first thing what you do, you enroll yourself with Microsoft customer agreement. You enroll them, you define the department and the billing profile, what is the account and everything. And from here, you will come with a various subscriptions, right? So first is the enrollment. Enrollment comes along with the creation of subscriptions, and these subscriptions are mapped to the respective management group, right? So once we come to 305, then we'll talk about how the landing zone architecture is created, right? Don't think about how this is working. This is only to show you that initial level, if you're first time onboarding your company to Azure, the first thing you have to do is the enrollment part, right? And later on, once you have mapped a initial tenant, right? And that is the place where we are at this point of time, right? This is the place where the tenant is, correct? So don't uh, worry about those things. Once we come to 305, then we talk about the landing zone architecture. So first you do the enrollment. I will write it over here for you as well. The first thing is the enrollment, right? And then you will create several subscriptions, right? And you'll map it to the management group. Now, initially at the tenant level, you have a root management group, right? And this is something which is having the highest level of privileges, correct? And you need to have a governance mechanism, right? So just like you have rules and regulation in a city, right? In a country. Similarly, there are rules and regulation to manage the Azure estate, right? Manage Azure resources. And for doing that, you implement policies. The policies which are implemented at the root level, they are known as root policies, right? So at the first or the topmost level is you have the root management group, right? Within the root management group, you can have several management groups, right? Several management. Here you see two, that only one hierarchy is there, but I have shown you another image where this is also management group. At this layer, you have also management group. At this level, you also have management group. So multiple layers of management group can be there. And this can go up till 6 level. This can go up to 6 levels, right? So let's say one layer of management group, another layer of management group, another layer of management group, another layer, another layer. So up till 6 layers of management group you can have, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and this is 6. So several layers of management group you can have, right? Further, when you have this management group, inside the management group lies a subscription, right? Now, why are we really creating the management group? The people who have learned AZ104, can you answer this? Why are we really creating management groups? Why do we need management group? So why do we need management group? Why are we creating it? Management group doesn't create policies. Proper access management is done by Microsoft Entra ID or role-based access control. You don't give proper access with management groups. How do we achieve this? We achieve this by applying policies at various layers. So you can apply the policy at management group level. You can apply the policies at a subscription level. You, if you want to apply the policy at resource group level, you can do that, right? So at various layers or various levels, you can create the policies, right? So that is what you are doing. Now, let's say when you're working with this organization and you have your setup up and running, and let's say you have a dev environment, prod environment, and research and development, let's say R&D. Now, production environment is something where you don't want to implement a lot of restrictions with term of sizing and everything, right? But let's say if it is a dev environment and you have a lot of people from your team who are creating multiple resources and you know that it is only for the development purpose. So you don't want to incur a lot of cost, right? So you can create a policy that, okay, I want users to be able to create this size of VM so that they are not creating resources unwantedly. Or you have created a policy that every resource should have a tag and that tag should be this because it's a dev environment or a playground environment where you can shut the resources in case you don't need it, right? You shut the resources in case you don't need it, correct? So that is what you are trying to do. So main purpose of creating this logical grouping, because management group is what? It is kind of a logical grouping only, right? So you are creating this logical grouping so that you can create a hierarchical structure, and this hierarchical structure can be used in your organization for various purposes, right? Either you can put all the product groups under one management group, you can put HR team in one group, you can put your corporate into one group, right? And implement relevant policies. So here if you see this is a business unit. On that basis you create the management group, another on the base of geography, another on the basis of environment, and further you place your subscription inside this. So ultimately this is helping you to provide a logical segregation that, okay, first I am writing that, okay, what is it? Is it IT? So one business unit can be, okay, it is an IT infrastructure which I am putting over here, right? Next would be geographic. So let's say one is my AMS region, one is my EUR region, and the other one is my Asia Pacific region, right? AMS, EUR, and Asia Pacific. So respective region policies you can implement on them. Now in respective regions, let's say you are talking about US East one or whichever regions like Central US or Central India you are using, you segregate it on the basis of that. And later on, further inside that you have a dev environment, a prod environment, right? Or within that region you have created environment for various product application. So you can name via product applications and further create one more layer of management group in which you can keep dev, prod, non-prod, whatever your segregation is, right? That is something you can define. Now, in case if you want to apply some regional level policies, right? So that you can apply at geographic level. In case if you want to apply some policy on the environment level, so you can create on respective environment. If you want the policy to be applied on the entire IT business unit, so implement the policy on the business unit level. So depending upon your requirement, you can define policies at various levels. So use case of management group is clear to everyone? Okay. Next we have is the subscription, right? Next we have this the subscription. So why do we use subscription? So subscription can be used for two mechanisms, right? One is subscription is the entity where you manage the entire billing, right? So you create any resource. For that, there is a mandatory requirement that you should have subscription as well as resource groups, right? Without subscription and resource group, you can't create a resource. That is a mandatory requirement. You can't skip that. If you remember, when we are creating the storage account, we did define the subscription and resource group. Yes or no? We defined the subscription resource group. So for any resource creation, subscription resource group is mandatory. So you can apply policy at subscription level as well, and you can apply the policy at resource group level as well, right? And management group level as well. So that depends upon the requirement. Now, another use case of subscription is what? It is used for billing purpose. So in case if you want to use a resource or if you want to use your environment, so what you do, you put your resources let's say for dev environment, you want to evaluate the cost which dev team is, or at development level, what is the cost which has been incurred. So instead of going to the individual resources and finding out the cost of each and every resource, it's better you put all the dev resources into one subscription and see, okay, what was the costing which came in this subscription, right? That would be an easier way or not, everyone? That would be an easier way or not? Let's say we go to the Azure portal, and on the Azure portal, let's say we have a search for management groups, right? Search for management group, Yashika, right? So you come over here. Here, let's say I have a root tenant group because this is created at the tenant level. I have a management group, which is Intellipaat, right? In case if you want to create another management group, I will click on create, right? And here I can give a management group display name. Let's say I'll give this is I will give as production, or let's say development, right? Let me submit. We'll refresh this. Okay. So now you see I have a development management group created. Now let's say we go inside this, right? And inside this, if you want to create a policy, you can create a policy on this as well. So click on this and click on assign policy, right? Click on assign policies, and the scope which you are given is development. So this is happening at the management group level. So how do we apply the policy at this? This is seen, right? I don't have any subscription map to this management group. I have only one subscription in my account that is mapped to a different management group, right? So I don't have any subscription map to this, right? So in case if you want to apply a policy, you can apply over here, right? Now let's try to see that, okay, how to apply a policy. So till this part it is clear. So since I have a different in this I don't have a subscription, so what I'll do, I'll go back to the management groups, and or let's do one thing. Let's go to the Intellipaat. We have a subscription map to this, right? We have a subscription. So let's go to the Intellipaat and click on policy, right? Let's go to policy and click on assign policy, right? So the scope is Tatha MG, right? And I can change this as well, that okay, I want to implement the policy on Intellipaat, right? I will select the subscription. Let's say this is my subscription, right? In case if you want to apply the policy at subscription level, just click on select. In case if you want to apply the policy only over here, just click over here. There's a development. Oh, sorry. Here, don't select the subscription. So now the policy will be applied. Now the policy will be applied at this level, right? Now, let's say I want to go into a more granular level. Let's say I want to apply the policy on subscription. I want to apply the policy on resource group. Let's say I want to apply the policy on storage RG, right? So I select this, right? I select this, and I want to define the policy definition, right? I want to define the policy definition. So let's go over here and select the policy. So I was talking about to you about example of size of the VM, right? So let's click over here. Let's say I define the size. So allowed virtual machine size. Let's say we click on this and add, correct? Now it is saying allowed virtual machine sizes. What are the allowed virtual machine sizes? So only specific size of VMs are allowed, right? Only a specific size of VMs are allowed, right? Policy enforcement enabled. Next is parameters, right? Now Azure VM SKU, which I want to allow is, let's say I want to allow B2MS, or let's say B2S and B2MS. These I want, right? These I want. Let's say these are the one which are selected. I'll do a next. Remediation is fine. Non-compliant messages, let's say blocked by Azure policy. Blocked by Azure policy. And then we do a next, which is review and create, right? And we click on create. Make sense? So this is a policy creation, or policy is being created. Now, whether the policy is being accepted, whether the policy is being assigned or not, that is something which you have to check by creating the resource, right? As of now, we have created the policy. Whether the policy is being compliant, whether it is not compliant, right? It will take some time to create or implement the policy. It is showing you over here, but here it should show the policies, right? it should show the policies as well. So it will take some time, but your policy will be visible in some time, right? Just wait for a while and your policy will be visible in a while. So now you see, it will take some time. So what we can do is, we know that policy is being applied. So let's go to the virtual machine. Let's say I'll go to VM. I'll log in onto this and let's create the virtual machine, right? Now where we have applied the policies, we have applied the policy on a respective resource group, right? So subscription is fine. Resource group is here. Let's say I'm applying the policy on storage RG. I select this virtual machine name. Let's say web server. Just like a normal virtual machine is being created, I'm creating this machine as a web server. Central India, availability zone or no infrastructure redundancy required. I select that, right? Now image, you can select anything. Let's say Windows 2019 we selected. Now it is asking me to select the size. So it is showing me two sizes, B2MS and B2S. I will click on see all sizes and I will try to select any one of them. I'm not able to do that. Every rest of them are blocked by policy. Can you notice this? Even though if I try to select this, I can't. Can I select the other sizes? What do you think, everyone? We are not able to select because of the policy. Policy is restricting me to do that, right? Policy is restricting me to do that. Now, how can we fix this, right? So I have applied the policy on storage RG. Let's change it to data engineer, right? Now click on see all sizes. Now you see all the sizes are available. DS3V2, DS3V2 selected. So wherever you want to apply the restriction, you can do that. So is it clear? So the purpose of my policy was, let's say if we go back to the policy, the policy which we create was for size of the instances, right? That is what we wanted to block. That is what my policy said. So now if I am defining a policy for the respective size, so it will block the sizes, right? On that respective resource group, right? So that is why those were blocked by policy. But at the same time, if you are using a different resource group on which there is no restriction, everything is open for this. So where were we? Okay, we are working on the governance mechanism. So management group clear, subscription clear, subscription is used for billing purpose. And the next you have is your resource group, right? Next you have is your resource group. So why do we use resource group? Just like you have a management group on which you apply the policy, similarly, you have resource group as well, right? So this one for, let's say, logical grouping for better governance, right? Policy here, it can be also applied. Policy can be applied here as well. And policy can be applied here as well. The additional task which subscription is doing, it is responsible for billing as well, right? And resource group are the one which carry the resources. They carry resources. And one thing what you do, you put resources which are part of same life cycle, under one RG, in one RG. So when you are putting in one RG, what happens? Let's say you don't need the entire set of resources. You delete the resource group, everything is gone. Make sense? Why do we use resource group? So you remove if you don't need the set of resources, or if you don't need the respective applications, delete the RG and everything is gone. Clear? That is the main purpose why you are using it. Correct? That is the main purpose why you are using it. Good to move forward. Our main agenda was when you are defining the pricing and the budget. But before that, since we are talking about Azure policies, there is another important thing which is there, right? Since we are talking about policies, there is another important thing which is there, which is known as Azure policies and Azure RBAC, right? Azure policies and Azure RBAC. RBAC is what? RBAC is role-based access control. Now your question would be that from where does this role-based access control coming, right? From where does this role-based access control coming? So for that, we have to talk a bit about your Microsoft Entra ID. For the data engineer perspective, you don't have to go through the entire deep dive of Microsoft Entra ID. This Microsoft Entra ID was earlier known as Azure Active Directory as well, right? Now, why are we discussing Entra ID at this point of time, right? Let's suppose if there is a VM who wants to access the resource or the storage account, right? For some data. So will it be able to access or not? Or if there is an application, will be able to access that or not? So the answer to this question lies in this part, right? Second thing, when we will be working with your data factory, right? When we'll be working with the data factory, and you know that we'll be applying a lot of, or we'll be fetching the data on the server from the storage. So at that time, this part it becomes very important. So that is why it is important to discuss it now, right? It is important to discuss it now because I want to talk in the same context in which you will be working in your organization. Lot of theoretical knowledge is easily available on LMS. You can go through all the videos if you want, but here we are talking about more of a real-time offering, right? Which you will be working in your organization, right? You being a data engineer and you have an application which is sitting on a virtual machine and they want to access the data, right? Or you being a user who is logging onto an application sitting on a DB sitting on a server, and that user should also have a permission to access the content which is there or should be able to see the content which is there onto the storage account, right? So there are two things, right? There are two things, right? Which you should always keep a segregation in mind. One is your user, right? And one is resources. And this I have spoken about in AZ104 as well, right? You apply RBAC on users and you apply policy on resources. For the entire discussion, you will always keep these two things in mind, right? RBAC is role-based access control, which is applied on users. Policy is applied on resources. This is a rule of thumb, which you have to either if you want to memorize or you want to note it down. This is a basic principle which our discussion will revolve around this only, right? Fair enough. So Microsoft Entra ID, I think you have heard this before as well. The use case of Microsoft Entra ID or Azure Active Directory is what? Azure Active Directory is what? Let's say you have heard about one thing which is known as AAA, which is authentication. Second one is authorization, and this one is accounting. This one is accounting, correct? So this one is responsible for, so one is authentication, authorization, and accounting. So authentication is what? Authentication means who can access, right? So there will be respective user, right? And that respective user who has required privileges, or first of all, you will evaluate whether it is a legitimate user or not, right? And once it has been identified that it is a legitimate user, you will be authenticating it and giving them respective permissions, right? Now, authorization part is that permission part only, which tells you that this user can access what, right? So who can access what? And this what is what level of privilege. This what is telling you what level of privileges you have. And this privileges can be read, write, delete, whatever level of privileges you can have, you can use that, right? So one is authentication, other is account authorization, and the third one is your accounting, which tells you that which user has made what changes at what timestamp. So it's like more of a syslog offering, and this is not being provided by Microsoft Entra ID. For this, you need to run another server, right? You need to run another server or tool to detect this, right? You have a lot of tools in the market which are doing a syslog offering for you. You have heard about IBM SIEM security in, I'm not able to recall the full form. SIEM tools are there, which you can use as well, right? Which will evaluate everything. They are also doing the threat detections and everything. They will keep a track of everything, which is what is happening on your server, right? This will tell you what is happening on the resource. What is happening on the resource, right? That is what it is doing. So our main or our major responsibilities for Entra ID lies on this part, correct? Lies on this part. So when you have this Entra ID, and you want to compare it with your on-premise environment, right? With your on-premise environment, so what would have been there if you remember your on-premise data center? Remember you have a AD server, right? AD servers are there. So basically this AD server is what you configure an ADDS offering, which is your Active Directory Domain Services, right? ADDS server, and this is something which is referred to as domain controller as well. Domain controller. So whatever domain you want, let's say I am using a domain which is innovantra.com, right? So all the users which are using this domain, so the user ID would be xyz@innovantra.com. So the username would be created with the respective name. So that is how organization follow, right? Inside this Active Directory domain controller, what do you have? Just like in a jungle, you have trees and everything available. So in this domain services, you have one thing which is known as ADF, which is known as Active Directory Forest, right? ADF. And just like you have trees in the forest, in this, what do you have? You have users and groups, right? Users and groups, right? And on this users and group, you apply policies which are known as your group policies, which are known as your group policy. And this is being handled, or this has been treated, as AD objects because they are being created at the AD level, right? So whenever you are creating this AD server, this is kind of a database which is running, kind of a database which is being set up. And this database is carrying all the credentials, and credentials are what? Username and password. So anyone, let's say anyone comes to this server, this is an app server. On this app server, there is a legitimate user, user one, who logs in. So as soon as this user one put its credentials, there is an API call sent to the database that okay, I have received one user who has put this credential. So now this app server will validate the credentials with database. Now, if that user is a legitimate user, so in response, it says that okay, this is the legitimate user, this is a legit user, and what level of privilege, and this is an admin user, and it has all read, write, update privileges, right? It has all privileges, and it will also return back. In the same response, it will return back with the permissions this user have. Permission which user has, right? The permission which user has, it will reflect that, correct? Now, if we try, okay, yes, there is one more thing. If you see or if you have worked with database before, so I'm not able to recall, but it is known as ntds.dit. So it is Windows NT directory services is like this, and .dit is an extension of directory services, right? So ntds.dit is a DB format, or the file which has been created. This is the kind of format which is there, right? This is the kind of format which is there. Now, if we compare this with Microsoft Entra ID, correct? So what happens? As soon as you log in, or I would say, as soon as you create your Azure account, right? Microsoft Entra ID tenant is automatically created, right? It is automatically created, correct? So how can we see that? Let's say you have created your own account, I have created my own account, and we all have access to the Azure portal. And on the day when we were seeing that what all options you have on this Azure portal, we discussed about the Azure portal and what are the options, right? So if you go to this Azure Expert Cloud, you see this is the email ID I've used, and using this ID, I have created my Entra ID account. So how we can see that? You just search over here Entra ID. You search over here Entra ID, and on this Entra ID, wait for a while. On this Entra ID, where did it go? Yes, on this Entra ID, if you see a default directory or a default tenant is being created. Let's take a snip of this. If you see this default directory, so now as soon as you onboard them to a user, you see this is a unique tenant ID which has been mapped. Correct? Unique tenant ID is being created. So if you are a bigger customer like Tata Group, they have different entities. Tata Vistara, Tata Air India, you have Tata Steel, Tata Power. Lot of entities are there. And when you're working with this, what happens? That there is an individual tenants you can create and the respective users you can manage inside the tenant, right? So as of now, I'm using a free license for doing this. But in case if you want to use complex feature, so for that P1 or P2 license is mandatory. License is mandatory. Sometimes you want to create some kind of custom roles or everything. So for that, P1 and P2 licenses are needed. This is for the basic operations. In case if you want to create or manage tenants, right? That I want to add more tenants. In that case also you need P1 or P2 licenses. It will not let you create that, right? Now, if we talk about the management of users inside this, management of user is pretty much easy. You go to your portal, you go to the portal. Let's say I go over here and on this portal, let's say I go to this user and let's say I create one user. Let's say I think Sapna Tiwari user is already here. Let's say we go to Sapna and on this user, what do you do? Okay, so the people who don't know how to create a user, let me just create a user for you. Let's say I'll create a new user, right? And here we can define the principal. Let's say we use Ritesh dot Sanyal, right? And I can use username password. Let's say I will use my own password, correct? Account enabled, I have enabled this. Next is properties. You can give first name, second name, job title, company, department, employee type, manager details, location, fax numbers, and users location. Everything is being property of the users which your AD team is managing. You don't have to worry about this, right? In case if you are an AD owner or AD person, for you it is important. Otherwise, it is not, right? Otherwise, it is not important. Okay, fair enough. Now let's say we go to next assignments. So here, let's say I am creating a user and I want to assign it as a group. So if you have already a group, let's say I'm part of an SRE group or a DevOps group, assign that. I'm selecting this. In case if you want to add a role, let's say I want to add a role which is storage blob to assign a custom role. No rules related to storage. Okay, so we need to do something for this. Okay, it is asking us to use a P1, P2 license. Okay, so the main purpose is that I can assign from here only. Whatever role is here, I just am seeing the global admin. Let's say global administrator aspects of Microsoft Entra ID and Microsoft that use. This is there, and you have global reader, right? That is also fine. What else? What else? What else? Application developer, and I think these roles are more than enough, right? And next review and create, right? And I will create. So this will create the user, right? This will create a user and we'll refresh for a while and you will see this user is being created, right? We can create. Now, if you want to edit the properties further, you can edit, you can change whatever you want. Now, in case if you want to use an organization domain, so what is there? Let's say if you go to directory services, there is an option of custom domain mapping because you see the user which you have created, right? Users which you have created. Let's say if we talk about Ritesh, the ultimate email ID is what? Ritesh.sanyal at expertcloud1210 at hotmail.onmicrosoft.com. So if any user is coming with this kind of mail ID, that is something which doesn't represent the organization, right? So you should map a custom domain. And once you map the custom domain, you will be able to use that domain name. So how do we do that? How do we do that? It is pretty much easy. You go to the custom domains, right? I'm moving this step a bit faster because this is not part of Data Factory. But since I want to tell you, that is why I'm doing it, right? Later on, in case if you are interested to learn more on AZ104, I'll explain you. But I don't want to give the time of Data Factory in AZ104 things, right? So you can go to custom domains and add a custom domain. You will provide your respective domain, let's say abhimanyu.com, right? Abhimanyu.com and add domain, right? You have to provide a TXT or TXT ID on your DNS registrar, maybe GoDaddy or wherever you have mapped that, right? You can use that, whichever is it, whichever is it. Or you can use MX records as well. It is your choice. Whichever you are comfortable, you can use that, right? So that is how you can map it. So once you have put these records over there, automatically you have to click on validate and you see innomantra.com is validated, right? So now if I go and create a user or amend an existing user, let's say I go to Ritesh, or let's say if I go to Sapna, I will edit properties. I will go to the expert cloud and I will change to this, right? And I will save this. So now you see sapna.tiwari@innomantra.com. It represents your organization and how you can use it. So now this is your user specific information, right? User specific information which you have given, that is how you can use the user, right? Now when you are working with the user, you give certain permissions, right? And that is what we are coming, that is your RBAC, which is your role based access control. Role based access control. Now if we talk about RBAC, this is something which you, let's say you apply at the resource group level, because this is the place where you apply. So resource group, and you further, let's say you are applying the RBAC, you have some specific roles. First one is your reader, then you have your contributor, right? You have owner, and the third one, which is your user administrator, and which is your user administrator. So reader, which has read access, right? This contributor has full access and owner has full access, right? So contributor has full access but can't provide or invoke access of others, right? Here it can provide or invoke access of others, right? So this is the one which is having full permissions. And this user administrator is a specific job task, right? A specific job role. And what is that role? That in case if a user is coming for asking permissions, so this user can add or remove permissions. That is the only task which is permitted for this. That okay, you can play with Entra ID, you can play with permissions, you can play with those things, right? But you can't do anything else, right? You can't do anything else, correct? So these are the major rules. So now if you are creating any user or if you are applying the policies, so what you can do, let's say if you go to the RBAC, or let's say we go to data engineer, right? Because we had the data engineer resource group. So we'll go to that. Let's go to that. So we have resource group. Let's say data engineer, and here we are building the data pipelines, right? Let's say I go to the resource group, and here we will be talking about access control, right? In case if I'm going a bit faster, just let me know, right? So let's say I'm talking about access control, right? Now I want to add or add a role assignment you can do, or add a custom role, right? Let's say I want to create a custom, although it will not let me create a custom role, right? So let's stick to the previous one. Let's say I want to add a role, add role assignment, right? Now by default, you will have some generic role, right? If you go to the privileged roles, everyone, you click on privileged roles. Here you have owner contributor, right? Owner contributor, role based access control administrator, and user administrator, and access review operator service role. These are few privileged roles which have been defined, right? These are your built-in. Type is what? Type is your built-in role. These are not custom roles. And if you see the permissions, If you read what is the description in this can grant full access, including the ability to Azure roles in Azure RBAC. This build does not allow you to assign roles, right? And let you manage user access to Azure resources, manage access to Azure resources by assigning roles using Azure RBAC, right? So these are the respective roles, which are privileged roles, which has been provided. And the job function role, which I was referring, I think I showed you yesterday as well, that there is a storage blob reader or storage blob data owner, data reader, or data contributor. So if you ask me which is the best suitable role for giving it to a user, so if you gave this role, let's say storage blob contributor, and you want to give it to the specific user, so I will select the member. So let's say I want to give it to Sapna. I will select Sapna, right? Sapna is added. And then I do a next condition in case if you want to define some condition as well. So this is like a conditional access which you're also providing, right? And you can review and assign. So Sapna is allocated a role that in case Sapna wants to read the access from the storage data, right? She will be able to do that, right? So you have provided a custom rule for this, right? So RBAC is something which is working on the user level, right? Policy is something which is running at the policy level, right? Now let's say we are into a era, or we are into a time where most of the things we are doing with the automation, especially with the data factory, data pipelines, we are doing everything with automation. In AZ104, you have learned till this only, right? Now we will be talking about a very interesting fact, right? We'll be talking about a very interesting fact, which is known as your app registration, which is known as app registration. Now, let's say if you remember, right now I showed you how you can provide permissions, how you can create users, how you can provide specific roles to the users, and they're doing the permissions, right? Now, let's say when we talk about the data pipeline or data factory, when we talk about data factory, data pipelines, right? Or some kind of CI/CD pipelines, wherever you are adding automation, right? Ultimately, what you want to do is what you are trying to do, you are adding automation. So that there is one thing which Sampath clearly mentioned, one word, which is human intervention. Human intervention. So with automation, what we are doing, we are trying to eliminate human intervention and use programmatic access. Use programmatic access. So as of now, if we talk about the legacy scenarios, right? If we talk about the legacy environments, what do we used to do? We used to create service accounts, right? And service accounts, what they used to have? They have user name and password, and the purpose of this activity was for authentication, right? The purpose was what? The purpose was authentication. That is what we are using it, right? Now let's say when we are working with the more of a programmatic environment or automated environments, right? And I will stick to Azure Cloud. See, AWS has different terminologies, right? And Azure has different terminologies, different resources, right? AWS has KMS, Azure has Key Vault. So I will talk more specific to Azure, right? Is it fine, everyone? I don't want to talk generic, right? Although there are concepts of service principle in AWS as well, but I want to use terminologies which are Azure specific so that you can use the terminologies in interviews as well, right? So now let's say in legacy environment, you are using these environments. Oh, sorry, you are using service accounts. You have username, password, and you use this for authentication to your applications or services, right? Now, at the same time, when you're working with Azure Cloud, right? Right? When working with Azure Cloud, we can use portal as well, right? So Azure Cloud was not enough. So what do we add more? And programmatic access. And programmatic access, right? For this, what do? We use service principle. We use service principle, right? Now, service principle is, let's say, just like you are creating a service account, right? And service account can be an XY system, and you want to access or you want to communicate with the Y system from X system. So you will be using your username, password, and doing that. But now let's say here, when you are accessing the Y system from the X system, you are actually making a communication between two systems. Let's say this is system X, right? And this is system Y, and this is system Y. Now you are making a communication to happen between these two, right? So this is happening with the help of service principle, right? So you can use API calls, right? You can do it via API calls, right? And this is all happening with the help of programming or programmatic access. Now, how to establish a analogy between this and this? How to bring or set up an analogy? So when we are working with security principle, there is two things, right? Just like you have username over here, there is one thing which is known as, just like you have this username. Similarly here, what do you call it? We call it app ID. App ID, correct? So you went into an existing project, let's say you want, and to that project you want to give any kind of specific permissions so that the data factory can talk to the storage account, right? So let's say you are, when you work with the data factory, what do? You create a project, right? This is a data factory project, right? ADF I'm writing over here. Now with this data factory, you want to communicate with the storage account, right? So let's say here, what do we have? We have the storage account. Now from this project, right, you want to give permission. Want to give permissions right? Want to give permissions so that data factory can talk to Azure storage account. I can't simplify this anymore. So what you're doing, you are creating a service principal, and that service principal is helping you to get this access, correct? So in this, the username is what? Username is the app ID, right? Now what is the password then, right? If this is the username, so username has an analogy, which is your app ID, and password is having an analogy, which is secret, right? And there is a service which is known as key vault, right? Key vault. So these certificates or these secrets are saved as a key vault, and they are encrypted. I will show you how to do the app registration as well. So what do? You search for app registration, right? Let's click on this, right? Click on this, and you can go to all applications. Let's say I have my several apps being running already, and what should I do? Let me delete. Okay, I'll use a different application. What I'll do? I'll create a new registration, right? Click on new, and I will give a name. Let's say Abhimanyu CRM, right? This is my application. Supported account types, account in this organization directory only, default directory only, single tenant. If you want to use a multi-tenant, I am fine. I am using a single tenant. I am using a free tier, so I'm using it. If your organization support multi-tenant, go with that, no problem, right? Leave this is not needed, and click on register. Very simple process. You went to app registration and click on this, and now let's say we take a snapshot of this. Okay, so now let's say when you have this application ID, remember application ID. So this is the what is the app ID I'm referring. Right? So this is comparable to the username. And where is the secret? So now you see a section over here, certificate and secrets, right? This is all integrated with the key vault offering. This is all integrated at the back end with the key vault offering, right? Correct. So this is this is the username. So when you are working with this, and let's try to simplify it more. Let's say you are a user, right? And there is some person who wants to share the application, and for that application you need some permissions, right? Or let's say like this, let's say you are working for a project, right? This is one project, correct? And you have some service, let's say some storage account is there, or yes, some storage account, or let's say system, right? Project and some system or service. Let's be generic. Now, in case if you want this project, right? Or let's say this is some service or some application, you want to give permission to this application, or you want to give permission on this application. So what do you say? That okay, on my project, that I will be creating a permission for this app ID. So ultimately what you are requesting from the other side, please provide me the app ID. Please provide me the app ID. So whatever service principal you have created, right? There will be an app ID generated. So you will give the app ID to the other user that okay, if you want me to access to your service, please permit my app ID over there. Or if you want me to access me, kindly whitelist your IP ID on me. Correct, everyone? So we are working on or using with this app ID. So this is helping you to establish a communication between the projects or the system or the service, and that is how we are using it. So this is the one which you will be sharing with the other team or the project wherever you want the permissions to be enabled, right? That is one part. Now let's go back to the practical once again. So if you come over here, there is one section which is known as certificate and secrets, right? Some new enhancements which they have done. Okay, so let's click on certificates and secrets, right? So now what do you have? Client secrets, right? What do? You click on new client secret, enter a description, right? And you can mention, let's say Abhimanyu. You can leave this as well. See, I have worked with organizations where they clearly ask me that don't define any description, right? They just say that mention 3 months and do just add this. So next time when you add this, what happens? Automatic description is being taken. So let's say add, you see, password updated on November 3. Automatic description is there, right? And if you want to keep this value handy somewhere, right? Just copy this, and save it somewhere. So let me just put this over here, text box. There is a key which is generated. So why I am copying this key, right? Why I am copying this key, right? The reason I'm copying this key because as soon as you refresh the page, right? This will not be visible next time, right? This will neither the secret ID, sorry, neither this value will not be visible. So when you refresh this page, refresh this and log in once again, now you will automatically see that in case you are the owner, you will not be able to extract it. Can you see that? I can't extract it. This is all gone. Make sense? So the certificates or this is ultimately being linked to the key vault offering which is there. You integrate with the key vault offering. Clear? So always make a note that this value which you see over here, right? So this is a system generated value, right? This is a system generated value, correct? So whether you talk about this app ID is also system generated, right? This app ID is also system generated, and this secret, right? This secret key is also system generated, which you are using. Make sense, everyone? Correct? So I think identity part we have covered, right? Identity part we have covered, and I think there was some questions around the Azure Data Lake storage, right? So I said that I will talk about the Azure Data Lake evolution, how the evolution to the data lake actually happened, right? That we'll talk before we move to the data lake offering on whatever we have discussed. So it is free, right? It's a free. When it comes to Azure AD, the basic functionality is essentially completely free, right? And in case if you have a P1, P2 license, it is not chargeable. So it's a, if you're talking about app, right? I am assuming that you're referring to app registration, right? So let's say PIM. Let's search that. I will show you Azure, right? So if you come over here, there will be a place where you will see what all services it offer. There will be an offering. So you see, what does it do? Provide just-in-time privilege access, time-bound approval, multi-factor authentication, use justification, notifications. So it's like a set of rules and everything which you follow. That is why it is being used. Okay, so Azure storage account, right? So, and especially your data lake storage, right? And we were talking about the evolution which actually caused this, right? So evolution, and we'll talk about a bit of Databricks as well, right? Okay. So initially, right, when we were working with the storage account, right, and the storage account, what happened? This was using the blob storage. This was using the we were using a blob storage, and the limitation was with this blob storage what was that you can't create any subdirectories, right? You can't create any subdirectories, correct? In blob storage. So when you are not able to create any kind of subdirectories, now the problem with this was that you have seen that filtering was challenging. Filtering was causing a lot of delay, plus access control was very difficult, right? Access control was very difficult, right? That is what was blob storage was offering you. Now after that, when Microsoft wanted to do some analytics or they wanted to launch it offering, so when they have this ADLS Gen 1, so why did they launch this ADLS Gen 1, right? So remember, Microsoft never had any of their big data product, right? Microsoft never had a big data product, correct? And initially what they did, they developed one product which is known as ADLA. What was the full form of ADLA? If anyone knows, but if you know, it's good, but it was Azure Data Lake Analytics. Azure Data Lake Analytics, ADLA. And this was more of a combination of, if you've seen that, it gave you a flavor of SQL plus C Sharp, right? It was on that environment is there. And there was a lot of environments, a lot of services which were there. And these services, or if you talk about the other big data offering, were, you have heard about Hadoop or Hive, right? These were very popular. These were very popular, and most of them, oh, they were adopting it. Now, when you are using this Azure Data Lake, right? Data Lake Analytics, you have to put the data somewhere, right? So for saving the data, right? So for saving the data of ADLA, Azure Data Lake Analytics, they created or they designed or launched Azure Data Lake Gen 1 storage. Data Lake Gen 1 storage they launched, right? So the support or the use case was ADLA, right? For this Gen 1, the support case was only support case or use case was only ADLA, correct? Now, if you remember, when you are working with your environments or you're always looking for better products, right? And sooner, I think, I'm not sure about the year, but later on, they did a partnership with your Databricks company, right? So Microsoft did partnership with whom? With with Databricks company. With Databricks company. And if you remember, or if you have seen, right, there is one product known as Azure Databricks in Azure services. In Azure services, correct? And when you use this Databricks offering, you have seen that if you compare, right? If you compare the Databricks offering, because the underlying environment which this Databricks is using is Spark, right? They're using Spark technology, and Spark is much faster than any big data product in market. So I'm writing this just for you so that you can revise it at the time of your interviews or something. Then what caused the evolution, right? And this was something which was very popular. And Azure Data Brick, which you see, this was also made out of Spark, right? This was made out of Spark, right? Now, Microsoft had two choices, right? Microsoft had two choices. One was to continue with data lake offering, right? And continue or use Azure Databricks, right? So soon they saw that there were a lot of people who were adopting Azure Databricks and they wanted to invest time plus energy plus cost in the Azure Databricks offering only. So what they did, they discontinued ADLA, correct? So ADLA discontinued, and along with ADLA, your Azure Data Lake Gen 1 also retired. Azure Gen 1 also was retired, correct? Because being an organization, you will never let, if you have two products, you will never supersede or you will always see a combination between them, and your employees will be promoting or telling something good about data lake genuine storage, or it's good about Azure Data Lake Analytics, or they will be talking about something about Azure Databricks. So they don't want to have that problem, so they discontinued one of the offerings which was there, correct? Now when you are using this data lake offering, what they did, they discontinued this gen 1 offering, right? This was discontinued, correct? They discontinued this, but they wanted to have a Gen 2 or a hierarchical structure data lake offering, which is there, and that is completely independent of ADLA. That okay, we don't want to use it for ADLA, but we are leveraging it for any kind of independent compute product which is there. So they developed ADLS Gen 2 offering, right? And this was not for ADLA, not for ADLA, right? This is an independent offering for your analysis, offering for saving big data. I think this is enough. So how this Gen 2 evolved from Gen 1 and what was the history behind this? Is it clear here if you search with Azure Databricks? You see, there is one service which is easily available for you to work is your Azure Databricks, right? And this Databricks you can use for various offerings, right? You can build your AI intelligence or implement your ETL offerings with the help of this with this Databricks offering, right? So we will talk about Databricks as well, right? We'll talk about Databricks as well, so don't worry about that. Any queries from anyone up till now? That is where you use it. Azure pricing calculator, right? Remember, we stopped over there. So Azure pricing calculator plus Azure budgets. So what we can do with the Azure budgets offering, so what you do, you go to the subscriptions. I will be a bit faster with budgets, right? Because I've explained this before. If anyone has queries, I will repeat it once again for you, but you have to raise your hand and ask questions on this. So if you go to your subscription is a place where your entire billing is happening, right? I think you know that already. Now on the left hand side, you have cost analysis where you can analyze the entire cost of the infrastructure which is there, right? And in case if there is any kind of alerts which you want to set, you can set your alerts as well, right? Remember, uh, we did create an action group for the same, right? So if you click on this budgets, right? And let's say I will refresh this and I will add one budget over here, right? And this budget would be that, okay, I want to have a budget for data factory, right? And with data factory, let's say billing month, I want monthly billing should be there. And monthly, I want to have a budget of, let's say 110,000 rupee, right? Although we can choose anything, whichever you want, right? Next, and you have to set the elect conditions, right? I want to have a estimation or forecasted. Let's say if the 70% is exceeded, and action group should be data factory alert. So this is the action group which we created. You have to recall the monitoring section for this, right? And actuals, and if actual goes beyond 80%, if actual goes beyond 80%, right? Then I can also send to the respective email. And in case if you want to add any kind of external emails, you can create that, right? So that will create a budget for me. That will create a budget for me, and we will be notified on the basis of that. So this is the budget part. Now let's talk about the Azure pricing calculator. How do you price the solution? So let's go to the pricing calculator and log in to save price estimates. Let's click on this. Okay, so now let's say you have virtual machine storage, and let's search for Azure Data Factory, right? Azure Data Factory, which is there, or let's click on Databricks, right? Or we can choose any database as well, right? There is no problem in this that we have to use the pricing calculators. I can use anything generic as well, right? Let me discard this because we have not created that. So let me just go to Azure pricing calculator. This is still signing in. Just give. Okay, so we'll go to analytics. Let's go and view this. So now you see we have, whenever you are using this, so one VM for is added, one D2 V3 series VM is added. The monthly cost would be 137 USD, right? Region which you have selected is this, right? This is the pricing, and you are running this 24/7. So the pricing which you see is 730 hours, right? That is what you are seeing. Now, apart from that, in case if you're using any kind of managed disk, so I'm using a disk size of 32 GB, right? And in case if you want to vary something, or you want to add something, or use from standard HDD to standard SSD, then the pricing would change. And what is the disk size? Let's say you want to continue with 32 GB, then the cost would vary, right? That is one thing. In case if you want to mention the transactions, right? That okay, how many read write transactions which you are doing, right? That is something you can mention. Further, I think they have added two more VMs or what. So that is a VM cost, leave that, right? So for Azure Databricks, what we are doing, we are using a D3 V3 offering which is there, and you are running it 24/7. So this is done for the analysis purpose. In this, they are saying that in case if you're using a 3-year reserved instances, you can achieve a 61% savings. Or if you're using a 1-year reserved instances, you can achieve 39% savings as well. So depending upon your requirement, you can do that. Now, in case if you are adding some kind of Databricks units, which is there, which we will talk in detail, right? Once you come to Databricks and Data Factory, we also added. So what is the pricing for Data Factory? What is the pricing for orchestration, for execution, cluster, everything pricing will be calculated, right? And in case if you're adding a developer support, so there are various categories, right? If you click on this, developer, standard, professional, director, direct. So there are multiple offerings. So let me just quickly show you. So these are the various plans which are there. Price is this 29 USD per month, this is 100 USD, and this is 1000 per month, where you're offering getting a direct professional level services, where a Microsoft engineer will be always readily available for you to support you, right? Then in case if you are using any kind of premium purchase support, then you can use that as well, right? So that is how you are using it, correct? That is one way. So this is how you can price. You can price about the components. You can also price for the support. And in case if you are part of any kind of licensing and agreement, you can select that, and you can avail discounts if any. Right? That is something which you can also do. So this is how you can utilize your pricing calculator for generating the pricing. Right? For generating this pricing. We are targeting the Azure Data Factory. Data Factory has several, DP203 certification is what we are targeting, but not the entire DP203. But if you want to see the curriculum or the study guide, so you go to DP203 and you click on this, and we'll go to study guide. Wait for a while. So you see Azure Data Factory, Synapse, Event Hubs, Data Lake Storage, Databricks, right? And these are the sections which I told you. So these are the major services we'll target, right? And your analytics workload. So this is the more detailed thing which is there. So in case if you want to do this, you can go through. But our major agenda would be data factory, which we'll be covering. So I'll just quickly move forward with this, that what all benefits Data Lake offers, right? So if you see where all we can use Data Lake, it can be used for data storage, exploration, auditing, discovery, data quality, security, and governance, right? So major use cases can be there in which you can use your data lake storage, and you can leverage this, and leverage in terms of analysis is there. You want to keep some raw data, you can keep. In case if you have transformed the data, you can keep it. In case if you want to secure the data, it is offering you encryption, right? In case if you want to maintain the data quality, it has higher IOPS and the data is easily accessible. So quality in which you can access the data, everything is easily maintained, right? So both the things you achieve when you're using your data lake storage, right? In case if you talk about data lake concepts, right, it has various capabilities, right? One is your ingestion. What does ingestion mean, right? Forget whatever is on the screen. What does ingestion mean? What does ingestion mean? See, I don't want to use a theoretical thing, so I will directly jump to the design, how we are ingesting the data, right? So let's go to the Azure Data Factory, data lake, storage, ingestion pipeline. So very simple example is this, right? Now, ultimately, the data source from where you are bringing the data, right? It can be a SQL database from customer one, customer two, customer number three. On this side, there can be some on-premise sources can also be there, right? There can be some third-party providers, right? They can also be there. So on-premise data center is sending the data, right? In case if you're doing any kind of third-party integration, so third-party integration will also be there. Third-party integration will also be there, right? So data sources, this is the place from where you extract the data. Extract the data, right? And where you are bringing the data, that is known as ingestion, where you are receiving, right? Where you are receiving it, where you are storing it, that is what it's ingestion. You ingest, just like you digest something, right? So digestion is a processing of the food which you have eaten, and you will use the good contents, right, for your proper working of the body, and rest is excreted out, right? Similarly, when you are keeping this, you are putting various type of or various categories of the data. Remember, we have talked about raw data, filtered data, curated, sensitive, lab data, and so on, right? In case if I have missed anything, right? So various categories of data which is there. So when you're ingesting the data, you're bringing the data from all the sources at one place, right? At one place, because if when the data is available on one place, it is easy to analyze, right? It is easy to analyze, and that is why you're using it, right? So data ingestion is clear or not? Is this diagram clearly tells you what is data ingestion or not? So web of ingestion in terms of data field is different, right? Right? Your hardware address to network address MAC IP, that is you need for communication, right? Here now we are all talking about whether it is storage account. We talked about hierarchical namespaces, right? We talk about encryption, we talk about data movement, everything we are not talking with respect to data, right? When we were learning AZ104, the terminologies which we use were different. Now when we are learning data engineering, terminologies are a bit different. So now we are talking with more of data perspective, right? Is if you remember, let's come back to the other thing which is there. Let me, where was it? Yes. So data ingestion allows connectors to get data from different data sources and load the data into data lake. Data ingestion supports all type of data, structured, semi-structured, unstructured data. multiple injections such as batch, real time, one time load, various techniques you can follow, and many type of data sources such as databases, web servers, emails, IoT, FTP, various places you are fetching the data, right? So data ingestion is what you are using various connectors. So when you are bringing the data from on-prem, right? When you are bringing the data from on-prem, this is happening with the help of connector only, right? When you're taking the data from third party, this is also a connector. So what are data lake connectors? What are the various several Lake Azure available connectors? Just wait for a while. I just want to show you the connectors. What all options do we have? No, this is not the one. Let's go to the all. So do you see connectors? Can anyone see the various connectors available? Amazon S3, Amazon S3, Azure Blob Storage, Cosmos DB, Amazon Web Place. These are what? These are integration which you're doing with the data lake. So these are available from where you can create the plugins, create the connectors and bring the data to the storage. So are we clear? These are small things I'm telling you because this is how you will be creating the connections when you're working in real time. If you're not aware about connectors, right? In the organization, either you can use IaaC, which is infrastructure as a code, Terraform for building these connectors, or you can directly use the AWS, the direct offering using the portal. You can also build the connectors, right? Once we do the data factory, we can directly download it. So what you can directly download it? Yeah, you can use BotoScript for S3 as well. Let's say there is always new data coming to S3 and you have built a connector between them and you have written a Python script where as soon as a new data enters S3, pull that data and put into data lake. So that is an automated method, right? Why you will add a manual intervention where people is continuously monitoring the Amazon S3 and they will keep on looking at the S3 bucket every time, and as soon as a new data comes in they will do it. That is not the right way of doing it, right? These connectors are helping you to create the connection. So let's say you mentioned Amazon S3, so here you will give the bucket URL, whichever bucket you want to go, the bucket ARN or bucket URL, and you will go to the respective folders and you will fetch the data. Why to download it to your local laptop and then do it? That doesn't make any sense, right? So that is what we are doing in data ingestion, right? Next part is what? Next part is data storage, right? So data storage is scalable and offers cost-effective storage. It allows faster access to data exploration. It supports various data formats. So that is very normal. This is what uh, any type of data is supported, structured, unstructured, semi-structured. It is offering everything, right? Data governance. Data governance is the process of managing the availability, usability and security and integrity of the data used in the organization. So that is a generic practice. Governance you enable on your storage account level. You enable various compliances like GDPR, HIPAA, high trust organizations are there. So you govern them, you implement various policies and you govern them properly, right? Next is security. So security is implemented in every layer of data lake. It starts with storage, unearthing and consumption. The basic need is to block access for unauthorized users. So once you have done a Microsoft AD, so I'm telling you how we are doing in the organization. So in organizations, you have seen that we enable enter ID for all the users. If you are working in the organization, you should always be accessing with your enter ID. If enter ID is not there, ID LDAP credentials you use, right? LDAP credentials is there, ID LDAP is there, your enter ID credentials there, you will use the respective credentials, right? If you're not using the respective credentials, then it is a problem, it is a challenge, correct? So as soon as you enable enter ID, unauthorized users are never able to access it, right? And as per the practices, we follow least privilege principle. And the least privilege principle, what does least privilege principle say? That we should be providing minimal access to the user, correct? It supports different tools to access data easier and navigate to GUI and dashboards. I have talked about authentication, accounting, authorization before. Remember today only, and data protection are some important features of data lake security. So we enable data protection for 7 days. You can change it depending upon your requirement, right? Then we have your data quality. Data quality is essential component for data lake architecture. The data is used to extract business value, right? Extracting insights from poor quality data will lead to poor quality insights. Okay. So now let's say whenever you are working with data lake storage or anything and you are extracting a lot of data from your business customers, the quality of data should be maintained. If the quality is not good, you will not be able to get good insights, right? So that is what they say, that poor quality of data should not be there, right? So data quality should be high when you're bringing the data to the data lake storage, because data lake storage has the capability to maintain that high quality, right? It has the capability to maintain that high quality which is there, right? Next is your data discovery is another important stage before we can begin with preparing data for analysis. In this stage, tagging technique is used to express data understanding, that is organizing and interpreting the data ingested in the data lake. So now when you're doing the discovery, right, you have created various folders. First, when you're keeping the data, you are following in hierarchical manner. Raw data is a zone which tells that okay, this is a raw data. Filter data is a zone which tells that okay, this is a filtered data. You are already doing a tagging of the data in terms of month, year, date, purpose, and the naming convention clearly specifies what type of data you are working, right? So that is pretty much evident, right? And next comes your data auditing, that you are data is coming from various sources, departments, your various asset classifications, so secret, public sector, everywhere. So you have to maintain the various security best practices, and you have to handle the data very carefully, right? And certain data in data lake needs tracking of changes, that in case if anyone is manipulating the data or anyone has impacted or caused problems in the integrity of the data, that should be aware that who changed this data, what was changed, what timestamp was there. You should be aware about everything. So otherwise you will be held responsible and you can be stuck into legal compliances or contractual clauses or whatever SLA has been provided to you. You will be stuck in that, right? So you should always see that you should not be stuck into any kind of auditing, right? Then you have lineage. Data lineage deals with the origin of data, what happens to it and where it moves over time, right? So it simplifies tracing errors in the data back to data sources in data analytics process, from origin to destination visualized through appropriate tools. So this data lineage is a tool which is offering that okay, from where the data came, where it transformed, and how it works. So remember I showed you one diagram for the same, that what is the data flow. Let me quickly show you once again. If you remember the high level data flow, so here the data is coming from here, it is going over here, it is then going to enriched layer, and whatever data or the data is being evaluated, what has been changed to the data quality, everything is being maintained. So your entire data flow is being watched with the help of data lineage, and you have a lot of tools which are able to evaluate this, right? Which are able to evaluate it. And last but not the least is your data exploration is the beginning stage of data analysis, right? This process enables deeper data analytics as patterns and trends are identified, right?
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers an Azure Data Engineer course designed to help you clear the Microsoft Azure Data Engineering exam. This course is perfect for those looking to master data processing pipelines, data security, and tools like Azure Data Factory and Azure Databricks. Through this course, you will gain hands-on experience by working on real-time projects and use cases to develop your skills. Not only this, you will be working on real-time project designed from the top industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new height. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step toward career growth in the field of Azure Data Science.
Okay, let's talk about a data lake first, because that is the place from where we will ingest the data, right? And then we'll move towards the data factory, right? So what else did we cover? We covered your storage account, blob storage, Gen 1, Gen 2, that is we have covered. And see, when you are working with your Azure Data Factory or any type of analytics services, right? The main thing is, if you remember this diagram which we discussed, the data sources can be a place from where you are fetching the data, right? Which can be sources sitting within Azure, right? Or it can be data sources sitting on on-premise data centers. You may have combination where the data sources are sitting in third party as well, right? So both offerings, whether it is an ETL offering which you do, where you extract the data, transform the data and load into it, or ELT. Okay, so first of all, clear with the difference between ETL and ELT. Everyone is clear with the difference between ETL and ELT. What is the difference between ETL and ELT? And if we talk about the legacy environments, where let's say you are working with some kind of SQL databases, right? And legacy systems which were there, and on those legacy systems, if you have seen that we have been working with various categories of data, right? There can be unstructured data, there can be structured data, you have semi-structured data, various type of data are there, right? So at that time, if you are working with a storage, right? SQL server, if you take SQL database, you have a combination of storage and compute, right? So whether you are writing some TSQL queries, you're writing some SQL queries, you're doing some filtering, right? That is how you used to. Okay, so initially when you're working, whenever you work with your SQL offering, right, or SQL servers or SQL databases, right, you have seen that it is a combination of storage and compute. Storage and compute offering both you get, right? And later on, what happened? You were writing some SQL query, SQL filtering, or TSQL queries, right? You were doing some filtering mechanisms, right? Everything you were doing, right? Now, let's say when you have these capabilities, it became a mandatory requirement that suppose if there is an image file, let's take an example of an image file, right? Now, image may be in a form of JPG, MPG format, and that may not be entered into the databases, right? So what you do? Ultimately, when you want to have that entry, you actually gave the path of this file, and that became or added as an entry into the database, right? And anytime anyone is fetching that entry, it is actually looking to that path, and after seeing that path, it was able to grab the content, right? So working with the data was very difficult. So you have to first transform them and then load into the storage database which is there, right? But now when we are working with the cloud offerings, right? When we are working with the cloud offerings, so you have been working on independent tools, right? Let's say if you talk about Azure storage, right? Or you talk about your Amazon S3. These are what? These are all object-based storage. Here, working with storage doesn't require a compute offering, right? If you want to save some data into an storage, or if you want to create a NoSQL database, which is part of your NoSQL database, which is part of your SQL storage, where you're using table storage, do you really require any kind of compute? What do you think, everyone? Do we require any compute, or we can work with the storage independently? What happened when we moved towards the cloud environment or cloud infrastructure? Here, ETL was important, where you have to transform the data and then you have to load it, right? But now, when you are working with cloud-based offering or any infrastructure as service or SaaS offering which you're using, right? These tools are independent of compute, right? Which is there, correct? So what you do, you directly extract the data. Let's say this is my place. You extract the data from various locations, correct? And you directly load into the storage. And this storage can be Azure Data Lake, right? Azure Data Lake or whatever it can be. And later on, right? Later on, what you do, you can transform with the help of Azure Databricks. I know you don't know all these services which are there, right? But this is just to set in stage for you that we will be talking about these services as well, right? We will be talking about these services as well. So when you are working with your cloud offering or which is there, this is working with any category of data, whether it is structured, unstructured, semi-structured, is supporting everywhere, everything. But earlier, when you were working with other offerings, right, you have to transform the data before you load into any kind of SQL databases or anywhere where whichever storage which you are keeping, right? So that is the major difference between ELT and ETL, right? And nowadays, whatever techniques you're using for data analytics, right? In most of the cases, you will see it is all ELT, right? It is all ELT because we are now moving towards more of a cloud-based or SQL-based offering, which is there, correct? Okay, fair enough. Now, what actually resolve this problem, right? What actually solve this problem? So in your on-premise environment, you have heard about one thing which is known as IR, right? You have heard about one thing which is known as IR. So what is IR? What is an IR? So Edrich, this extraction which you do, this is part of the pipeline, right? See, as of now, we are slowly going about things. So you consider, let's say, you are. So first of all, everyone should have this diagram in the mind, right? So when we are ingesting the data into a storage, right? This would be a task. This would be a task which we have defined as a part of a pipeline, right? This would be a task which has been defined as a part of the data pipeline. So data pipeline is what? Or any pipeline, this pipeline word which you see, right? It is nothing but it is a series of tasks, right? Pipeline is what? It is a series of tasks which we are performing. So who is doing this on behalf of you? It is the pipeline which is extracting or doing the data for you. Is integration runtime, right? Integration runtime, correct? So what does integration runtime in simple layman terms is? It is just providing you the compute infrastructure. This is just providing you the compute infrastructure, correct? So why do we really require integration runtime? If it is just a compute and we are moving away from compute infrastructure, so why does we require integration runtime, right? So one thing I clearly mentioned to you is pipeline. Pipeline is what? It is a series of tasks or steps which you want to perform, correct? So if you want to execute this pipeline with some task, with some parameters, right? In that cases, you will see that you will definitely require some compute to run this. So this integration runtime is providing you that infrastructure for executing this pipeline. For executing this pipeline. So IR has a capability which is providing you to both environments, whether it is a PaaS offering or IaaS offerings, right? So this IR which you see, that this has a capability. This has a capability to connect to both PaaS and IaaS offerings or infrastructure. Both offerings it will provide. So whether you can use some PaaS compute, which can be a pipeline which is running on a Kubernetes environment, right? It can use a virtual machine on which you are running onto the compute environment as well. So multiple ways can be there. It can which can use, right? Now similarly, you will later on, maybe if you get time on the internet, right? You can search about AI transformation as well, where sometimes you evaluate or when you are using AI to execute these things or to work with these things, then the AI will play a lot of time. So in future, you will see that there will be an AI transformation which is coming into picture and you will using it extensively. Make sense, everyone? So AI transformation, which we'll be using in let's say once you come to your AI 900 fundamentals, in that we'll talk about your AI transformation as well, which is also a very new thing coming into the market where you will be leveraging it for transformation perspective, right? Now, when you are working with your Azure Data Factory or a data lake offering, and you want to leverage or you want to have this pipeline being defined, so there must be some version control which you should be using, right? Some version control, some DevOps tool which you should be using. So what is a version control? What is a version control? Git to maintain code changes history. Git is an example. Bitbucket is also there. TFVC was earlier used, right? So various offerings are there to keep a track of files at every stage before modification. Yes, right. So it is tracking the changes of all the events or any change which is happening. So that is what we are tracking with the version with the help of version control. There should be some version control system very commonly used is the Git environment. The Git when you use. So let's say the Git repository you can use, right? Also, further if you want to integrate with offerings, right? Azure DevOps, right? Because nowadays Azure DevOps is also very popular tool. So Azure DevOps you can use because Git is providing you version control. This is Git is a what? Git is a technology. Git is a open source technology which providing, right? So don't get confused with what is Git and what is GitHub. Usually people are not aware about what is Git and what is GitHub. Git is a technology. GitHub is an organization which is offering you a version control system. So this offers you two types of environment, right? GitHub is offering you either an enterprise offering, enterprise server, or a cloud-based SaaS offering. So this GitHub is what? GitHub is a product, right? GitHub is a product which has been built on Git, and Git is the technology which we are using. So whichever technology or whichever environment you're using, you can use Azure repos as well. Azure DevOps has one service which is known as Azure repos, right? Which is offering you the same thing what GitHub is offering you, right? So Git is a version control system that will help you for let's say easier change tracking and collaboration which you can do, because it is not just helping you to provide a change tracking, it will also help. Let's say you have 10 to 20 developers in your organization, right? And you want all of them to develop their own individual data sets, develop their own individual features, right? So this Git or the version control systems become very important. And I am talking about this is because I want to integrate my GitHub repository, one of the GitHub repositories, right? That is why I'm talking about this. And in fact, when you work on the environment in real time in your organizations, you have seen that this version control system is very much important, right? So I want to work more of a realistic way, not just uploading files via the laptop into this. Instead, I want to use a GitHub repository from where my code is being sitting, and I want to execute that, or I want to use that to run my pipeline, right? That is what my agenda would be. So it may be complex in beginning, right? Okay, I'm covering it from here, right? So the people who don't know, right? So first of all, when you're working with cloud offering, right, you have been working with various type of models, right? And it has been segregated into one is deployment models, another is service models, right? So cloud deployment models cover your public cloud, private cloud, and hybrid cloud, where public cloud is more of a shared offering, right? Where each one of you, let's say you want to use cloud, it may be possible that you're landing onto the same server, whereas private cloud is more of a dedicated offering where you lease things. Both of the cases you are renting things, but it is more of a dedicated environment. And hybrid cloud is a more of a combination of your public cloud and private cloud. And sometimes in case if you want to integrate your on-premise data center, you can do that. So hybrid is a combination of public, private, or on-prem. Private cloud is more of a dedicated offering, which is where you don't have any kind of shared environment. And public cloud is based on your shared environment, even though you use any kind of offering, right? Now, when you're working with your cloud service models, you have majorly three service models, which is here. On-premise environment is the data center which you have built from scratch, right? Completely owned and managed by you. You are managing everything. So that is an on-premise data center, right? So it is your own data centers where you have put all your money, you're managing and you own everything, right? Other option is your IaaS offering. IaaS offering is infrastructure as a service, where if you see the last four layers, where networking, storage, servers, virtualization, these are managed by the cloud service provider. So whether it is Microsoft, Azure, GCP, sorry, Microsoft, Amazon, or Google, whichever cloud you are owning, you have the networking, storage servers. This is the hardware or the physical hardware. And on top of the virtualization which is there, that is being managed by a cloud provider, and rest everything is under your control. Right? So that is what is your IaaS offering. If you move to PaaS offering here, if you see the offerings which you are using or offerings which you are defining over here, networking, storage, servers, virtualization, these four layers. Along with that, your OS middleware runtime means you don't have the freedom to use whichever environment or whichever operating system you want, right? So that freedom is completely taken away from you. You're not, you are no longer being able to use that. So the main thing or the main agenda why you are using it is you want to have a hassle-free environment, and that hassle-free environment which you are building or using cloud native services. So the example can be your AWS Elastic Beanstalk or your Azure App Services. These can be an example. Here, in case if you see that, let's say you want to run a Node.js application or a HTML or PHP application, you just select the runtime from dropdown. We just select the runtime environment from dropdown, and after that, right? After that, when you are leveraging it or using it, you don't have to install any kind of runtime environment or middleware. You don't need anything. Everything is being managed, right? You just put your application data and code, and it will be running seamlessly. So that is what is the difference between IaaS and PaaS, right? So example would be Azure App Services or Elastic Beanstalk. That are the common examples which you can use, right? Similarly, if you talk about your software as a service offering, so you have your Amazon S3, or you have monitoring services, or if you are using Gmail. So everything is managed by a provider, right? So it can be Microsoft or it can be Google or whichever it is. You are using some offering which has been provided you, and you are not doing anything. There is no control. You cannot customize anything, right? So that is the major difference between IaaS and PaaS. For more details, which we talked in AZ104, you can set, you can go through the entire lecture where I compared everything, and all the analogies which you see over here, you can go from that. So that was a brief introduction about your how you are using your IaaS, PaaS, and SaaS offering. Is it clear? Azure services is app services, right? This app services is a Azure service only. AWS EC2, Azure Virtual Machine. These are examples only. Make sense? So version control we are using for one thing, which is your version control. So one thing we are using it for change tracking, correct? Other thing what was that in case if you have multiple developers, they can collaboratively work. So I'm just writing one word, which is collaboration, because everyone knows these things in detail. So one is change tracking, and collaboration is what your version control system is offering you, right? Now, one thing you have to understand, right? That data factory which you're using, if you talk about till date, it is never being optimized for collaboration and version control, right? So it may be strange to hear, right? It may be strange to hear that it has still not, right? Data factory is still not optimized for your collaboration and version control. And still a lot of developments are happening, right? Which you will see in future as well. So in case if you are using any kind of ARM templates, right? I'm telling you from my experience as well that how I have been working with this. So these are small things are there which you have to keep in mind, right? In fact, there are a lot of storage related things which I've been doing, that how we can make storage accessible from one place or one service to the other, that I also wanted to show you, but due to like lack of time in the last class, I was not able to show you. But in case if I get time today, I'll show you how, what are the other ways you can use your storage account through connection strings, through SaaS tokens, right? So that is what is one thing which is extensively used in the organizations, right? So that I will also tell you. Okay. So coming back to this, so when you are working with your Azure resource manager templates, you require the data factory service, which you see that is still not included in that. And in case if you want to have a better experience, or you want to have been working with your version control environment, so for that, you integrate your Git repository either with the help of Azure repos or GitHub. So that is why I'm stressing on this Git part, right? So either you will use Azure repos or GitHub. In fact, when I go and create the data factory, there is an option of integration, because ARM templates are still not being developed for your data factory offering. So you can't use them, right? Second thing, when you're working with your GitHub, it is helping you with a lot of things. But one thing you always make sure that when you're working, you have to do or work with your proper encryption techniques, right? So one thing which is which will also become important is your data factory encryption. if you all remember who have been part of AZ104, I have talked about encryption in detail, right? How encryption you're using, what is symmetric keys, what are asymmetric keys. I have spoken that in detail, right? But I will talk that about encryption in detail as well now. So now when you are working with this data factory encryption, when you encrypt the data by default, right? In by default, what Azure is doing, you don't have to even set this, right? You don't have to even set this. So by default, your data is being encrypted. Data is encrypted using Microsoft managed keys. So what are the two ways of encryption? One is your Microsoft managed keys. What is the other way of encryption? So one is your Microsoft managed key, right? One is your Microsoft managed key, right? And other is your customer managed key. Customer managed keys. I have created so many services, right? And I myself have shown you both the options, right? Microsoft managed keys, customer managed keys. So then why are you all not able to answer, right? So one is your Microsoft managed keys, which Microsoft is managing. You don't have to worry about this, right? But in case if you are looking for any kind of additional control over encryption keys, right? Because sometimes what happens, you want the full control over this, right? You want full control over this. So what is you are trying to achieve with this? So when you want some kind of additional control with this, right? Then what do you use? You used the keys which are supplied by the customer. Just like someone was mentioning client key, customer key. They are the customer managed keys, right? Which you use for the encryption of your blob and file data, right? Which you use for working with your blob and file data. Why did I not say queues and table storage? So if I go back to the storage account, let's go to the storage accounts. If you see in Avantra CRM here, let's say I am working with this. Most of the time when you're working with your data analytics, you will only be working either with containers or file share. That is the most which you work. You never use queues and tables, right? I have spoken about queues and tables in AZ104. So at this one time, I don't want to talk about that. But if we get some time, I'll definitely explain queues and tables also, right? So we work majorly with what? Containers and file shares, right? So in case if we want to have an additional control over encryption, let me write it for you. In case if we want to have additional control over encryption, we supply what? We supply customer managed keys. And where do we save the customer managed keys? Right? Where do we save the customer managed keys? We save customer managed keys into key vault. Key vault service, right? You can call it Azure Key Vault or Key Vault, right? These are small things. I am requesting everyone to make note of these things because Azure Data Factory is easy, but how to build the entire data factory with customized options, that is difficult. So I will be using Microsoft Managed Keys, but you do have an offering to supply customer managed keys as well. So in case if you're using customer managed keys, just save those keys into your key vault, right? Or you can either create your own keys and store them into key vault, and those keys can be let's say accessed by your key vault APIs, right? So there is one more service, and I will Azure uh, Key Vault APIs, right? Key Vault APIs you can use for generating keys. This is also one way of generating keys as well, correct? But what is the mandatory requirement? Again, what is the mandatory requirement in case if you are using this? And you all have worked. So what is the mandatory requirement for key vault and storage account to communicate? What is the mandatory requirement? Mandatory requirement is secrets client ID. In case if I want storage account to access the key vault, the mandatory requirement is the client ID. Two services talking to each other, and especially we are using for authentication purpose. So what is the basic requirement from them? So the basic requirement in case if storage account, right? And they have to or they want to use keyword service, right? So storage account and key vault, because in this key vault what you are doing, you are saving customer managed keys, right? They should be part of same region. It is so simple, right? It can't be possible that your storage account is sitting as a part of central India region and you are creating the key vault into South India region. It is a mandatory requirement, right? They have to be part of the same region. Irrespective of that, in I have tested one more thing as well. You can put storage account, right, and key vault. This can be in two different subscription as well. This is subscription 1 and this is in subscription 2. They can be in two different subscription as well. These are small things which you have to clear or you should be aware before going into an interview. The interviewers will confuse you in this part. Are we getting all these things? What are the mandatory conditions? What are the possibilities? What combinations which we can try? So we were talking about the encryption of your data pipeline, because encryption is very important, right? Encryption is very important. Now, when we are working with your Azure Data Factory, right? And let's go with that. Let's go to the place where we create the Azure Data Factory. I think storage account everyone is aware. So let's me just go to Azure Data Factory, or let's data factories, right? Click on this, right? And I will click on create. Right? So just like anywhere else, right? Just like you're working with anywhere else, resource group and subscription is a mandatory parameter. Resource group and subscription is a mandatory parameter which you get, right? Then you have to define the name, region, and version, right? I think it's 9:30. Let's quickly go on a break, and I want everyone to come back on time, and we will talk about this data factory stuff, right, in detail. So the first thing what you'll do, you search for your data factory, right? I know still some of you may not be clear about what data factory is doing, so don't worry about that. When we see from a practical approach, most of the things will be clear, right? So don't worry about that. I'll talk about the entire data factory flow process, everything I'll talk about, right? But I want you all to be more close towards the practical, right? That is why I'm directly jumping on to the practical and then explaining things. I hope that is fine. So now when you come to data factory, so first thing what you'll do, you just search for your data factory offering, right? And data factory is offering you a cloud-based ETL or ELT, cloud-based ETL or ELT offering, which you get. It's a cloud-based ETL. So now let's search for that data factory and it will land you to this page and you quickly click on create, right? So just like we create any service, any resource, one thing is mandatory, which is your resource group and subscription. So subscription automatically selected. And we want to have a resource group. So I can use a new resource group. Let's say data factory dash RG, right? I take this as a resource group. Now name I can give as Inovantra data factory, right? Region I will be using as Central India, and version is only 2, right? There's the data factory version which has been developed by Azure. This version is version V2. There is no other version available, so don't worry about this, right? Now subscription resource group name version, I think it is fine. One thing important is region. So where or how you will identify which region you should be placing in, or which region you will place your data factory, which region you will be placing your data factory. So first of all, I think one thing I mentioned, it's a cloud-based ETL, right? Azure Data Factory. In simple terms, it is what? It is a cloud-based ETL or ELT offering, right? Correct? Now, whenever you are working ETL or ELT offering, the most important thing, what is the most important thing which is needed for this? I think this everyone can answer. What is the most important thing you need for ETL or ELT offering. This is something which you are designing, which means source. So the answer would be data, but data source is also fine, right? Major thing that it works on data. So this data is coming from data which is coming from various sources, right? Correct. So this data factory is what it is, a PaaS offering. It's a fully managed service. I'm writing it over here. It's a fully managed service which you get from Azure. And if you see, let's say if you come over here and I will create a new one for you. The one thing which I wanted to show you over here is, let's say this is my data factory running, and there is a option over here which is data factory studio, right? Do you think one thing? Data factory studio. So what is the data factory studio? We'll talk about that. But main thing you need to see this, that this is offering you an orchestration, right? And what is an orchestration? I think if you remember, we discussed Kubernetes. So Kubernetes is a place where all the control plane and data plane is there. And this is an orchestration which will reflect or which will do everything for you. So where you can author, you can monitor, you can manage. In case if there is any kind of learning center, everything is happening. So whatever data sets you are running, right? In case if you have to monitor them, you have to see them, if you have to see the triggers, everything you can see. So this is acting as an orchestration, and it is bringing automation in what? In doing the transformation of data, right? So if we try to simplify this, right? So you get a fully managed service, right? And it does what? It orchestrates and automates the movement or transformation of data. So it orchestrates and automate transformation of data, because this transformed data will be used somewhere in analysis, right? Everything has agenda, everything has a purpose, correct? Now, one thing which you mentioned clearly is this source part, right? One thing which you mentioned is this source part, right? Data source. So this data can be sitting somewhere. It can be generated by some application or products. And this is something which is increasingly, which is dynamically increasing, right? So this source which you see, right? Or this data source which you see, this data is what, right? So this data is generated by several applications or product, and this is incrementing, and this is incrementing exponentially, right? So your data source, wherever the data is kept, right, from there it is increasing and it is working on this, right? Now when you are working with this data factory, and remember we saw one diagram earlier, right? So the first thing is you have data which is coming from various products, services. You try to store them, right? And unless and until you save the data into a centralized location, you cannot analyze them, right? Correct. So the first thing which data factory is providing, right? The first thing which this data factory is providing you, it's a orchestration based offering. It's a cloud based ETL offering which you get, but it is something which is helping you, or it is, let's say it is handling a lot of data. So first of all, it will use at the background a data lake storage for storing it, right? So if we talk about these steps, right? If we talk of the steps of Azure Data Factory, right? In fact, I will take you to one design presentation of AZ305. So Microsoft Azure, and right. So if you see this, Azure Data Factory is a cloud-based ETL offering, right? And the main purpose of this is, and this is a small diagram which I wanted to show you, right? So it's a data factory is a cloud-based ETL data integration service that helps you create and schedule data-driven workflows, right? Called pipelines that can ingest data, right? That can, why it is not minimizing? Yes, that can ingest data from disparate data sources. Disparate data sources means it can be coming from some anywhere, right? So here, if you see, this data sources are coming from anywhere. So you will store the data right? It is showing you as blob, but blob based storage is what? It is a data lake storage, right? So to consider this data where you will be saving it, right? So you will ingest your data, right? You will ingest your data over here, and along with that, you are using a hierarchical database offering. So we use data lake storage over here. After that, what you do, you analyze the data, whether it is useful data or not, some kind of analysis which you use, and that analysis can be of various categories, right? So before transforming the data with the help of any kind of pipelines or whatever task you're using, right? First, what do? You try to analyze the data a bit, right? Once you have transformed the data with the help of a pipeline or something, you publish that organized data, right? eh, Into a data storage, which can be, sorry, into a data storage which is there, and later on it can be used by analysis services, which can be Apache Spark or something, which will be using it for transformation, right? So if I write and if I simplify this, let me just quickly come back to the notes. If I simplify this, so first of all, what you're doing, what you're doing, you are storing the data into Azure Data Lake storage. And this data is coming from where? Data coming from disparate sources, right? After that, what do you do? Do you do a brief analysis, right? So after that, what do? You analyze the data, what kind of data it is. So what do? You are doing the analyzing the data, right? Which is there, correct? And after that, just like you use the data for the analysis purpose, so what do? You then transform the data, right? Then you transform that data, transform the data. So this can be cleaning as well, right? This can be cleaning as well, right? Transforming the data for analytical purpose, It is not that I just want to clean and keep it for myself. Why to clean that and keep the data? Raw data is more effective than a transformed data, because raw data have more insights. Raw data have more insights as compared to the data which has been filtered for some purpose, right? So unless and until there is a purpose, no need to analyze it. Just keep the data like that. If you have a requirement, then only analyze. Don't waste your resources, correct? So you transform it because you have a purpose that I will use this data. I will use this cleaned data for my analytical purpose, right? And then you publish this data, right? Then you publish this data and save into the target folder, right? Save it into the target folder. So there may be a place where you have the source data, where you will have the source data. So that you have cleaned. Now you will place it somewhere in the target folder, because next time, when the analysis start, right? Or analysis is happening. So what will happen? This data, this target folder becomes source for this analysis. Makes sense, everyone? The overall activity or the purpose should be clear. Why are we using it? Right? Make sense, everyone? Why are we cleaning this? Why are we analyzing it? Why are we transforming it? Because I want to do some analysis, right? And later on, when analysis happens, right? So after analysis, you can use BI tools for visualization. So it can't be simpler than this, right? It can't be simpler than this. If you are clear with this small flow, right? The purpose of the data factory will be clear to you. That I can assure you that the purpose will be clear to you. Is it clear? What is the purpose of this? What we are learning? Let's say this is one file, right? Right? This is a small txt file, right? Now I want to use all these files, means purchase order is this, customer code is this, product code is this, everything is this. Now I want to have this into row and columns in a form of an Excel sheet, right? I want to have in the form of, so there is a normal delimited file which you have and you want to transform into an Excel sheet where you have the row and column, because then only you can implement some analysis. So this conversion or this transformation of this normal TXT file into a CSV or XLS file, that is what, that is a transformation, right? That is a transformation. So you transform it because later on you can analyze it. Is it clear? So we are going slow, so I don't want anyone to rush, right? There are small concepts which are important, which we need to go through before we actually move to the entire data factory solution, right? Okay, so now let's say when what we'll do, we'll come to a data factory, right? Because the flow of the data factory is easily available on your LMS. Our purpose is to understand each and every component of the data factory. If that is clear, building data factory is easy, right? So let's come back to the portal, and we were creating one data factory. So Central India is a location where we are placing the data. We want the data to be closed. We want the data to be easily analyzed. So I want the data which is generated by the application or wherever it is being generated, I should be close to that. So that is why the region selection is very important. Right, everyone? The region selection is very important, which you are doing. Correct? Now, when you are working with your data factory or other services, there is another thing which is important and which I was talking before as well is Git configuration, right? Let's do one next, which is Git. Now, Azure Data Factory allows you to configure a Git repository with either Azure DevOps or GitHub. Git is a version control system that allows for easier change tracking and collaboration, right? So which I have told you before as well, right? Now, let's say we open this into tab and I'm sharing this link, right? So you have to go through this link in detail, right? Advantages of Git integration, why are we using it, right? How to connect to a Git repository. In case if you're using Azure repos, Git integration, how we can use that, right? So there are multiple options. What is the version control? Everything it will provide to you, right? So when you talk about your Azure Data Factory or Azure services which you are using, the main agenda or why we are using it, there is few things which you need to take care of. The first thing is, let's say, when you are working with your data factory, you all know that most of the time your repositories is storing some JSON content, right? Storing some JSON content, and whatever input data sets or output data sets you are defining, you need to publish them unless and until if you publish them, they will not be recognized, right? So that is what they are referring over here. If I go back to the page, right? If I go back to the page, let me just read it out from there. So by default, just focus on this part, right? By default, Azure Data Factory user interface authors directly against the Data Factory service. This experience has some following limitations, right? And what is that limitations? Data Factory service doesn't include a repository for storing the JSON entities for your changes. It is not maintaining, not including anything, right? So the only way you can work is you just go and publish all, whatever option you have, whatever input sets you have created, you will just glow. There is a on top, there is a button which will show you or which you will see. Let's say if I take you to the older repository, let's say if I go to author and let's say go to data sets, if you go to over here and let's say we add new data set, right? And I'll come to you, right? That how I did this and everything we'll discuss. Limited. I think I have to show everything, right? So I'll come to this right later on because I think it will confuse you more. So main thing is then when you are adding some kind of entries into your data set, they will only be available. You can only see them once you publish all. You click on the publish all button, then only they are available. Otherwise, even if you refresh the page, right, those data set which you have added recently, they will be gone, right? They will be gone. And this thing I've told you before as well, that data factory service isn't optimized for collaboration and version control. So in case if you are using ARM templates, you can't use that, right? You can't use that, right? So that is why data factory is allowing you to use Git repositories. You can use version control system and you can integrate with your CI/CD pipelines, right? That is what it is referring. So this link which I have shared with you, you can have a change, or you can define things with the help of data capture, how you can define the schema, everything is available over here. But your major part is to just understand how CI/CD is working. So you just click on this page, how the CI/CD mechanism is working, what is the CI/CD life cycle. I just want you to focus on that. How you can create a branch and everything. What is a pull request, how things are working. So it will clear that part, right? It will clear the only this para which is there. If you see this, how the overall release management is working, how the collaboration is working. In case if you have not gone through the DevOps cycle or DevOps part, you just have to go through this, right? In case if it is not clear, I will explain you again as well. But you should be at least be a bit aware about the DevOps part, right? Okay, so coming back to our resource, so we have the data factory up and running. So let's go to that. So now if you see, I think most of the things which you are able to see over here is there. Let's say you have the data factory, the state is succeeded, you have data factory, your subscription ID, everything is there, right? Now here comes your Azure Data Factory Studio, right? Which we use for launching or working with the Azure Data Factory. This is the launch studio part, right? So before we come to this, we'll explore the option which you have on over here. We'll start from below. I think this is help and support, which you already know. The automation is CLI or partial connection, which you use. That is this. Monitoring, alerts, metrics. This is something which we'll be talking in the monitoring section. So this is also not needed at this point of time, right? So we'll start with your activity log and the permission. So activity log will tell you whatever is the administrative activity happening on Azure Data Factory, whether it is creation of resources, you are adding something, but it will not show you anything related to data, right? Resource perspective, it will show you the activity log. But if you are doing any kind of internal transaction, internal optimization, that will not be shown in the activity log. Resource level activity, this can only show, right? Then comes your access and control, which we have discussed at the time of your storage account creation as well. That in case if you want to define some access control, your custom roles, your role-based access controls, whatever permission you can define, you can use IAM for that, right? Then in case if you're looking for any kind of problems, you want to diagnose something, so you can just define your issue, whatever is the cause is, you can just define, let's say I am giving some data factory stuff, right? And let's say, let's go on this, correct? So which service are you facing issue with? Let's say I give data factory next. Subscription data factory, this is the option. I click on next. Are you having following issue? So we can give anything, let's say self-hosted IR and next, right? And here it is suggesting me some option, right? Now there is the option of creating the support request. You can, in case if you don't get the answer, you just go to the support request. You can define my services, parameters, problem types, right? And you do a next recommended solution. It will give you suggestions. In case if you are satisfied with the solution, right, then it is fine, right? Otherwise, it will, you have to go back and you have to tell that, okay, I want to have a, I want to create this. Now you see, get expert help is $29 per month. So it is asking me to take the plan. So if I go and view the plans, you will see some developers, enterprise. Just go and click on the plans. So you have developer, standards, and professional. So basic one will offer you some basic offering, right? But in case if you're looking for any kind of professional support, you need to have a developer standard or professional direct offering, right? Which you have to take. Usually at the enterprise level, you will get this, right? At least minimum standard offering you definitely get if you're not even going ahead with your professional direct offering, right? This is important in the case because let's say you are getting some error related to data connectivity, some error related to integration runtime related errors we are getting. So at that times the support team help is very important. So you can create your ticket either on a ad hoc basis where you can pay $29 and everything for a month, and you can do that. Otherwise, you have to purchase a plan or upgrade to a plan, and then you can use it, right? That is a way of using it. Let's go back to our services, right? Next, networking, we have discussed properties, locks. I think you already know that no one should be able to delete the resources. So you can add a lock over here that, okay, I don't want any should be able to delete this, you can add resource log. So if anyone is planning to delete this data factory, they will not be able to do it, right? They will not be able to delete the resources which are there, right? So as of now, if you are knowing these components, this is fine. So for us, the crucial part is what? Crucial part is the data factory studio, right? So what I'll do, I'll just open the open link in the tab. This is my Azure Data Factory and it's opening, right? So this is the first look of your Azure Data Factory Studio, right? Here what it is saying, it is that set up your code repository. So it will ask you to integrate your Azure DevOps, or it will ask you to integrate your GitHub offering. So what you do, you click on setup, right? And here it will ask you to integrate with the Azure DevOps Git or GitHub. So whichever you are comfortable, that again I am comfortable with GitHub. So you want to use GitHub Enterprise Server. So GitHub Enterprise Server is what? If you remember, I have explained that here as well. There are two ways of using version control, right? One is the enterprise offering and one is the GitHub. Did I explain that? Yes. One is the enterprise server, right? And other is a cloud-based SaaS offering. So if you are using an enterprise server, right? So you can give the URL which you have configured on the enterprise server, right? It can be a private, it can be public. Usually it is a public URL which you are accessing, right? In case if you are hosting it via private endpoint, then you can use private URL or the URL which is privately accessible, right? And here you will mention the GitHub repository owner. And once you give that, you click on continue, then it will create a connection to your GitHub repository, right? Similarly, if you're using Azure DevOps, if you're using Azure DevOps, so you are using cloud offering, directory is this, then you click on continue. You will click on continue, right? It is asking you to either upload the repository link, which you can paste over here and apply. So that repository link will be updated. So you will have an integration of repository over here, right? Which is carrying all the data with respect to your repository, right? So that is what? That is your Git integration or source control integration which you are using, right? Now let's say one thing which I think Shan was there, he was mentioning about linked services and data sets, right? So the first thing, if you click over here on linked services, right? Let's say we refresh this. Okay, yes, link service will come. If you come to the link services, that what all services you can integrate. So what you do, you clicked on create link service option. So you see you can integrate with Amazon RDS, SQL servers, Redshift, Amazon S3, Apache, App Figures, Azure Blob Storage, Cosmos DB, Data Lake, because we will be using this Data Lake Gen 2 offering which is there. In case if you're using database or MySQL, Key Vault, various offerings are there. Can you see everyone? Various offerings are there which you can use. In case if you want to integrate any service with compute offering, right? Azure Data Factory, you want to integrate with another data factory. If you want to use Azure functions where you want to integrate this as a trigger, right? Because when you will be building an end-to-end solution, there will be a lot of components, right? You want data bricks for analysis purpose, right? You want to use data lake analytics, right? Although ADLA is obsolete, right everyone? ADLA is obsolete. Remember, I did explain about ADLA and Databricks. Databricks is a Spark-based product, right? It is a Spark-based product, so it is more popular, more better, much faster. So the ADLA is not being procured, right? So you are using this offering. Now, by default, if you come to your, let me just cancel this. By default, if you come to this is an integration runtime. So if you see, I have not created this. I have not created. By default, auto resolve integration runtime is there. Auto resolve integration runtime is there. So why are we using this auto resolve runtime and what it is offering me? What it is offering me? So by default, if you see, this type is Azure. By default, this type is Azure, which means this is created by Azure. And this is automatically created by Azure for what? For connecting to the PaaS ecosystem or PaaS environment. Data Factory is what? It is a PaaS environment, right? So if I don't have an integration runtime which is helping me to interact with the PaaS ecosystem, I would not be able to work. So that is why this integration runtime is being defined proactively, automatically, so that I should be able to interact with the PaaS ecosystem, which can be storage services, which can be other offering. All Azure based offerings you can interact with the help of this integration runtime, which is given. So it's a PaaS offering integration runtime, which is there. Absolutely. Link services is equal to the connection. Okay, so next thing I wanted to show you, so I am on the manage section. I can show you link service as well. But before that, I also want to show you the author section, what we have, right? So let's go to the author section. In author section, you have major components, pipeline and data set is the one which we will be working extensively, right? Pipeline and data sets. And why do we use pipeline? Pipeline is used for, let's say, you're using an SQL database, right? So this data set or this things you will be using for connecting to a table storage or SQL database or a file storage in your account, storage account. So that is why you're using data sets. And if you are using pipelines, right? Pipeline is carrying a series of activities to perform ELT or ETL offering you're using, right? To perform any ETL or ETL process, you use that. Make sense, everyone? So pipeline is what? It is there to carry activities for your ETL or ELT process. So it is a series of event or series of tasks which you have to perform. Data set is what? It is helping you to connect two entities, which can be in a form of table of SQL databases or a file which is sitting into an storage account. Right. In fact, I will show you practical as well. Today we have only very less time, not able to cover today. But tomorrow we'll try to do things, and initially we'll keep things a bit slow. And what we'll do, we will be deploying your ETL pipelines, which is there, and that ETL pipeline will help us, or this pipeline will help us to at least move the data or transform the data which has been kept into source to target. So that will start from a very basic practical tomorrow, and then we'll keep on adding complexity to it, right? And you all have to be working together with me, right? Whatever I have covered today, these are very small topics, small concepts, but I want everyone to revise it and then come back tomorrow, right?
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers an Azure Data Engineer course designed to help you clear the Microsoft Azure Data Engineering exam. This course is perfect for those looking to master data processing pipelines, data security, and tools like Azure Data Factory and Azure Databricks. Through this course, you will gain hands-on experience by working on real-time projects and use cases to develop your skills. Not only this, you will be working on real-time project designed from the top industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new height. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step toward career growth in the field of Azure Data Science.
The next thing which we will be working out will be with the launch studio. You go on to the launch studio and access your data factory, because this is the place where we will be doing all the processes, right? This is the place where we will be doing all the process. So author, monitor, manage, and learning center, these are the three tabs in which if you go to the author section is the place where we do all the process, right? Correct. So we will be working with the factory resources which are there, right? In which the most relevant and the most interesting one would be the data sets and the pipelines. So Azure. So here also, if you see this diagram, you're using the data factory, right? On your local machines, you are running your runtimes, right? But it is still using a cloud-based storage. You are moving the data over here, correct? So let's see whether they are permitting to use on a local machine or not. If you see this IR, which you are or self-hosted integration runtime, which you are using, it's a compute which you are allocating, and you're integrating your on-premises data sources to Azure Data Factory. Right, Bhuvinder? It is not letting you run fully managed Azure Data Factory services on on-premise environment. It's not like a enterprise server which you can use, right? They have clearly mentioned for that. Right? It is not, there is no offering which is running Data Factory on your on-premise. You can integrate your on-premise data sources with some integration runtime which you are defining, but not using that, right? Java. This is all related to your runtime which you are deploying. Copy activity and everything. No, it is not letting you do that. So you just set your runtime on a local machine, Azure Data Factory runtime on your local machine, so that that can be acted as a source, right? And from that source, you can extract the data. That is the most, that is the maximum what you can do, right? That's how you can integrate your on-premise, but you will not be able to run. So this is for ADF only, right? Integration runtime is part of ADF only, right? Which you get. Okay, fair enough. Okay, so let's come back. So we talked a lot about your data factory, right? In fact, we did talk about the basic steps which you will be using for setting up your, or what you will be doing for creating a data factory, right? We will talk about the overview of the data factory. So if you remember how we created data factories, let's quickly go over here and let's go to create a quick refresher of what we did, right? So we defined all these parameters, your Git configuration we discussed, networking we discussed, advanced option for customer managed keys and everything we discussed, and then we create the data factory. So creation of the data factory is clear, and I think some of you have already tested creation of data factory, right? So that is the one part. So we'll go back to our data factory which is there, and we'll launch our studio. So once you launch your studio, you can click on this and your studio will be launched, right? So I am talking more towards practical approach because that is how you will be able to relate, because theory will become a bit monotonous, right? So as soon as you go to the studio and you expand this, there is an option of home, author, monitor, manage, and learning center, right? In which monitoring is something which you are using, or if you click on monitor, right? Whenever you are running your pipelines, right? Whenever you're running your pipeline, so there will be some task which you are executing, something which you are definitely doing with the pipeline. So when your pipeline gets executed, right, there will be some jobs which are running which you have scheduled, and you want to monitor the activity, what is happening, what is the error, how you can resolve those errors, how the overall debugging will happen, right? So for that, this monitor section is very important. It is giving you an overview of all the activities which are happening as a part of your pipeline, right? So in real time, when you're working at an organization level, you will utilize this monitor section of your pipeline to evaluate that, yes, if there is any kind of failures or any kind of problems which have been occurred, right? Other, if you go to your manage section, right? If you go to your manage section, here you have your link services integration runtime. So if you remember, I told you yesterday that integration runtime does what? So the simplest answer is compute. We are working with cloud-based tools where, let's say, if you talk about storage, you talk about other services, they're independently working. They don't have any kind of compute dedicated offering which is there, right? So the compute infrastructure which you allocate for running your pipeline, for running your process, right? For that you use your integration runtime, and that is one of the specific reasons that we set a self-hosted integration runtime on my on-premise environment, so that in case if I'm extracting some data from there, right? So I should be register that with the respective Azure Data Factory and extract the data. So you can use, or you can have a self-hosted integration runtime for extracting the data as well, for running the pipelines as well, correct? So this integration runtime is it is providing you the compute infrastructure, because if it is not there, you cannot, or you will not be able to execute your pipelines, right? And what is pipelines? Series of tasks or a step which you have to perform, right? It is the series of tasks or steps which you need to perform. Very good, Gaurav and Bhupinder. So that is what you're writing and you're executing it, and that is what your pipeline is doing, correct? So this integration runtime, which you see, this has a capability, because most of the time we are leveraging your PaaS offering. So this integration runtime helps you to interact with both PaaS and IaaS infrastructure. But since we are using a fully managed offering, this is helping us to interact with PaaS infrastructure, this integration runtime. correct? So don't get confused with what we are using, right? Linked services we have discussed, right? You can click on create link services in which various options are there, right? Just like we create a storage account, we can take the file from a storage account. We can take the file from Amazon. Anywhere it is sitting, you can use that, right? So if I'm using your, let's say, Azure Data Lake Gen 2. So Gen 2 is the easiest way of searching data lake, right? So you click on this, and in case if you want to set up a data lake storage integration runtime, you can set that, right? You can set that. So how we can do that? So you see Azure Data Lake Storage, right? Auto resolve integration runtime which you're using. Authentication type is your subscription authorization which you're using. Azure subscription, you can just select your Azure subscription. Storage account which I want to use is Innoventra CRM which I'm using, and I will create a linked service for this. Easy. How we are creating the link services? Link service is there that unless and until the link service is there, we will not be able to extract data from that storage account, right? We will not be able to extract data from the storage account. Yes or no? If you don't have the service linked, will you able to extract the data? No, you will not be able to extract because the connection is not there. Although all these services are internally integrated with your Azure inter DC fiber backbone. You don't have to lay any kind of internet circuit or anything for that, right? But in case if you are using a storage account and a data lake offering, right? Its preferred mechanism is Microsoft internal routing, right? If anyone comes to your data lake offering, why I am saying it is preferring Microsoft routing? Why I'm saying it is preferring Microsoft routing? Because do you see routing preference? Microsoft network routing. Microsoft routing is recommended for most customers, correct? So by default, it is preferred. In case if you are still on internet, it will use the nearest last mile to enter the Azure infra, right? It will use the last milestone or the nearest milestones for entering the Azure infrastructure. So these everything whatever we have learned in AZ 104, we have to relate. We should be able to work with all the things. Make sense? So why are we really going into input and output? Why are we really touching base on input and output? Is that important? Let's say you have a road going from A point to B point. Can I use the same road for coming from B to A? If you are extracting the data from storage and you have a connectivity for that, can you not use the same connectivity for saving the data onto the storage? Okay, let's say you have a VNet, right? And in this VNet, there is a subnet, and let's say there is a VM inside this. And from here, you created a private endpoint to storage. Now, this storage is able to save the data over here, right? Correct? Or access the data from here. Now, storage is having some, let's say it is acting as a server. Let's assume ideally it is not. But let's say if this storage wants to access the data from here or wants to save some data over here. So can I not use the same connectivity if the connection is already established? Is this connectivity bidirectional or not? It's bidirectional, right? The connectivity is always bidirectional because let's go even more deep dive, right? Whenever you are working with any kind of, let's talk at networking level, right? You at networking level, there is a thing which is known as TCP, three-way handshake, right? I know this is not relevant. This is coming from core networking, right? Which means whatever data you are sending from A to B, right? The confirmation is received in the form of an acknowledgement. So if you write something on A, B is sending a acknowledgement to A that yes, the data is written. So it can't be possible that you don't have bidirectional access enabled. and data is being copied, because this is TCP, right? And TCP is what? TCP is a connection oriented service, which makes it reliable. And why it is reliable? Because for every communication which you do, there is an acknowledgement received. I don't want to go into networking because I know it will complex thing, but it is just for answering the bidirectional part. That the connectivity is bidirectional. You can send the data from A to B, and B to A will also work. So if you are extracting the data or using that as an input data set, and again you transform it, you do have a capability to save the data again into the storage, right? So if we see from a different perspective, let's say you have a storage, and let's say this is a Gen 2 storage, right? And you get some data on this from external storage, external sources, right? And that is being sitting as a part of, let's say, a raw folder. There's a raw folder. Now data factory is extracting this data from raw data, and let's say here you have created one more folder which is target or cleaned. So data factory can write the data into this as well. So because it is, or the connectivity which you have maintained between storage and this, the linked service, this is bidirectional. This is bidirectional. Okay, fair enough. So let's go back onto the data factory. So now my linked service created, integration runtime, linked service, both we have discussed. So that is how you are managing it. Git configuration, other things we are not integrating. Once we come to the integration part, you can integrate your Git repository as well. That is not needed at this point of time, right? Now comes the author part, right? And when you are working with the factory resources, the most important thing would be data sets and your pipelines, right? So when you are working with your data set, this is the place where you are defining a lot of things, right? Or whatever is the input parameters or input data set which is there. And also when you are working with this kind of data sets, there is one purpose for this, right? And I have told this before as well. So what does data set do? So this is the place where I will be connecting, either it will be a table or it will be a SQL database, or it is a file which is sitting in the storage account, right? Anything it can be, right? Anything it can be. So when we talk about your data sets, in simplest way, what we can understand, data plus set, which means it is a set of data which is coming from a storage account, which is the data which is maybe sitting in a part of the storage account, or you have SQL database or a table storage, anything it can be, right? So data set is a place where it is the place which I will use to connect to a table, right? Now why I'm saying table, it can be anything, right? So table of SQL database, it can be table storage, or if let's say we go even more simpler, if it is confusing for you, we can also use or a file in storage account, right? That is simple. If there is a file which is sitting in the storage account, we can use that. That can also be acting as a data set, right? Now what is my pipeline doing? Pipeline is a series of steps, right? Pipeline, it is a series of activities. I think I have told this before as well. Activities to perform any type of ETL or ELT process. I think this I told yesterday as well. So those things you have to see, and other monitoring I have already told you. So these things are very important. Now, why are we using data sets, right? Okay, so the first thing, if we talk about the data sets which are there, right? We talk about the data sets which we are creating over here. So let's go and click on new data set, right? Let's go and click on new data set. And let's say we are using the storage account, right? We are using the storage account. So what we'll do, we'll search for Azure Data Lake, let's say Azure Data Lake, right? So you see over here, Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2, right? So usually writing everything is very difficult, right? Or writing entire Azure Data Lake is very challenging. So what you do, you just write over here Gen 2. Then also you'll get offering, right? Because we are using the storage account. So let's say I'll give. Now here it is asking me what formats you are using, right? It is telling me what formats we are using, whether we are using Excel, Iceberg, JSON, ORC, Parquet, XML, Avro, right? So in which the Parquet format is very much popular, which you use, especially for the data science purpose, right? We can use a normal one where we are using a TXT file and we can use it. So let's say we select TXT file, and here when you are using it, setting up the properties or parameters or the naming convention which you use is very important, right? I'm creating one data set because I want to show you the entire flow, and then we'll come to the diagram. We'll try to create our own diagram, right? Why or how we are using it, right? So we have, let's say, your delimited text. So here let's name it as data set. DS stands for data set, right? And data sets, what is my storage location? Let's say ADLS2. I'm using Azure Data Lake Storage, and the storage account is Innoventra CRM, right? And in that we have a folder. Let's go to the folder structure. What do we have? Let's say we go to containers, data engineering, and source, right? Let's say this is the place where we are keeping some data. The files, in case if I'm using any, I will share those files with you, right? So don't worry about that, you don't have a file or something is there, something is missing. Don't worry about that. Your focus should be learning the service, right? So let's say I am using ADLS to Innoventra, and D stands for data engineering, right? I am using this folder data engineering, so I gave D, and inside this one folder is source, right? One folder is, let's say, sorry, one folder is source, and inside that source there is file purchase order.txt. So let's do one thing. Let's copy this and come over here. So D underscore source, and let's say PO, right? I think that is more than enough. Select the ring service, let's say Azure Data Lake offering, which is there. And this is the name of the data set which you have defined, right? Now, if you see this file path, directory, file name, this is what? This is the path-based hierarchical structure, yes or no? This is a hierarchical structure. I think everyone can see that. Now, this hierarchical structure, which you see, there is an option over here called browse, right? There is an option which is browse. So you click on browse, right? And since I have my data lake services, which is linked service. So since it is a linked service, that is why when I click on browse, I'm able to reach at this folder. So I'll click on data engineering, right? And in data engineering, I have source, and I have a file which is purchase order.txt, and I will click on OK, right? And I will click on OK, and let's say we click on OK. Is it clear? So what we are doing? We are creating our first data set. I have still not defined anything input output. I have still not said whether it is my input data set, output data set. I have said that it is my data set. And data set clearly tells what? That from where I am extracting the data, from where I am taking the data, right? So since I have said that from where I am taking the data, or the data which has been injected into the data factory, right? That becomes an input data set. So let's say if I go to my whiteboard, if I want to understand the flow of data factory, so the first thing what we did, we created the data set, right? So let's say this is my data set, right? And let's say I will be using that data set and I will be performing some task, right? Right? Performing some task, right? And later on, I will be doing what? I will be saving this data set, right? Or I will be using, or I will be saving this data set. So this became what? This became my input. This became my output. And where we perform the task? We perform the target pipeline. So automatically, the simplest answer would be that this is the pipeline where we execute the task, right? This is the first basic flow of understanding the data set, right? So data set which you see over here, here it can carry both input data set and output data set. And pipeline will be taking the data set which you have defined over here and executing the pipeline. This is the simplest diagram which you can imagine for a normal data factory input and dataset pipeline. We have still not said that I am setting up the entire data factory or analytics engine or analysis service. I'm just talking about a normal data set and the services which you are using. Correct? Now, when you are using the outputs or you are using the inputs, there is one thing which you should always notice, right? So input data set is the place where we have our, or that is the data which is sitting within our data store, right? That is within our data store. And when we are using this, we pass this through our data pipeline, right? So this data is considered, data is considered within our data store, and we want to process it and process it by passing through the pipeline, right? We want to process it because, sorry, by passing through the pipeline. That is what we are doing, right? Next is, this pipeline is what? This is a series of tasks, right? So this is performing whatever operations you have defined, right? So this will perform operation on the data, uh, on the data which has been injected, right? Correct? And this can be coming from wherever location, and you can transform it and then you can save it into the other data set. So whatever format, let's say this is something which is a raw data, I'm just taking it as an example. This is something which is raw, right? So this raw data which you have there, you perform some task, right? So the transformation part is actually triggered over here, right? The transformation part is happening over where, right? This is the place where the data is transformed, right? This is the place where the data is transformed. So transformation actually happened over here, correct? And the next part which you see as a output data set, this is a place where this transformed data is being saved, right? So when in case, let's say this is a raw data which is in XYZ format, right? Normal delimited format, because I was taking a delimited example. Normal delimited formats, just like you have textual files which is there. And in case if you want to bring them into a normal CSV format or XLS formats, whatever you're using, you need to perform some operations on this, right? Once you have performed the operations, that data is transferred and then you will be saving it. So this output data set is carrying what? It is carrying the structured data, right? Carrying structured, I'm taking that as an example, right? structured format or structured, or let's say carrying data in structured format, correct? And this was already, let's say, processed in this pipeline and it will be saved into the storage, right? Which was processed in pipeline and is now saved into storage, right? Which you are using at a, so this storage can be data lake, blob storage, SQL, whatever you are using, you can use that, right? Now, ultimately, when you are executing your pipeline, your entire service is being associated with lot of link service, right? So your output data set, or in fact, if I talk about this entire block, we talk about this entire block, right? If we talk about this block, this is being connected to your linked services, right? This is connected to this connected to linked services, correct? And what are these link services, right? The very commonly used one, if you remember, I have linked my Azure Data Lake storage. I have linked the Azure Data Lake storage. You have your block storage. In case if you're using any kind of SQL database, that can be also a link service from where you're extracting the data or you're saving the data, right? So that is the link services which is there. This is something which is very important where you are connecting to the external sources, right? So this is useful. So useful when connecting to external sources, correct? Now let's quickly come back to the data set which is there, right? So you have this Azure Data Lake storage which is there, right? Data engineering and the source and the path. Let me just minimize this because now you'll be able to see this, right? In case, see, I am passing a delimited text file, right? And automatically you see I have selected a .txt file, right? And it is converting this, or it is saving, or it is evaluating this in a form of your, it is reading that into a CSV format, although I've passed txt only, right? And initially what we'll do, initially we'll keep the operation slow because I want everyone to understand what we are doing over here, right? So the first thing what you selected the link service, you have the file path, right? Compression we don't want, and the column delimiter, right? If you go and open the file, let me just see if I have downloaded the file somewhere. Okay, I will show you right away. Let's go into this file. Let's click on this and let's download it. So you see, this is a normal textual file, right? Delimited file. And if you preview it into your data factory, or if you preview it somewhere, it will be able to show, you can see that as a CSV format, right? So if you, let's go to the other file as well. Let's say we go to source and purchase order. Let's download this as well. Now you see, this is also in a form of delimited text, which is there. But if you will be able to evaluate, because we have given delimited operator as comma, so it will segregate them into column, right? So you already see the text file, right? Let's see the same thing into data factory, right? So we have added this and let's do a preview data. Everyone is in sync with me, right? So we go to the preview data, click on preview data. You see the same file which I was showing you, now it is in a form of a row and column, right? It is in a form of row and column. So this operation which is happening, this is being available over here which you can use, right? Now let's say you can use various ways of transformation, right? One is that, right? As of now, I'm just checking the connection and everything is fine or not. And let's do one thing. This is my source location, right? This is my source or the input data. Now let's say I want to follow a very small operation, right? Very small operation. Let's say I want to copy this file from my source location to target. I am not doing any kind of operation. Just want to work or understand the basic of data factory, that how it is working. So we'll first understand the how the navigation, what are the options, what are the parameters, how it is working, and later on we'll slowly make it complex, right? I don't want to start working on complex thing right away. We'll first understand how this data sets and everything are working, and then later on we complex things, right? So this was one data set creation, right? This was one data set creation. Now I will do what? I will go and add another data set. Let's say I do a new data set, right? In new data set, I will do what? I will do Gen 2, right? I will do Gen 2 again, Azure Data Lake Storage, continue, and delimited text, right? Continue. And this time I was using this as a source, right? Now I want to do something for the target. So let's say again data set. I'm using the naming convention. Please do play with the naming convention correctly, because in your organization when you work, these naming conventions are very important, right? Because it helps you easily identify what data sources you are working. So in a Mantra CRM, my storage account, and let's say D is data engineering, and let's say I am working with target, right? And let's select the data lake offering, right? And we can select file as well, right? What I'll do, I'll go to data engineering, I will select target, right? And I will click OK. So here you don't see any kind of file name, right? Here you don't see any kind of file name. I will click on OK, right? Now this is the name or the target which you have given, right? Let's minimize this. And you have data engineering target which is clearly defined, right? And when you are using it, when you're using it, you can preview this, browse this, but in this we don't have a file, so preview data will not work, right? Also, in case if you want to work with this, you can also see that whether my connectivity using the link service is working fine or not. So you can click on test connection as well. Connection should be successful, right? This you can easily test. So my other data set is also created. My other data set is created, and one learning which you have received over here, that data set should not always be a file. It can be a folder as well, right? Did we select any file? No, right? We selected a folder. So this is a good learning that data set can be a folder as well. It is not mandatory that it is a file, right? It is not mandatory that it is a file. Now what I'll do, I have two data sets available. Now, if you remember, there is one thing which I said, that when you're working with these data sets, in case due to some random activity your browser crashed, because this is what? This is a browser based offering. We are working with a browser based offering or not? We are working with a browser based offering. So if we are working with your browser based offering and unfortunately your page get refreshed, right? Whatever data sets you have added, that will be lost, right? Whatever data sets you have added will be lost. And that is why, just like you have commit operations in VS Code, you have to commit your code. Similarly, in case if you're working with the data sets, you have to always use publish, right? You have to publish the changes, right? So I will click on publish all, and here you can review the pending changes which are there, and you will click on publish. It will take few seconds, right? It will take few seconds, and you will see that the changes will be published, right? You will see the changes will be published. Can you see my changes have been successfully published? So now if I refresh the page, my data sets are still there. Now let's try one more time. Let's add one more data set. Let's say I am doing a new data set, and I will do a Gen 2, right? Select Gen 2, click on continue, and delimited text, continue, And here, let's say I'll give as DS ADLS2 Innoventra CRM underscore test, and link service I'm using as Azure Data Lake. And let's say browse source, sorry, as data engineering, we go to source, and let's say we select one file customer.txt and OK, right? And OK. My data set is here, right? Publish is showing as 1. Now what we do refresh this page. We refresh this page, right? And let's go to datasets. Do we see the third dataset? Do we see the third dataset which is there? There is nothing to publish as well. There is nothing to publish as well. So which means what? This is a browser based offering which you have to save in case if you're working. If you are, let's say, refreshing the page, this will be gone, right? This is only cached data. If you see in a browser, it is only a cached data. You refresh the page, it will be gone. So you have to play very safe, right? Sometimes, in fact, this has happened with me as well. I was working with one project and I was working and I unfortunately did not publish my changes. Those are very crucial changes, but they were lost and I have to redo the task. In fact, this happens while teaching as well. Sometimes I forget publishing it and I want to do a lot of things. And suddenly, due to some click, my page refreshes, right? So data went away. The data goes away. So you have to always publish when you are working with this, right? Now let's say we come to the next part, which is your pipeline, right? Now pipeline, what we have said, pipeline, we have always clearly said that it is a series of tasks, right? It is a series of tasks. So what we do, we go to the pipeline offering, click on pipeline, right? Click on pipeline. You see these 3 dots, click on create a new pipeline, right? Create a new pipeline. And what we'll do, we'll give a new pipeline name, let's say PL, and we'll start with some basic operations. Let's say copying the data from one location to other. So let's say PL copy static file or static data, right? Something like this, right? And but now the question is, how do we do that, right? Do you see a lot of activities over here? Do you see a lot of activities over here? So you have move and transform, you have synapse, you have Azure Data Explorer, Azure Functions, back services, data analytics, you have machine learning, you have Power Query. So lot of services which are there, right? And this is one of the beautiful services which Microsoft have designed. And this easily works with drag and drop. So let's say I want to work for some basic operations where I want to copy the data from one location or copy one file from A to B, right? So what I'll do, I'll just, let's say I'm going to move and transform offering. Let's minimize the other ones. We don't need them. What we'll do, we just do a drag and drop. Drag and drop, correct? Now there is an option of copy. Let's name it as copy static file, correct? Copy static file is the activity which I'm doing, and this is over here, right? Now this is showing me all the operations I am working with, right? But let's say I want to see the pipeline activity, where I can see that. Where I can see the pipeline activity. This is the copy activity, right? This is the copy activity I'm doing. But what about the pipeline activity? How will I do the pipeline work? Right? Okay, fair enough. Now let's say we come back. We come back to this. Let's come to the pipeline part. Let me just move it over here. Now, copy static file, right? If you see description, you can give activity is what I have activated this pipeline, right? Sorry, I have activated this feature or this activity which I am using. I have activated this. Now you have defined this timeout. What is the use of timeout? Maximum amount of time an activity can run. Default is 12 hours. The minimum is 10 minutes, and maximum amount of time allowed is 7 days, right? So default is 12 hours. So usually we can set this to 1 hour as well, right? But we leave it to default timer. Let's say I want to debug something. We want to troubleshoot something and my activity is not working. So we keep some time in buffer. It can be 1 hour, 2 or whatever time you want to keep as a timeout, which will give you enough time for debugging, right? Which will give you enough time for debugging. Otherwise, it will keep on timeouting, right? If you are given 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, and your activity is not working and you are troubleshooting it, right? So if you have defined the timeout, it will clear everything. And again it will start, right? Now there is option of retry, right? So I will define the retry attempt as 1. So if I am doing the retry attempt as 1, what will happen? The retry interval in second is 30 seconds, right? So after 30 seconds, it will again retry, right? And how many retry will happen? Only one, because I have defined one. But depending upon the count, it will retry that whether I will be retrying or I will be carrying out the activity again, right? So that is the general purpose of the activity which we are selecting, right? Now there is the source. What is the source? I will select the source over here. Let's say the source PO. I will select this source. Now, usually when you're working with the source, you see there is an option of file path. So whatever file path has been defined in the dataset, you can use. In case if you don't want to, in case if you don't want to use the file path, in fact, you want to use the wildcard file path, right? So if you click on this, you see automatically data engineering is there, and you can select the folder and you can select the file wildcard file name, right? That is something. Here you have seen that okay, the container is this. In this container, if I want to read other files, I can do that, right? Or in case if you want to list all the files, so what you can do, you can click on browse. You can click on browse, and whatever has been listed as a part of this root folder will be seen. So you can click on data engineering. You can go to source, right? And after going to the source, you can select your file and you can use that, right? You can select this file, let's say purchase order, and you can use that. That is one option. You have selected the path. But let's say if you select this file path in the dataset, it will take the path which is there in the dataset, right? The path which is available in the dataset. So whether I select the list of files, the exact file, or whether I use the file path in the dataset, it will be the same in this case, right? But in case, if I want to read the entire file structure or everything, you can use the wildcard file path as well. I can use the wildcard file path as well. Correct? Now you have your source. Next is your sink, right? Sink means target. Source means where I am extracting the data. Sink is the place where I am sending the data, right? Sink is the place where I'm sending the data, which is there. So let's say I will use the thing as target, right? So here you have the target available with you, right? Which you can use, right? You have target available with you, which you can use. Make sense, everyone? So your target is the place. So in this case, what I've done, I have selected the folder. In case if you want to use a new target, click on new and you can create a new sync target as well, right? In case you want to use a new target, you can see or you can use a new target as well, right? So basically this target is defining you or helping you with the destination path, right? This is helping you with the destination path. So if you come over here, right? So I will write over here pipeline. You are defining your source and sink. So the sink is telling you what? The sink is telling you where we define where we define the destination path. Where we define the destination path. Now, when we are working with the destination path, so here we can select folder, right? Which you can use. Now, when you are working with the destination or the target section, there is one important parameter which is known as your copy behavior. At this point of time, it is not important, but later on when you work with your data science and everything, at that time this copy behavior becomes very important, right? So usually when you're working with your copy behavior, there are three major things which are there. One is your flatten hierarchy, right? One is your flatten hierarchy, other is your merge files, and the third one is your preserve hierarchy. Correct? Correct? Third one is your preserve hierarchy, which is there. Correct? Now, when you are working with your flatten hierarchy, so what it is doing, that if you set the files which are, let's say, you have a list of files, let's say, right? Uh, Let me just move this over here, right? You have a list of files, right? And this list of files may be sitting into multiple folders, right? It can be possible, correct? So whatever set of files will be there, all the files will be copied into a single target folder, right? It will copy it into a single target folder in case if you are using a flatten hierarchy, right? So here, if you have multiple folders, so you are using a hierarchical folder, right? Subfolder architecture, or I think everyone understand, right? Multiple folders. So multiple folders will be there. So everything can be copied into a single folder, and there is the target folder which is there. It will copy. Now, when you are working with your merge files, so what merge file is doing, right? What merge file is doing? All files which you use, they are all read from the source, right? You read from the source and they will merge into one means the file itself is being merged, right? All files read from the source will be merged into one single file, correct? Because sometimes we are working with a one category of data. Let's say we are working with some CSV files, right? And that CSV file or that content is related to home loans, insurance, medical data, anything can be, right? And you don't want to have several files. Instead, what you do, you want that when I'm copying, I should be able to merge all the data because they have the same headers, same files. So by matching the headers, it will keep the data into the respective file. So that kind of intelligence it has, it will merge the entire file and keep into a single file, right? Other option which you have is your preserve hierarchy, right? The other option which you have is your preserve hierarchy. So in this, what is doing, what is happening? That suppose if you are reading the files from couple of directories, right? So all the directories will be replicated into the target folder. So in preserve hierarchy, what happens that if you are reading data from couple of directories, right? You will be reading data from couple of directories. So all the directories will be replicated. These directories are folders only, right? Don't get confused. Will be replicated into the target folder. So earlier what was happening this in this flatten hierarchy and preserve hierarchy, they are opposite to each other, right? They are opposite to each other. So here, whatever hierarchical folders were there, you were keeping into one folder. Here, whatever hierarchical folders are there, you are copying as it is. All the directories will be replicated as it is, right? Correct? So that is why you are using it. So if I go back to the Azure directory, if you come over here, so you see here there is the option of copy behaviors. If you click on this, flatten hierarchy, merge files, preserve hierarchy, and there is the option of add dynamic content, which we'll talk about that as well. That what is a dynamic content in case I have to make my pipeline inputs as dynamic, right? That is something which you can also do, right? That is the input which you can also do. So this is what we have defined in our pipeline as well. So this is one pipeline or one copy sync which you have defined. Mapping, which you see, this is something which is again when you're working on some kind of role transformations or use cases, then you can use this. So otherwise, don't do these things. We are not or we don't require at this point of time, right? Now my pipeline is set. Now what I'll do, I'll just validate the current resource. I'll click on validate, and you will see your pipeline has been validated. I can close that, and there is an option of publish over here. I have a option of publish over here, and to validate that, what is my task which I'm doing is this copy static file. Now, did you notice one thing that whatever parameters I'm using or I'm seeing, this is all related to copy data. But suppose I have to see the pipeline parameters, or I have to work with pipeline. So in case if I have to work with pipeline, what I'll do, you see this empty space, you click on this, right? If you click on this empty space, what happens? This is what is now parameters for the pipeline. So parameters, variables, right? Settings, right? Output. So these everything which you see, this is all happening at the pipeline level. And when you select this is the operation or the activity level. So this, if you click on blank, it will show you the pipeline parameters, right? Which you can click on debug, right? Click on debug, and it will show you the debug activity that okay, what is the whether it is queued or not, whether operations is happening or not all those things you can see that the pipeline status is in progress. Pipeline status is in progress. It is in status is queued, right? Status is queued. Debug usually helps us to validate. Now you see that debug activity clearly shows me that the activity has been succeeded, right? So I'll click on this. I click on this. It is not showing. I can monitor into later on, right? But you clearly see that the activity has been succeeded. Now what I'll do in case I have to see that okay, this should really happen. So what I'll do, there's an option of publish all. So I click on publish all, and you see the pipeline is here, PL copy static data, and I will publish it. I will publish it. So now deploying changes to the data factory, right? So publishing completed, right? Publishing is completed, and let's validate whether my task was successful or not. So I wanted to copy the data from source to destination, right? So if you go to your storage accounts, to the Innoventor CRM, and as a containers one was my data engineering folder. I had source, right? In this purchase order was the one I think which we selected, right? If I recall correctly, purchase order was there. Let's take a step back into data engineering, and I go to target, and you see the timestamp 9:26, right? At 9:26, this purchase order has been copied successfully over here. Can you see? My purchase order has been copied successfully into the account. So my copy operation happened with the help of pipeline. Did I manually copy? This happened via the pipeline, right? We use the pipeline for copying the data, right? We use the pipeline for copying the data, and our pipeline was the one which helped us to do this task, right? Our pipeline was the one who was able to help us do this task, right? Now the next thing which we will be doing is that we will be adding a bit of complexity to this, right? We will be adding a bit of complexity to this, and this time when we are adding the complexity, we want the input or the operation which we are doing over here, that should dynamically happen, right? Here, what did we do? We defined the purchase order file, or we gave the source as a static input, right? But I want my pipeline to be dynamic, right? So to make our pipeline dynamic, let's see what is the thing which we'll be doing. So let's quickly go back to our pipeline. Okay. So as of now, what we are doing is that you remember initially when we are working with the pipeline, let's say this is my pipeline, I will, and I'll keep this pipeline running as it is, right? And I have data sets which are common, right? Sorry, we have data sets. Now what I'll do, I'll just create one more new data set. Again, I'll use Gen 2. Continue. The same process I'm following, right? Continue. And this time what I'm doing, I want to add more complexity where I want to give the file name at the time of runtime, right? So let me just write it on the whiteboard as well. New complexity testing working with Azure Data Factory with additional complexity, right? And what is this additional complexity which we are using? So let's say here you can say that you want to copy the file at the runtime, and for this what you're doing, you have to make your pipeline dynamic, right? You have to make your pipeline dynamic. So I want to copy a file which is defined at at runtime. Now defined means name input. So the name which you have defined at the time of runtime that you want to do. And to achieve this, right? To achieve this, my pipeline should be dynamic. And for making pipeline dynamic, we should define or create pipeline parameters, right? Pipeline parameters. Correct, everyone? That is what we will be doing. So how we'll use that? So let's go to the pipeline. Let's say here I have the datasets source already available. So what I'll do, let's say this time again we will be doing the same activity, and I think everyone is confident about how we use that, correct? So this time also we will be working with the same parameters, same directories, same everything. But here we will be making everything more dynamic in terms of how we are using it, right? How we are using it. So now let's say let's say this is your data set ADLS Gen 2 underscore Inovantra CRM, and what we can say, let's say dynamic source, right? It's a dynamic, yes, source data engineering underscore source, right? I'm just giving this as a naming convention. Similarly, you can follow whatever you want according to your organization, right? So in this, when you are using this dynamic source which you're defining, right? So the main important part is one thing which you can do, right? One thing which you can do, that suppose if I'm working with this dynamic source, you can browse this. Let's say I want data engineering and I will use source and I will click on OK. I'm not selecting any file, right? I'm not selecting any file and I click on OK, right? And I click on OK. Let's move this, correct? Now, if you see this file name, we have not passed, right? File name we have not passed, right? So what you do, you click over here and there is one thing which comes is dynamic content. Add dynamic content. So I'll click on this, right? I will click on this, and what it is asking for parameter. It is asking for parameters, but we don't have any kind of parameter at this point of time. So what I'll do cancel and I'll go to parameter section first, right? So and I will do parameters as new, right? And here I will give the parameter. Let's say for me the important part is file name, right? So I'll define the parameter and I'll go back to the connection, right? Dynamically evaluated, right? Dynamically evaluated, right? Everything will be dynamically evaluated. You don't have to say that okay, add the data set, bracket, file name, nothing you have to memorize, right? And you click on OK. So what happens? It automatically takes that okay, this entry or this value which you are defining over here, this will be a dynamic entry which you are using, right? This is the dynamic entry which you're using. And for making this dynamic entry, what is the prerequisite we have to do? We have to define that as a parameter, right? We have to define it as a parameter which you are using. And later on, once we execute the pipeline, we will be able to test this as well, that whether our parameters is working fine or not. So dataset dot file name is the parameter which you're passing. Clear? So we are passing this parameter as dynamic. Now let's say our data set is being populated, right? Our data set is being populated. So what I'll do, my dynamic inputs have been defined and which I'm passing. Now there is an option which you see as publish all, right? Publish all. So this is my data set which is there. This is my data set which is there, and I want to publish this for my, because I will be using this data set as a part of my pipeline, right? So I'll publish this. Right? So my publishing is completed for this data set, right? My publishing is completed for this data set. And now when I will be using this data set as a part of a pipeline, so my pipeline should look for this parameter. My pipeline should look for this parameter and use that as an input. Correct? So I think up till now, I think it should be clear to you, and I have published this as well. So which means my data source has been saved, right? Now what I'll do, I'll go over here and let's say, sorry, I'll go over here, maximize this. So this is my dynamic resources there. I can say I can use a target as well, target as a target folder as well, in case if you want to use the specific file name as well. So for that, we will need one dynamic file as well, one dynamic target file as well. So what I'll do, I'll create one more data set, new data set, and again I will use Gen2. Gen2 is the Azure Data Lake storage which I'm using, and I will continue, delimited, continue, and I will use this as dataset underscore ADLS Gen2 and my storage Innovantra CRM underscore, let's say target, right? And target, and I am using it for dynamic file. So I'll use as or let's use as dynamic target. correct? Dynamic target. And in case if you want to use that, okay, I am using it this time as a file, so you can mention this file instead of folder. You can mention folder as well, there is no problem. So now what I'll do, I'll go to link service, Azure Data Lake Storage, that is a link service which I'm using, correct? And here you again do a browse. Let's say we go to data engineering, and inside this target, and I will do OK. I will do OK, correct? And I will select OK over here. So my target is here, right? Now again in this also I want to have a parameter defined for this. So what I'll do, I'll go to parameters and I will do a new and I will define the file name. File name. And let's go back to connection once again. I'll go to file name and add dynamic content. This file name is there. This value comes automatically. I'll click on OK. And this will be the destination file or target file which will be created, right? This file will be created and I will publish this as well. Publish, right? So my source and destination data sets have been ready, right? My source and destination data sets have been ready, which I am using, right? Which I am using. Now let's say when you are working with these data sets, the overall working will only happen with the help of pipeline, right? The overall copy or the whatever task you're doing, that will be happening with the help of pipeline only. So what I'll do, whatever parameter you're passing over here, ultimately these should be accepted or available at the part of pipeline only. If it is not available at the pipeline, that will be more challenging, right? That will be more challenging. So what I'll do, I'll go and create a pipeline just like I did earlier. So what I'll do, I'll come over here, I'll click over here, three dots. No, sorry, I'll go over here, I'll go to three dots and I click on new pipeline. Did I publish this or not? Okay, other thing I have published, let me just refresh the page. Okay, these are published and let's go to the pipeline, new pipeline, and the pipeline we can name as copy dynamic data, right? So PL, let's say copy dynamic file, which is there, correct? Which is there, and let's minimize this. Now here we'll again search for activity. Let's say I want to use the same activity which is there, copy data. I'll drag and drop. This activity is here. Now I'll click on this and I will name this as copy dynamic data, right? Copy dynamic data is the activity which is there, and we have to select the source as well, right? We have to select the source as well. Source. Now what I'll do, I'll select the source as like this, right? This is the dynamic source which is there, which I'm using, and the file is here, which I have to put. Now the file name which you're adding over here, if I try to debug whether my pipeline is fine or not, if I try to debug, it's a copy dynamic data, no value provided, right? I need to define this value, right? I need to define this value, and for that I have to add some dynamic content, but I don't have any dynamic content available at my pipeline, right everyone? I don't have any dynamic content available at my pipeline. So to configure the pipeline parameters, what I need to do, I have to come out from this copy data. So if I have to come out from the copy data, the easiest thing is what? I just click on the empty space. I click on this empty space and what I'll do, I'll click on new. I click on new and I will enter over here file name right? This is the parameter, and I will again go back, right? And here I will click on add dynamic content, which is here. Click on this, and you see the file name is here. And on this file name, when you see, here comes what? Pipeline dot parameters dot file name and so on, right? Pipeline dot parameters dot file name and so on. And I will click on OK. So here you see the file name parameter is being defined. The file name parameter has been defined. So whatever file is available in the path dataset, we will use that, and we will use that for copy, right? Because we are passing the name, right? We are passing the name. Next, we go to the sync. What is the destination, right? What is the destination? So what I'll do, I'll go to the destination. I will select this. That okay, this is my dynamic target file which is there, and here, in case if you want to give the dataset parameter which is there, you can give that. In case if you are defining the target dynamic file or target dynamic folder which is there, or you are selecting the target, any which ways, right? You can set a dynamic. So I am using a dynamic file, so I can select the dynamic content. I use this parameter as well, right? I can use this parameter as well. But let's say you don't want the parameter for output. Usually we don't want that. Whatever file is being ingested from the source, I'm telling you how we work in organizations, right? So here sometimes it is mandated to pass the input. For output, you don't need this file name. I have specifically created the dynamic target for you to show you that both cases will work. Either you pass that the input file or not, or in case if you are using a normal D target, right? Then also it will work, right? Then also it will work. It will not have any problem, right? So both ways you can try. Either you can use dynamic target file and pass the dynamic content with this and use this, right? And copy behavior in case if you want to use that is a non-mandatory parameter you want to use, you can use that. Otherwise, it's not mandatory. And you can click on debug, right? And you can click on debug and see whether the debugging is working fine or not. So click on debug. So it is asking for a file name, which is fine, and I click on OK, right? I can click on OK. So it will give me that okay, it is queued or it is successful, it is fail, something it will reflect it. Okay, what it is happening at the pipeline level, what is being happening at the pipeline level, correct? So debug is the place where you trigger the pipeline, right? Where you trigger the pipeline. So let it execute. Let it execute. So it failed because we did not pass the value, right? Here it will show we did not pass the value, correct? So what we'll do this time, let's say I will go over here, I'll click on debug, right? I will click on debug, and here we'll give the file name as customer.txt, right? Customer.txt is the file which I want to copy. So I'll click on OK, and then we'll retest the pipeline whether it is happening or not. This is queued, right? And let's see whether the copy is happening or not, and we'll publish this again. So it is succeeded. The data has been copied successfully, and we'll publish for all. Let's say copy file, and we'll publish it. Right? Publishing completed. Our pipeline has been published, and let's validate whether I really received that customer data or not. So as of now, you see in this target folder, you only have purchased order.txt, right? But when I refresh, you see customer.txt is here, and this was the dynamic file which you have added, right? This is the dynamic file we have added. Interesting, right? So my file has been copied. Now let's say we add more complexity to it, right? Suppose if I want to copy a conditional, or I want to do a conditional activity with this file, right? We are slowly making it more and more complex, right? We are slowly making it more and complex. So let's say I want to make my pipeline, right? I want to make my pipeline, but I have to work with more of a conditional offering, a conditional data. That is something which I have to work, right? That is the condition we have to work. And if the condition has been satisfied, then my pipeline should trigger or my task should happen. Otherwise, not. Because when you are working into an automated mechanism, there will be a lot of conditions which you will add, There will be a lot of conditions which you will add. So we will also try and work on this, that we will be defining a condition, right? We will be defining a condition that, okay, when condition is this, then do that. If the condition is not good, then do this, right? Multiple things we can do, right? Multiple things we can do. So what we'll do, let's say we go to the pipeline, and this time what we are doing now, another complexity we'll add, right? Previously what we did, additional complexity. Copy with conditional parameters, right? Right? Which conditional access or parameter, right? Copy with conditional access or parameter. That is something which you have to carry out, right? That is something which you have to carry out. Now I'll go back to my pipeline, right? I'll go back to my pipeline, which is here. And let's say this is my pipeline is there. Now what we'll do, we'll go and create a new pipeline. I'll go and create, sorry, let me just close this. Everything else is there, everything else is fine. So let's go and create a new pipeline, right? And this pipeline which we are creating, this may be something where we are checking some conditional access, and this conditional access which we are doing, that if file already exists, then don't copy, else proceed with the copy part. Else proceed with the copy part. Correct? So what conditional activity we are adding, or what complexity we are adding? That previously the first thing which we did, what we did a pipeline where we normally use a destination path or the file path, and we copied it. Later on, we said that, okay, we will pass the file name at the time of runtime. We'll use it. Now, the third complexity which we are adding that, okay, in case if the file is already present, don't copy it. And in case if the file is not present, then you do the copy, right? So three operations this time, right? Three operations this time. So let's validate that, or let's do that. So what did we do? We should be finding a mechanism so that we can check the existence of the file, right? So that we can check the existence of the file, and that will help me to add the complexity, sorry, add the condition. So let's say I will create a new pipeline, that pipeline, and this time conditional, and this conditional pipeline is we are doing for that copy if file not exist, right? Conditional copy if file not exist, right? So this is my, let's say, pipeline name, which is there. And for that, we should have to validate first that whether you have this file available with you or not, right? You have the file available with you or not. So what you'll do, you will, just like you get the functionality of copy, similarly you get the functionality of get. So there is an option known as get metadata. Did you notice? Get metadata. So I'll come over here. Now get metadata is having various parameters, right? So I'll name this or rename this where I'll say that, okay, check your file existence, right? Check your file existence. That is what we are doing. That is a general setting. And I'll go to settings, and in this I will pass the metric of the parameters or the data set. That what is my data set? Data set we are executing on D target, right? This is my target folder is there, right? This is my D target which is there. And on this, what do you want? You can pass the file name as well. Let's say I want to add dynamic content, but we don't have any parameters. So what I'll do, I'll add the parameter, new parameter. Let's say we add file name, right? File name. And let's go back to this. And here we'll add dynamic content. Dynamic content is file name. This will automatically populate just like we were doing in the previous one. And I will click on OK, right? So my value or the content came in, right? My value or content came in. Now, when you are having the field list, right? When you are using the field list, I have to add some kind of argument to this, right? So I'll click on new argument, and you will use the file name which you're passing, and that file name should be validated with the help of this argument, that okay. So now let's say there is one more thing which you should refer, right? See, when you will go and forward the target, if you're selecting the folder, right, then you will be selecting over here child items, right? And in child items we'll look everything, right? But since we are passing the file name, since we are passing the exact file name, we'll just validate that whether it exists or not, right? Whether it exists or not, correct? So once we have done that, this was only checking the operation that whether it is working fine or not, right? Now, one parameter was this, right? One parameter was checking the file part. But how is the conditional operation working, right? Let's click on debug. Let's click on debug over here. So it is asking for the file name, and it will, let's say we select customer.txt, right? Customer.txt, check file existence. So it says succeeded, right? Succeeded, this activity succeeded, but what has happened inside this? And this is one of the important part, everyone. So I don't want anyone to miss anything, right? So now you come over here. Do you see this arrow? This is input and this is output. This is input and this is output. So click on this input. What I am giving that input? The data set is a reference name. Reference name is the target file, and the file name which you have is customer.txt, right? Customer.txt. What is the output? It says that whether it exists. It exists is true because it was present over there, right? And auto execution runtime, billing runtime is there, right? That is what it worked. It validated that yes, the file is present. Okay. So now let's say if you have your option, let's say if the file exists, right? You have child items, everything is there, right? Here you are validating only one thing. Now next condition, next task comes as a condition. So in the condition you can define a task. Now let's see how conditional activity works, right? So what I'll do, I'll go to if condition. Do you see if condition? I'll bring the if condition over here. I'll bring the if condition over here, right? Now when you are working with your if condition is a returns a boolean value, right? So if condition returns a boolean value, which means either it will be true or it will be false. Either it will be true or it will be false, right? Now you have to evaluate, right, whether the task one you want to execute this task when the condition is true, or you want to execute the task when condition is false. Let's say in our case, what if file already exists, right? Then don't copy, right? So in our condition, what if file exists, and if exist answer is what, it is true, right? Then don't copy, right? But if the file exist is equal to false, then what you do? Then you start doing copy. Do you notice everyone how this conditional statement is working? Right now, let's come back. So you have this data factory which is available. Let's quickly go to that data factory. Now I'll just maximize this a bit. Now, when you are working with your data factory, especially with the conditional access, you see on this boxes, on this box, these four icons are there. Okay. Now let's say if you see this box, you have four icons available over here, right? Four icons available over here. And what these four icons do, right? What these four icons do. So if you slowly go back over here, it is on skip, on success, on fail, on completion, right? So let me come to the whiteboard. Let me come to the whiteboard. So let's say you have a box, right? And this is one of the activity box, which is being evaluated or connected to the conditional statement or conditional statement or box, right? Correct. Now let's say one option is on skip, right? Other is on success, right? Other is on fail, right? And other is on completion. Correct? On skip, on success, on fail, and on completion. These are the four major activity which is there, right? So on skip is what? On skip is when the task or activity was never executed, right? When the task or activity was never executed, then you use on skip, right? Next thing was when activity was a success, right? And since you have this conditional box attached, so this may be possible that then do this or then don't do anything. Then do this or don't do anything, right? Anything can be there. Now, when it is a failure, when it failed, right? So if activity failed, right? Then again the same thing. Then do this or then don't do anything, right? Now on completion, when task was completed, right? When task was complete, but in this case, usually what happens that either here you have defined some stored procedures. So those stored procedures works for success, fail, and completion as well. That you have defined a copy task and that copy task completed, and after that you have to follow some stored procedure. So in all three cases, one, two, three, all three cases, when I said then do this, it is actually referring to some kind of stored procedure, right? It is referring to some kind of stored procedure that it is pointing towards some stored procedure. The people who are from database background, I think, remember in SQL database also we have some stored procedures where we can define and do things, right? Now, usually, okay, let me just give you one real-time example of on-skip as well, right? Let's say you have a huge chunk of data which is coming, right? And you are applying some kind of copy operation, right? And after this copy operation, or of the completion, let's say these are 2 terabytes of data, and this is one of the most crucial activity, right? This is one of the most crucial activity of copying this data, right? Which there. Now, due to XYZ reason, this activity got skipped, right? This activity got skipped. So what you can do on the on skip icon, right? You can define alerts. You can define critical alerts, right? You can define critical alerts, right? So what we're doing that we can generate alert in case if copy is not triggered, right? Or if the copy has been skipped, or if copy is missed, anything can happen, right? If the copy is missed, that will all come into skip part, right? That will come into skip part. So how is this conditional statement really working? How this conditional statement really working? So what we'll do, we'll go back to the data factory, right? Here you see this tick is what? This is success, right? So I'll draw a line from here to here. I'll draw a line from here to here. I am drawing a line from here to here from this success that if this file was, what was with the file? If this file was there, if this file was there and it exists, then come to this conditional statement, right? And in this conditional statement, if exist is true, then don't do anything. But if exist is false, right? So let's click on this. If exist is false, so what you can do? So there is even more easier task. What we can do? We can just come to this. Let's say we're copying the dynamic file. Copying dynamic data is here, right? I can do a control C. Here control C, control V works. So I'll just go and do a control C. And here we'll come to this and I will do a control V. You notice everyone? I did a control V and everything related to the source, sync, and everything is readily available with me, right? Is readily available with me. Makes sense, everyone? So you see the conditional statement. Conditional statement you see in false, I have mentioned the copy dynamic data. I went to the other pipeline. From there, I copied and I pasted it over here. So that copy and paste activity is easily available. The copy and paste activity is easily available. So now let's say we have these activities defined. Now, if you see the copy activity, oh, sorry, what did I do? We come back to this. Yes. So we are working with a conditional access. So you have defined the copy activity as a part of false statement, right? Now, in case you see, you can go and define the copy activity over here as well. You can define the copy activity here as well. So this edit and this edit works in a this activity works in the same way, right? This activity either you can edit from there or you can edit from there as well, right? Now here when you're working with this activity, here expression is very important, right? So you'll go and add dynamic content, right? And you have to give the expression, right? So I'll go check file existence. So activity, check file existence, and I click on OK. So once you are checking the file existence, right, then this activity will be triggered. I have mentioned this, right? But this will look at this expression or this activity, right? This will look at this expression or this activity. So now what I'll do, I'll go to the data engineering folder, and what I'll do, I'll just delete this folder. Delete this. Sorry, delete this from target. Right? So you see this target folder, I have deleted one value. I have deleted one file. Right? Now what I'll do, I'll go back to my pipeline. This is my pipeline which is there. And on this pipeline, what I'll be doing, let's say my pipeline is ready. Right? My pipeline is ready. I will go and trigger, or I can debug as well, because I should be well aware about it whether my pipeline is working fine or not. So I'll go on debug. It is asking me to validate the purchase order, right? Let's say I will check purchase order, purchase order, purchase order dot txt, right? This is the file I'm passing. I will click on OK. Let's see what happens. Okay. So did we not publish it? Okay, it is in pipeline status is in progress, right? Wait for a while. Okay, wait for a while. Let's publish this. Publishing completed, right? Let's refresh this. Right. Now what we'll do, we'll go debug. Let's paste customer dot txt, right? And click on OK. Let me check why my content is failing. So get metadata is fine. So it is not getting any kind of condition, right? It is not getting any kind of condition. It is true. Okay. This is fine. Let's come to the if condition. Activated activities, user properties. User properties are not needed, right? Why it is asking for the okay. Okay. Fair enough. I think I got the issue right. And dynamic content, check file existence. So here where you have output, here you have to dot exists, right? Dot exists. Click on this and then do an OK, right? Then we'll publish all. Right? Now let's do a debug. Right? Now let's do a debug. And let's pass the value as customer.txt. We did not pass the argument that okay, I have to enter exist, right? Okay, wait, what happened? Some error is with the pipeline. Let's check from the pipeline what we are using. In the pipeline, we are using the copy from the okay. So So I've copied this copy part from here. So that is why I'm just testing this part, right? That whether it is working fine or not, right? That is why I'm testing this because I copied from here to here. There may be some problem. I could have used directly, but I wanted to show you that I can copy the things from other pipeline as well. Now let's come back to our pipeline. In this pipeline, if I go back to this metadata check settings, okay, let's debug this again. And let's go to the data engineering and here it is not there. Fair enough. Let's say customer.txt. Why is it still giving me the problem? Okay, so dynamic source is taken. Sync is the target, or we can use dynamic target also. That is fine. So your condition should be unless and until this is green, it will not work, right? Still it is not showing as green. Okay, it is gone. Let's debug this. Customer.txt. Pipeline details null, so it is not finding that value. Okay, let's remove this part first and just only check the existence, right? File existence. Let's debug this. Whether it is test checking the file or debug or not. So let's do that. Customer.txt. This is in progress. So one part of the task is working fine, right? It is in progress and it should be succeeded, which means it is able to validate this, that whether this file is existing or not existing. So let's wait for that. Okay, so now this is succeeded, right? So which means one part of the pipeline is fine, which means it is looking for the parameters in this field exist, and in output, since we are passing the name as what did we pass? Exist is equal to true. Pipeline is okay. The file is fine. Now let's add conditional statement once again. If condition, right? This is here, and the if condition, what we are doing, then when it is true, we are not doing anything, and for false condition, we are, let's edit this. And we'll copy the content dynamically. Let's copy this, Control C, and I'll do a Control V. Right? Copy dynamic data. These parameters are fine. And if I take this as dynamic D source, this is also fine. Recursively, it is looking, that is this part is fine, right? Now we'll go to sync ADLSD to target, which is this, and this part is fine. .txt. Okay, so now you see this part is also fine, which we're copying. Let's go back, right? Let's go back and let's connect your file to this, right? Let's connect this. correct? Copy part is fine. This file is connected. Now what we'll do, we'll debug it once again. Okay, if condition expression is required, so what we'll do, we'll add a dynamic content. So check file existence exist, right? So here you see I have added this expression which is there, and the expression is also there. Again, we'll debug it. Now it is asking for the file name. This time it works, then we'll see. Otherwise, I will troubleshoot it later on and then fix it. Okay, good. So now you see file existence verified if condition is verified, right? So here if you see, it should carry out one more operation. Succeeded, it is less than 1. So which means it should perform the operation which is not there. So earlier in the data factory, what did we have? We had purchase order, right? Now we should be able to see that customer.txt should be copied. So I'll refresh this page, and at 11:07 this file is here, right? Now let's do the operation once again for purchase order, right? So now let's go and debug again, and we'll do a purchase order dot txt, right? We are passing, and let's see what happens now. So the activity of the pipeline will execute again. So it is queued. It will check for the existence, whether the file exists or not. So file is existing this time. Okay. So if condition is also succeeded, let's go to the if condition. So here, what do you see? Why it is not showing as text, right? Ideally, we can see the input and the output activities. Like you come over here, you see the reference command over here, that it exists or not. So similarly, we should be able to see the if condition as well, but it is not showing that. But anyways, our pipeline is a success, right? It is happening, but the copy operation should work fine. So I'll just publish it. Once we publish it, we can see the effect. Right? Our pipeline have been published. Now let's do a debug once again. It is customer.txt. This is also available. So this is fine, right? I think you just try this lab. The main thing which we see at the code part is in this part only, where you can pass what the file name is, and you can test that whether it is exists or not. If it is exists, it gets succeeded. So here we are associating our pipeline where we check the file existence and then we do a conditional statement. Okay, fair enough. Okay, so the steps which we are using over here is that first we went to a data factory. What we did, we created our data sets, which you see over here. So I'm using the previous data sets only, which I used earlier, right? So we have data sets which we used in the previous lab, which was dynamic file. Now in this step, what we are doing? We are first evaluating or checking the metadata. So what you do, you check over here, get metadata, right? I drag and drop, and I did the configuration that on the settings that if the target has the file exist, right, then execute this. And along with that URL, we add the conditional statement, and conditional statement, whether these are connected and valid, will only be seen once you have this green on the top, right? Once you have this green on the top. So both are connected and it is working fine. When you see this green tick over here, this green tick was not coming for us. So what condition we defined? That in the activity, we check that if the file existence exists, right? If it is a true, then don't do anything. But if it is a false, then copy. So if the file is already present, then don't do anything. But if the file is not present, then do the activity. And after setting up the conditional statement, we did a debug, and in the debug, we were able to give the name and check the pipeline execution. That is what we did real, right?
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers an Azure Data Engineer course designed to help you clear the Microsoft Azure Data Engineering exam. This course is perfect for those looking to master data processing pipelines, data security, and tools like Azure Data Factory and Azure Databricks. Through this course, you will gain hands-on experience by working on real-time projects and use cases to develop your skills. Not only this, you will be working on real-time project designed from the top industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professional and successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new height. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step toward career growth in the field of Azure Data Science.
We will be talking about your SQL databases, right? And I'm assuming that everyone is already from a database background. So I will not be going into the entire database basics, right? So I want to do or focus more on the data factory part, because as of now, we have only used Azure Data Lake Gen 2 for creating your data factory offering, where we utilize that. Now we will be using your SQL databases. Suppose if we are taking the data from the SQL databases, then how we will work with the data factory, right? So that is what I am planning to do. And yes, there is a prerequisite that you should be aware about the databases, right? Okay, we have databases. Let's leave that. SQL new DB right? That is what we'll be using. Let's place it into Central India region. Why do we use SQL databases? So whenever you are planning to use your databases and you want to work with a transactional database, right? So transactional database, let's say you go for shopping, or let's say you're using a credit card, right? Everyone uses, I think, not credit card, but at least debit card you are still using. So whatever transactions you are doing that are maintained as a part of a table or a data store, right? Which you are doing, and that is updating or increasing with time, right? So it is keeping a track of all the transaction which is happening on some system. Let's say Visa is maintaining it, your Mastercard is maintaining it. So a lot of options are there, a lot of ways you can use a transactional database, right? So credit cards or Visa or Mastercard, you can treat it as an example where your transactions are happening. So whenever you are working with a transactional offering, right, not the analytical. Let's say when you're working with your big data offering, right, or you want to do your AIML stuff where you want to analyze the data. So most of the time you will see that there is a transformed data coming for you, right? More of a filtered, streamlined data is coming to you, right? So when you are working with the transactional data, right, you use SQL. Whenever you are working with your analytical data, you use OLAP type of databases, which is data warehousing techniques. Okay, fair enough. So I think whenever you get time for, in case if you want to go a bit more detailed in terms of your databases, that how the relational data stores are, what are the benefits, right? uh, because various concepts or various things are there, like how you are maintaining the durability, how you are maintaining the isolation of the various data sets, right? How you maintain the consistency of the data. There is one more term which is known as atomicity, right? So how the atomicity of the data is working, right? Where you define all the elements and then you make up your complete database transaction happening, right? So those atomicity where you're changing the bit of the data or you're entering the data in a form of transaction, that is your atomicity. So What are the capabilities or the what is the benefit of your relational data store? That is something which you can see easily available in your LMS. Our major focus is to how we can leverage your databases into Data Factory, right? If you want, if you don't know, I can quickly show you from the slides as well. Let me just bring it over here. Sorry. Yeah, now it is fine. So you can just go and see a bit about your relational data stores, right? Why they are used, why, what is the benefits, and atomicity, consistency, isolation, durability, right? And what are the benefits, how you can use it, right? These things I want you to go through yourself. Is it fine with everyone? I think these things most of you are aware, right? I want to talk about more of the complex offering which you will be using as a part of your data factory technique, right? We'll focus more on the SQL databases as a Azure offering. That's how you use it on Azure, what are the benefits you get, right? So just find some time to go through these slides, right? There is a lot of informative things available over there which you can use, right? Fair enough. So let's come to your SQL databases, right? And we'll see what all things you need, or when you're deploying your SQL databases, how you will be using it, right? That is what we will be discussing, right? Okay, so when you are working with your Azure SQL databases, right? So this is one of the PaaS offering which you get from Azure, right? That is the first thing. And whenever you are now working towards cloud, in fact, if you're suggesting any solution, being a solution architect, if you're suggesting any solution for whether it is being part of a data engineering team or being a part of your solution architect role, right? You have to suggest, because it was in a legacy setup where you are running a VM, right? And on that you are installing the SQL database offering, right? And then you're using that as a SQL server, right? But now as the time is moving ahead, we want less hassle in building your app offering, and you want to use it more of a either in a provisioned way or in a serverless offering, right? You want to use it, and you will be recommending as a pass offering only. In fact, if you talk to any solution architect nowadays for building your own organization solution, you will see that they will be always recommending you as a pass offering, right? Because when you work with your your SQL databases as a fully managed offering, the one thing is you will get the latest stable release which is available, and that is guaranteeing almost your 99.99% of availability, right? 99.99% of availability, correct? You don't have to get into the hassle of using virtual machine skill sets, or you should expand according to your requirement, right? Also, when you are working with some kind of specific applications, right? So Azure SQL databases will provide you more of an optimized activities. Your monitoring is integrated as a part of a service, right? So let's say you are working with a transactional databases, right? And you go into the specifics of monitoring. You will see that the monitoring is achievable on the base of transaction which you're doing, just like you get in application insights, right? That okay, what were the hits which were success, what were the hits which failed, right? So that level of monitoring you were getting. Similarly, you will be able to achieve in this as well, because it's a complete bundle which you're getting, right? Now when you're working with this, or you will be getting two models, right? You will be working with majorly two models, and I think everyone is aware about there are two models. There is two models supported for Azure SQL databases, right? And one is your DTU based purchasing model, right? One is your DTU based purchasing model, and other is your vCore based purchasing model. So I think when we were working with your virtual machines, you have seen various categories of virtual machines, right? One was CPU optimized, one was memory optimized, one was storage optimized, one was GPU optimized, right? So let's say you have a size of VM, everyone is aware, right? Compute optimized, GPU optimized, memory optimized, storage optimized. And there is one more thing, one more offering which was there, which was general purpose, right? There was general purpose, right? These categories you will find here as well, right? Like general purpose, business critical, hyperscale. These are the various offerings you will definitely get, right? But when you are comparing a DTU based model and a vCure based model, here the main offering which you need to understand is that in case if you're going with a DTU based model, here whatever offering you get, that is completely fixed or balanced, right? In case if you're selecting a DTU based model, here you will see that suppose if you are allocated with some vCPU, right, and you're changing the RAM or the storage which has been allocated to you as a RAM, right, you will notice the price will remain fixed. The price is not changing, right? The price is not changing. So why does it happen? Why does it happen? Your price doesn't change. If you are going with the DTU based model, why is the price not changing? If we are because we are working with pay as you go model, ideally it should change. And in fact, let's go on to the portal and then see that. See, I'm starting from a hardware level, right? I'm starting from a hardware level so that you can relate with your on-premise environment, because there may be possibility that this is related to data factory, but SQL databases will come across, or you will face your cross path at multiple levels, right? It may be a requirement where you migrate your SQL databases to cloud. So this is important from a SQL perspective as well, DB perspective as well, and also with data factory. So you have to uh, understand this very carefully. Let's give a name to this database. Let's say I'm giving as Abhimanyu DB, right? Abhimanyu DB, which I'm giving. And let's say we want to build one server. Let's say I have already a server, but let's say I want to build another physical server for this. And let's say we name it Abhimanyu DB, right? Abhimanyu DB we'll give. Now let's say you have a database offering which is readily available for you, right? And you want to use this offering for various purposes, right? So let's say I'm building it in India region, Central India, correct? And whenever you're building the authentication, usually when you work with your organizations, you have to always make sure that enable both SQL and Microsoft Entra ID, right? Usually SQL authentication no one uses. The reason is you don't want, or you want everything to be tracked by the AD, right? So usually you just don't enable this Microsoft only. Enable this because in case if the AD failure happens, you should be able to fall back to a SQL credential as well, which is usually maintained by the lead or the person who is at the responsible position to who is responsible for the entire management of the servers. So use the option, use both SQL and Microsoft Entra ID. Since we don't have Entra ID enabled, we'll use with SQL authentication, and let's give a username password SQL admin, right? And let's say we give the password as Azure at the rate 123456, and again Azure at the rate 123456, right? These are the credentials which we have given. As of now, what we have done, we have just given the server name, we have just given the authentication parameters. Did we select size anywhere? No, right? We did not select size at this point of time, but we have to select that, right? Don't worry about that. At this point of time, we are just defining the server, because if you see Abhimanyu db.database.windows.net, which We want this database to be accessible in the form of domain name, in case if you are using any kind of connection strings, right? Or in case if we want to use this as an endpoint, then also we can use that, right? So that is the main purpose. That is why Azure is naming this as a domain name. You see, database.windows.net. Let's click on OK, right? So the first thing, resource group, subscription. I've given the database name. I have given the server. Now, what is the purpose we are using it? We are either you are using it for development purpose or production. But before that, you see one thing which is there, which is known as SQL pool, right? You see, there is one thing known as SQL pool, right? So Elastic Pools provide a simple and cost-effective solution for managing the performance of multiple database with a fixed budget, right? And what else it is doing? Elastic Pools provides compute, EDTU, storage sources that are shared between all the databases it contains, right? All the databases it contains. Where is it? Databases within a pool only use the resources they need. When they need them within configurable limits, the price of a pool is based only on the amount of resources configured and is independent of number of databases it contains, right? So now basically when you are enabling this, right, your main requirement is, let's say, let's draw this for you. Okay, so now let's say if you have an elastic pool, let's say you have multiple servers, right? Let's say this is a staging environment, correct? Let's say this is one of your quality audits or data qualities, right? You usually do at the time of development data quality, right? And then finally, what do you have? You have the main database, right? The people from the database background, you already know. For the people who are new to this, consider this as a three different levels, just like you maintain your pipelines or you have various environments. Consider that this is staging. At one level, you are checking your data qualities, and then finally, you are putting everything into your main database, right? And let's say we are using a DTU based model. So 50 DTU you are using for processing the data over here. 50 DTU you are using over here for processing data, and 50 DTU you are using the for processing the data over here, right? Now, usually when you are working with this, right, you see that when you are working with your staging environment, right? So once you are working with the staging environment or you are working or putting the data into staging, at that time only this 50 DTUs are used, right? At that time only these 50 DTUs are used. Or let's say when you are working with the data quality. So usually what you do when you implement your data quality checks, when you implement data quality checks, right? Then these 50 DTU must be used, right? Or finally, when the data comes to your main database, right? And you are using this data for reporting purpose, like so when reporting or other tasks are done, then you use this. So what happens at the time when the others are idle? You are still paying for the cost. Yes or no, everyone? You are still paying for the cost. So what you do instead of allocating 50 DTU, because this overall comes out to be 150 DTU, right? And you are paying for the entire cost, or you are paying for this, right? And obviously you try to go to a higher sizing or higher size when you're using it to make sure that it is supporting all the components and features. Now here you have to evaluate by seeing the performance and the results that okay, what is the best suitable part when these environments will be used, because you will notice one thing that all three environments are never working at the same time, right? All three environments are never working at same time, right? Because if the data is kept into staging, right, data quality of the previous data has already been happened. The new data which has been entered, right, that still needs to be data quality needs to be audited, right? Or that is still not moved into the main database. It may be possible some applications are still using main database, but other two are, or other two data sets are not being evaluated, right? So very less possibility. So what you can do, you can find an X number, right, which either can be ranging from 50 to 150, which you can evaluate. Let's say we are keeping the number as 70, right? Allocate a 70 DTU for this. So in this case, what happens? You have allocated a elastic pool. You have allocated elastic pool for 70 DTU. Now, any time when staging environments needs to process something, so what it will do, it will extract, the compute, use, and then return back. And then return back. And similar case with this data quality as well. Similar case with main database as well. So whenever they need it, they consume it, and otherwise they will return back to the elastic pool. So ultimately you're doing this to save cost, right? So the only purpose when you are setting, anyone says that, okay, what do you do when you are setting the elastic pool, right? What do you do when you set the elastic pool? The answer is simple, right? We are just setting the infrastructure. We are just setting up compute infra. Makes sense what is an elastic pool? Okay, fair enough. So we gave the database name, right? And we just gave the server name. Now what do we want to do? Do you want to use elastic pool? So in case if you want to use, or you set as yes, right? You will mention or create a new elastic pool. You can mention the elastic pool as, let's say, Abhimanyu SQL elastic pool, or you can just mention pool as well, right? Click on OK. You just define over here and you are allocating the compute. That's it. Nothing else will change. Right, everyone? Nothing else will change. Let's take a step back. Let's say we are not using the elastic pool. Still, you have to use the compute and storage, which is there. Now, this is the important part where you may incur a lot of charges, right? So question of, if out of 70, 60 are already in use, then there is a demand of 30 more. But what will be the behavior? So usually that is what I have recommended over here, that you have to find out this magic number, right? Hey, this is X number. So usually these environments are not, or these are not your mutually exclusive, or they are not mutually inclusive event. These are mutually exclusive, right? So you will always see in when you're working with databases, especially when you're staging or data quality environment, these are mutually exclusive events which are not working. So if you are allocating a 50 DTU, you will see that if that 50 DTU is consumed, you are not, or you have a capability to over provision. That is not being consumed. In case if that scenario comes, you have a alerting mechanism which is there, where you will get the alerts when 80% or 70% being utilized, and you can increase that capacity. You will have an option too. You can generate or mention an alerting mechanism where you, as soon as it gets 70% utilized or 80% utilized, you will be able to change those parameters. Okay, fair enough. So now let's say we move to the compute part first. Okay, so now here you're doing what compute and storage you're allocating, and let's say you click on configure database, right? Configure database. Now you see the pricing over here. Let's say I am going with a more of a general purpose offering, right? If you see the maximum core you have allocated, let me just quickly come over here. So there are two options, right? There are two options which you see. One is your vCore based option, right? Where vCore means variable core, right? vCore means variable core, where the cores, in case if you want to change from minimum to maximum, right? Which you call in the form of scaling mechanism, right? So then you have to use your vCore mechanism. So if you come over here, let's say if you go with the general purpose offering, so you see there is max cores and minimum cores. Can everyone see that? There is offering called max core and min core, right? So when you are defining your max core or min core, you're telling that, okay, if you are defining your minimum core, so this is the minimum capacity which is there. But in case if the requirement goes higher, right? If the requirement goes higher, it will expand up to the maximum cores, right? Correct? Here you can define, okay, what is the minimum core requirement you have. You can change these values over here. I am going with a smaller model. Let's say you go to provision capacity and you come to 32 vCores or and the maximum GB of size which you are defining, or if you are using any kind of change in capacity, you can use that, right? So here you see this is the pricing which is per month, which is too costly, right? Which is too costly, which you're getting. So evaluate what is the size you are looking for. So now let's say we drill down more on this. So if you click on this, let's say you are going with a vCore option. Let's say you go with general purpose offering. You have two capacities. One is provision and one is serverless. So provision capacity tell you compute resources are pre-allocated billed per hour based on vCores configured, right? So when you are using a provision capacity, whatever vCores has been allocated to you, whether you use it or not, right? Whether you use it or not, you are still paying for it. Is it clear? Correct? So you choose your number of cores and the amount of memory and the amount of speed of storage which is allocated to you. And this model will help you achieve in terms of, let's say, you are achieving your, if you are looking for a more of cost saving, then you can use or leverage your existing licenses which is there, which is below. I'll show you that option as well. But always make sure that in case if your application is running into a dev environment and you're using it, try to use a general purpose more friendly offering. In case if you are building a production environment, then you can go for a business critical or hyperscale environment, but they are very costly. If you want to see that, just go come over here, click on business critical. Business critical cost, this is per month, right? If you go to hyperscale offering, so here you're defining minimum course and maximum course. If you go to a maximum course over here, you will see the pricing will change. Minimum course is this. Why it is not updating the cost? So it is per GB per month. This is not the vCore per second evaluation it is showing. It is the per second evaluation it is sharing, right? Is there any suggestion which option should we go best? See, for learning purpose, I will be suggesting you which option you will be using. But for the production environment, usually it is recommended that you go with a minimum and a maximum course where you define the minimum and the maximum offering. And also there is a sizing thing which you have to evaluate, right? Let's say you are seeing any kind of previous historical data, which will tell you that, okay, when you're using this amount of cores, this was the utilization. So, and your users are increasing day by day. Let's say you're using Instagram, right? And the number of users which are increasing on Instagram day by day, although they are not using SQL databases, right? They are using Cassandra or other databases they are using. But let's take an example for a website who is where you're happening more number of transactions. So if your user base is increasing and your utilization is going high, so you are working with unpredictable workloads. And whenever you are working with your unpredictable workloads, you have to go and define a minimum value and a maximum value. So minimum value is fine wherever they need any kind of more requirements, or if there is a spike of traffic is there, they will utilize the core from the maximum value which you have defined. Okay, so we'll come back to this. Let's say we are using the vCore option, the vCore, and we have a provision capacity. Let's say compute resources are pre-allocated, built per hour based on the vCores. You will go and select the size. Let's say click on change configuration. You have options where you get balanced memory and compute, standard series. You have premium series. You have FSV2 series. So you see these are grayed out, right? Sometimes when you go to a different region, you have other options also available. So don't worry that why these options are showing, why these are not showing. It varies region per region, right? It varies depending upon the region which you are choosing. So I'm using Central India region, right? So for me, it may be possible that these are not available. But if you go to Central US region, there the scenario may be different. Or you go to different region, scenarios may change, right? So you can use a balanced memory and compute, and you can allocate, okay, maximum vCore is this, maximum memory is this, maximum storage is this, and that is what is the cost which you are getting per month. And you click on OK, and you get the pricing for this which you're using. Correct, everyone? Now, if you want to save money, what it is saying that in case if you are using a SQL server licenses which was used on your on-premise data centers, right, on-premise environment, and if you have license available, so you have to evaluate that, okay, whether you were part of that program or not, right? Cost saving program. If you're part of that program, then you can achieve that license cost benefits, right? You can click on yes, and you can say that I confirm that I have this capability, apply that, and then you can use it. Otherwise, you can't do it, right? Otherwise, you can't use it. So you get this capability that, okay, I'm going with the vCore option. vCore is this capacity. If you want to increase the more capacity, you can use that. Now, what is the serverless environment? What do you mean by serverless? So the serverless and provisioned, the only difference is that in provisioned, whatever you have opted for, you got it and you're paying for it, whether you use it or not. Serverless works more towards unpredictable workloads, and I would be recommending, if you are working with a production environment, go with a serverless offering. Is it clear, everyone? Go with a serverless offering. In case your system is not utilized, you may make or save a lot of cost, right? You can save a lot of cost where you define the minimum code and the maximum cores. Maximum cores, you can see, you can go to a capacity of up to 80 cores, right? Up to 80 cores, which you can go. So from 32, if you want to keep the minimum cores over here, minimum 10 cores to 80 cores, you can go. Serverless and SaaS is different, right? Serverless comes into a PaaS offering. Serverless comes into PaaS offering. Is it fine, Sushant? Serverless is meaning servers are managed by Azure, fully managed by Azure, right? You talk about in AWS. AWS server is what? Lambda function. Lambda function is completely managed by AWS, right? You talk about DynamoDB. DynamoDB is what? Serverless offering, correct? AWS is managing that. Similarly, Azure Functions. Azure Function is a serverless offering, right? If you talk about your serverless compute, right? So these is provisioned is there is a hardware which has been allocated to you, and from that you are being utilizing whatever compute has been given. Provisioned is more like a VM, right? Provisioned capacity is more like a VM, but still it is fully managed by Azure. You can't change anything. You can't access it. So here provisioned is a fully managed offering is given to you, but you can't access that server. You cannot log in into that server and see. Correct? So that is something which you can use, and you can go, and in case if you want to have a auto pause delay that enable auto pause for some duration, if you want to do, you can use that as well, right? So that is other option which is available, and you see that the various options are available, that whether you want to go with a general purpose service tier or business tier or hyperscale, but you have to see that what is your requirement. So hyperscale, it is mostly for your business workloads, and you get a lot of flexibility and high performance when you're going with a hyperscale offering, and it is also offering you a lot of resiliency in times of failure. So it is allowing you that in case if you are configuring more isolated database replica, you can achieve that with hyperscale, right? It is offering you more than one isolated replica. Okay, fair enough. Now let's say when you're coming with this, hyperscale is offering you more than one isolated database replica, so that in case if anything happening, that entire region is failing or something is happening, you will still have one database replica being completely isolated, which you can use for recovery. That is maintained by Azure. So you don't have to worry about that. Correct, everyone? Serverless can be any one or more servers. It can be more servers, right? When you are using VM, right? And let's say you are increasing the size, right? What you do, you stop the VM, or VM is stopped and reallocated. So it is possible that VM is allocated or moved from one server to other server, right, Sri? So in the serverless case offering as well, if you have defined a minimum CPU and maximum cores, it may be possible that your compute is allocated to a bigger machine, right? So underlying hardware is same, right? In case any resiliency problem is there, it will fall back to a different machine. Is it clear? One big server will be allocated because you don't divide VMs or underlying hardware into multiple chassis, right? You don't divide underlying hardware to multiple chassis. That can cause performance to be lowered. You are using one server, one big capacity. If 80 cores are needed, they will be running on one server, right? That is why these solutions become very costly. They are allocated on a very big offering or a very big underlying systems. Okay, fair enough. So now let's say we were talking about the hyperscale, business critical, and general purpose. Now let's move towards the DTU model, right? So here you were adjusting your vCos, you were getting a provisioned capacity, you were getting the capacity which you wanted. Now let's go with a DTU model in which there is one is basic, standard, and premium. Basic for less demanding workloads, right? So here you see the maximum data size being allocated, right? And you have a VCP or fixed VCP which has been allocated to you, which you will use, right? There is a fixed VCP which will be allocated to use. Usually in the DTU based model as well, you are suggested to use a standard model in which you see this DTU which you see, right? This DTU which you see, what does DTU mean? So DTU is a combination or a blend of your compute, memory, input output resources in three service tiers, which is there, right? So compute sizes which is available to you is your basic, standard, and premium which you get. Basic, standard, and premium which you get, right? Now when you work with your DTU models, right, you have most popularly used is your standard and premium. Whenever you are using standard, this is mostly used for your common workloads, right, which is there. And in case if you are using for premium service tier where the transaction rates are high and you're looking for low latency input output requirements, then you can use it, otherwise not, right? Otherwise just go with the standard offering. So now the question is which one you should be using for the for doing the practical. Just go with the DTU based option and the standard one, right? Go with the standard one, that will be fine for you. So let me just quickly see. In fact, go with the basic one because I don't want you to incur any charges. So you see 465 is the cost, monthly cost. And if you cancel this at any point of time, what will happen? You will not be even charged 465, right? You will not be even charged 465. It will be very less, right? So I'll apply that. So I have chosen which model? Basic. 465 is the cost for the monthly cost. I will be deleting the resources just after the lab. So I am working with the most of the time predictable workloads, right? So I don't have to worry about the compute part. So this is a basic one I've used, right? Now this we have covered in detail, right? And everyone knows that what is redundancy. So I can use, or if you're using for a production environment, go with GRS or GZRS. That you should be using. But in case if you're doing only for our normal testing purpose, go with the LRS offering. That is more than enough. You should not be using this. Now next go to the networking tab. Let's go to the networking tab. So what it says, connectivity method. Obviously I want my endpoints or this to be reachable via my data factory. So I'm using it as a public endpoint. In case if your data factory is also internal and your database is also internal, you can use private endpoint. Then again, you have to create a private endpoint, and for private endpoint creation, remember we have spoken at the time of your data, your storage accounts, that you can map your virtual network. In fact, once we were creating the storage account, at that time I have also discussed what is a private endpoint. So it is the same concept which you can use. Okay, fair enough. So I think let's apply. Okay. So now we are using LRS. Let's go to the networking part. Here we will be using public endpoint, right? Now firewall sections. This firewall section is is needed for the people who are from the networking background. In case if you're using the database or you're part of the database, for those it is not needed, right? And similarly is for the connection policy, right? Similarly is for connection policy. In case if you are acting as a security engineer, then you will be leveraging this. Otherwise this connection policy or how you are securing the end connection, that is not needed. And This is the normal encryption TLS 1.2, which is SSL version 4 for doing the encryption part. Now, why are we defining these parameters, right? So if you read this, this will be clear. So allow Azure service and resources to access this server. So I want to access this server, so that is why I'm keeping it as a yes. Add current IP address. So this is what this is. Whenever you want to whitelist any IP address, that okay, today I'm using the public IP on the server is this, and tomorrow the IP address change, right? So if you are not enabling this setting and you're doing it from an IP basis, it may be possible the IPs which Azure has changed for their own use case, right? That may not be whitelisted. So this is the only use case for using this is that you are whitelisting the IP addresses, which has been allocated to the SQL databases. So add current IP address. So what does firewall rule say? So this is for let's say if you want, see, ultimately you're using this SQL database for what you want to use as a offering connected to your data factory, or you are using it for any application for which you want to integrate this as a database, right? Now you want the Azure services like compute to access this server, right? So that is what you want. So you are enabling that as a yes, that please allow Azure services to access this server. If you are doing as a no, what will happen? It will by default block everything, right? Which you don't want, right? By default, it will block everything which you don't want. So it is allowing the communication to this SQL database. Now the second thing or the second part which you see here over here is that add current client IP addresses, right? So when you say client IP address, it is not about the machine which you are associating it to. It is this database itself, right? So this database IP would be whitelisted so that people can access this, right? This IP will be whitelisted. That is why you are saying this as yes, right? So both option, if you see over here, let's say we talk about the network access controls. So if you come over here, Azure SQL databases and sign up network access controls, IP-based firewall rules use this feature to explicitly allow connections from a specific IP address. For example, from on-premise machine or a range of IP address by specifying the start and end of the address, right? Second is allow Azure services to and resources to access this server. When enabled, other resources within Azure boundary can access the Azure SQL databases. Suppose a virtual machine can access this. So both of the things which we have enabled is answered over here, right? Let's see more on the security part. Now here you are enabling Microsoft Defender, which you don't want. It is causing an additional cost 1247, which I don't want. I don't want to enable ledger or any other things, not the server identity as well. In case if you want to enable the cryptography to be enabled, you can just configure the ledger if you want. Otherwise, it is not needed, right? Let's go back, take a step back. Next is your additional settings, right? And we do a review and create. And let's create this. I think our SQL database is ready, and we are using the cheapest model, frankly speaking. And at the time when you are creating your servers, you also use the smallest size because otherwise the bill which you will be getting will be very high, right? Even though you go with the smallest vCore model, you will see that if you by any chance left your instance running, it is a repetitive model. It will your bill will go enormously high, right? Comparatively to the previous things. Now, whenever you are working with this, you have heard about your SQL Server Management tool or service, right? I think everyone has heard that SQL Server Management Studio. You can download that and you can use it as well. Similarly, you have an integrated offering which is available in Azure SQL databases, your query editor, right? You have a query editor. So you click on this query editor, right? And on this, if you remember, I want to connect to my database, right? So I have given the authentication mechanism as this. So I will put my credentials, let's say Azure at the rate 123456, right? Azure 123456. Correct? So you have your entire query table, or wherever you want to run your queries, everything is listed over here, right? It is listed over here. So if you want to create or run something, you can do that, right? And let's create one table. Correct. I'm creating the table as DB orders. So just like you use your SQL Server Management Studio, similarly this integrated editor is available for you where you can create the table for this. So I'm creating order ID, product ID, customer ID, unit price, quantity. It's like just like you create some billing info for some kind of store, right? Similarly, I'm also creating, I'm using an order ID, product ID, the customer, let's say you go to any nowadays with shopping. So what they ask you your mobile number that okay, your bill will be generated and sent to as an SMS. Nowadays, they are eliminating the use of paper. They're reducing the consumption of paper, right? And they are sending the bills on your phones as an SMS where there will be a link and you can download that and you can use it for checking out of the store, right? So similarly, let's assume your profile is with them, whichever you are creating. You define the quantity of the product which you have purchased and whatever in database there is a timestamp which is very popular, right? That you have to mention what is the insert date and time. What is the time that product was purchased, right? So I will run this query. So what it says, query succeeded, and we should be able to see this now. Let's say we can run your query, select star, just like we use with the normal databases from orders. It is not having any content, so let's do one thing. Let's put some content first, right? So let's put some content inside this. Correct. And let's run this. Query succeeded. And let's clear this. Let's do select star from orders. And let's run the query. So now you see, I'm getting the output. My order ID is the one which you have given. I have a product ID. I have the customer ID. I have the unit price and the quantity which I have given, right? And the insert time when we have inserted the data, right? When I have inserted the data, this is available. Make sense? So you can use this for your query offering, or in case if you want to edit something more, you can definitely do that. Let's say we want to add more content to this. Where is my script? So let's say I want to create a table for your invoices as well. Control V. Let's run the query. Okay. And let's add some content to this as well. And let's run this. Correct. And select star from invoice. Okay, so we have some data I have randomly added which you can use. We're just talking about how we can add entries to the database in case if you want to add some stored procedures or something, you can definitely add that, right? So that is the main thing which you're doing. Now let's say our main requirement is that I have one database. Let's plan a project scenario, right? Let's plan for our project scenario that we want to leverage your how we want to leverage your pool or how we want to use it. So first of all, whenever you are working with your databases or whenever you are working with any kind of structured data, main thing is what? Or when you're working with your data factory, there is majorly multiple sections. If we start from load part, right? If we start on the load part, the load is carrying what? Correct? Extract part is sorry, load part is what? It is the place where your data sets, data sets which will reside. So especially your structured data or transform data which you're loading. So the selection of tool which you want to use will obviously depend upon the type of data you're using, right? So majorly whenever you are accessing or you are working with the data, the most variety of the data you will find over here at the extract part, right? So this is the place where you will find most variety of data, right? At the extract part, it can be SQL, it can be no SQL, right? It can be big data, right? It can be stream of data, right? Nowadays, stream analytics, synapse analytics, lot of offerings are there, right? In AWS, you have Kinesis, lot of offerings are there, right? So you're working with any kind of data, SQL, no SQL, big data, stream data, right? And ultimately, you will be utilizing your various tools to transform it. Okay, you'll use to transform it. So this is the place where your downstream. This is the downstream of your extract part where your data will be transforming. So the tools which you're using, the tools you are using for transformation or for shaping, right? Tools for transformation or shaping will keep on altering, will keep on altering. So you, because ultimately you want a proper structure which you want to use, right? Ultimately you want a proper structure which you want to use, right? So now my overall project which we will be working on would be, because I think creation of the SQL data was basic, right? SQL DB creation was very basic, plus entering the data was even more simpler, right? That I think you know better than me, right? When we are working with this SQL DB creation, I want my data factory problems where I will be using your SQL as a data store, right? So solve data factory problems using SQL databases, right? This will be my agenda. Now you have seen that whenever you are working, or if you talk about the real-time projects, and if you talk about the big organizations, most of the times what you're working, you're not working with static data. You are working with your incremental data. Yes or no, everyone? Do we work with static data or we are working with the data which is coming on everyday basis? When we are putting data into data factory or putting into analytics, we don't want data up till one date, right? We want that, okay, if data is coming, that data should be extracted maybe next day, next time, whatever is the last time stamp available. Yes or no? So we want to work more towards processing data incrementally. Means whatever new data is coming, you're using, you're not starting from scratch, right? So what we'll be doing, we will be applying parameterization or parameterization on the pipeline. On the pipeline. What does pipeline do? Series of steps, right? Series of steps or activities which you want to do, right? Series of steps or activities you want to do, you want to pursue, right? That is what you can do. And this you want to apply parameters on the pipeline, right? Which you will be implementing on the pipeline used for incremental workload. Used for incremental workload. Correct? Now, first we will try to do this and then we will make it more complex. Now, here we will try to pass the file, right? But later on, we don't want any user intervention. We don't want any user intervention, right? System should automatically take it. So ultimately, what we are trying to do, we are trying to make our pipeline dynamic. Last time we did the dynamic activity, dynamic activity with the copy activity, right? We did that on dynamic. Similarly, we'll try to make pipeline dynamic, correct? So that less user intervention or no user intervention will be there. Okay, so our database is ready. So let's say we'll create two databases, right? We'll create two databases. Let's say one database, let's assume, right? Because both databases are sitting into my own account. But let's assume there is one organization which is Visa, right? And you are, let's say, monitoring some credit card transactions, or you are, let's say, you are doing some e-commerce or shopping orders, or some Visa transaction related DB is there, right? So this is your source DB, right? And from this source DB, you have to bring the data right to another database. Let's say this is Abhimanyu DB, or let's say Innomantra DB. So this is the place where you have source and this is acting as a target, right? So now you tell me what will be the initial things which you will be doing. So now you have to do this operation, right? And you have to use your data factory or Azure Data Factory for doing this. So what will be the series of steps which you will be doing? Mapping the data is fine, right? We are copying the data, right? We'll create a pipeline with copy module from source to target. Okay, let's say you are creating pipeline, correct? Is that the first step? What will be the series of step you will use? Create source and target. Let me just create, let's say, pipeline. source and target data sets. Okay, so is this very good, Sunil? So that is the first thing we will be doing is linked service. The first thing you will be doing is linked service, right? You will be building your link service first. That will be the first thing you will be doing, right, everyone? So first is your link service. Then you will be planning your data sets, right? And the third thing which you will be doing is your pipeline creation, right? So how do we link the service? If we are planning to build a new data factory, let's say we go to the data factory. Let's go to Innovanta Data Factory and let's launch the studio. Correct. And let's click over author and we have data sets. Let me just remove all of them. Okay. And let's publish all. Right. So this is a new set of services which we will be building. So let's assume one thing we'll take because let's say go to the databases. Let's say we have Abhimanyu DB. Either we can use this DB as well. If you go to this database, I think this is very much similar to the other one. Let's go to the query editor. Do we have anything over here? Select star from no, we don't have anything. That's fine. So we can use this as well. This is exactly same as what we were using. Now let's use the other database where we create. So either we can use this. This also has the same entries like the Visa credit card. So there's a name which I have given, right? This is the exactly same database, just like we create DynamoDB. And we'll go to the query editor over here as well. Let's sign in. We'll give the credentials. And let's run the query over here as well. Let's say select star from orders. Correct. So we have entries. Let's do one thing. Let's go to edit data and delete row. Okay. Fair enough, right? So two databases are there. Let's quickly go to the diagram which we have. We have one as Visa DB and other is your Abhimanyu DB. Let's keep it as Innovanta DB only. One is empty and one has data, right? One is empty and the Innovanta DB has this is empty, right? And this has the data available. Now what we'll do on the Innomantra DB, what we'll do, we'll just create the structure what we want, because ultimately the data is here, but we want to have the target structure available, right? So what we'll do, we'll go to the database. Let's say one is your Visa credit card, and let's open the databases, and we'll move this to this tab Visa, and we'll just remove this to avoid any kind of confusion. Let's delete this. So one is the other one is this, right? So this will get deleted. Okay. So on the left side is the DB where we have the data available. And if we come over here and we go to the query editor, we'll see that we don't have any kind of data available over here, right? Right? Let's go to select, validate once again, select star from orders and run the query. We don't have anything available. That is perfect, right? We wanted this only. So two databases, one is having data, another is not having any kind of data, which is good. Now we are going to the Innomantra Data Factory, right? Where we want to build the pipeline where we can use or where you can integrate this, right? So the first thing we'll go to the manage section. And if you remember, we integrated your data lake services, right? Now we will be linking our Azure SQL databases, right? So let's go to new, right? So what we'll do first? Yeah, we'll search for SQL database. So two options are there, and we'll select with SQL databases because we're not using managed instances. Okay, so let's select SQL database and click on continue. So SQL database, we'll say we'll always use the naming conventions, right? So let's say we say ls link services underscore SQL. Okay, so now let's say we come over here, we have ls link service SQL, and let's say we are doing it for our Visa DB, where we have the data sitting Visa DB. And description, if you want to add, you can add that, no problem. Otherwise, subscription, we'll select the subscription, the service name. So we have Visa with Visa Credit Servers. Database name is Visa Credit DB, right? And SQL authentication, we'll give the username and password. So username is SQL admin, and the password we'll give and the next thing what you'll do, you will test the connection. This connection should be successful. So it should, for us, it is successful. And I will click on create. So this connection we have done with ls SQL Visa DB, right? We have done with Visa DB. Now this is the database connection which is with one of the DB. Where is the database, right? Now we want another connection with the another DB, right? So let's go and do that. Let's click on new, and then again we will search for SQL database, continue, and let's give the naming convention ls underscore SQL underscore Visa underscore, sorry, not Visa. This time it is Innomantra, right? So Innomantra underscore DB, correct? And then we select the subscription, and we select the server name, let's say Innomantra server, database name, let's say Innomantra project DB. We'll give the username credentials SQL admin. We'll give the credentials. and we'll test the connection like always, and then we create it. So this will create our link service because data sets, mark my words everyone, data sets cannot work without link service. Can we create data sets without link service? We can't create data sets without link service, right? You'll not be able to have connection with that, correct? So first thing is your link service which is there, right? And then we'll go to your author section. Now we'll go to datasets and do a new datasets which is there, right? So when you do a new dataset, what is the next thing which you need? So you will be building a new connection, right? So let's say here again we'll search for SQL DB, right? So SQL database, continue. So link service is mandatory because if it is not there, we can't use it. So we'll first give a standard naming convention for this, right? So let's say DS for dataset underscore SQL. We are doing it for, let's say, Visa DB, right? We are doing for Visa DB. So let's say we are creating datasets with orders, right? We're giving the orders and the link service will be pointing to a respective database. So let's say I'm using this link service ls SQL Visa DB, right? Now, in case if there is any kind of specific table name which I want to give, let's say I want to select DBO orders, right? This is the order which we created, correct? And we'll click on OK, right? We click on OK. So if you see this data set is being ready for me, right? Data set is ready for me. In case if you would want to see the schema is available, which you can see. Parameters I have not defined at this point of time, right? But this is ready. Now we can publish this. Or if you want to, let's say, debug this parameter or you want to test this, you can do that as well. You can just click on preview data, whether you are really getting the data or not. So you see, I can see the data. So which means connection is working fine, correct? Connection is working fine. So if you want to publish, you can publish that. Let's say I publish this data sets for Visa DB order where the data is sitting, right? Now on the Innovanthara project DB, what we have done, we have only added the headers and columns, right? We don't have the data available. So what we'll do, we have to add another data set. So as a best practice, do we have one link service per data source or we can have multiple link service for a single data source? You can have multiple link service for a data source, but it is recommended that you link service is chargeable, right? The amount of time you fetch the data on that, although you are priced only for the transactions, right? But you can have multiple link service, but it is recommended to use one. Let's move further. So now let's add another data set, new data set, and this time again we'll do the SQL data set, database. Let's continue, and again we'll define a name for this. Let's say dataset underscore SQL, and we are doing for your I think Innovanthara DB, and we are doing it for orders. Sorry. And link service we'll use. Let's say Innovanthara DB and select I want to do it for DBO orders. We'll use that and we click on OK. We'll click on OK. So it will map that to the DBO orders and then we can preview the data. So since there is no data, we'll not be able to see the data. Only the headers which is there, which we created, that is only available over here, right? And how to create the headers, everything is there in the script which I used, right? If you remember, I used one script, everything is available. You can just create this. I use this command for creating this. You can use that as well, right? It is the same thing, just like we did for the other one. Now, we don't have any data on this, and my agenda is to bring data to this database, right? So let's click on publish, right? We have to click on publish. Now, the next question is that suppose if we are entering the data or if we want the data, right? We should have some kind of entry available, right? Some kind of entry available or some kind of data available, which is there, which tells me about what is the timestamp on the instance. Yes or no, everyone? Suppose when you enter the data into the database, we should have a timestamp available or not. Or let's say we have one agenda that we want to work with your incremental data, right? We want to work with incremental data, right? And when you're working with your incremental data, let's say you have suppose loaded the data yesterday, right? Some data, or let's take an example of this only, right? You have this data available, right? Let's click on preview data. Now this data was loaded up till, let's say, 4th of December 2023 till 3:21 p.m. Let's assume that, right? Now let's say you copied the data from Visa DB to Inventor DB till here, right? Now we want to work with the incremental data, right? The previous timestamp may be a source timestamp which you have given, let's say from 01 to 01 till 01/01/24. That amount of data is there. So all data entered, but next time, if you're talking about the incremental data, what is the next timestamp should be there? After 4. So the timestamp of this, the timestamp of this should be greater than this timestamp, right? And it should execute with a random time, or this should be, it should be greater than this and lesser than today's date, right? It should be greater than this and lesser than some value which you give, that okay, this is the date which I am inputting and I should be using that value, right? Then only you will be able to solve the problem. So now you tell me the logic which I should be building, right? You tell me the logic which I should be building. On the basis of that, I should be entering some data, or I should be entering some data. You have to tell me the logic, or where that data should be residing, or where that timestamp would be coming. When you talk about the database data sets, how is the data set getting that value? Data set would be getting the value from somewhere, right? Let's say you got this one value, right? So you have this entry which is available. So you will be running some queries, right? Without running some queries, how you will find out? Okay. The first question is, let's say where you will be validating that. Let's say data is you see over here. I'm seeing in Visa, right? I'm seeing in Visa at this point of time, right? And I want the data to be running. I want the data to be running where? I want to be running the data into your pipeline, maybe into the other database. The data should be copying properly, right? That suppose if you are copying the data from X location, right? There should be some value which you should be copying, or there will be some value which you should be taking, right? So from where does the value is coming? Now just visualize, right? Now visualize. Let's say this is the source DB. From here you have copied. From here you have copied the data from here to here, right? And the last time stamp is, let's say, 16th of November, or let's say last time stamp is 15th of November here, 2024. Till that you have copied the data. So you will check the date in the destination, or you will check the date in source. If you have to copy the new data to target, you will check source or target. You will check the destination, right? You have to see that, okay, what is the last timestamp by which data has been already copied over here? Yes or no? Does everyone agree to this? Because no one is giving correct answers. Target timestamp will be seen, right? Source is incrementally updated with new data. So you will never check the source, right? You will check the target where you please see my query. And but the first thing you should be looking is for the value or the timestamp which is there, right? So let's do one thing. The first thing, let's go to the script. So I think we have added the table which is there. We have added the products which is also there. We have added the target. Now we have to create another table, right? We have to create another table which is there, and we have to insert some data into that table randomly, right? We are giving some timestamp for orders and values which is there, which we can use. So let's create one table, right? And this is we are doing at the target level. Let's do that. Let's copy this. Let's go to this. Let's define Control V. Okay, watermark table is already there. That's fine. And let's add the entry to this. Insert. Okay, it is added, and let's read the data. Select star from, and let's run this. So the two values which you're getting is orders and for invoice. So this is the start time, random time they have given. This can be initial time, which is greater than this time should be taken, and then you can act or give a new time as well, which you want, right? So the first thing, in case if we are planning for data or building a pipeline, should be that first let's go with the initial thing that I should have a timestamp. I've just given a random timestamp for 7 p.m. 0101. That is something which has been given. So let's see that how we'll add that. So let's go to the data factory which is there, and data set we have added. Now we'll add another data set for timestamp as well, which you were mentioning correctly, that we will need one more data set, but data set can only come when it is reading from a database. Yes or no, everyone? So you were absolutely right to add a data set. So we'll fetch this data set from the SQL database as well. So SQL database, and this time we'll again add the data set and SQL and let's say Inventra DB water DB watermark table, and I will connect. So watermark table is nothing but it is a timestamp, which is a terminology which is used in your databases, SQL databases you use as a terminology. And similarly, this terminology is used in your data factory as well, right? Correct. So let's preview what data we have. So we have this data. So we are referred with, or we prefer this orders only. That is what we are looking for. So just we'll fetch this timestamp. So I'll just publish this as well. So watermark refers to as your timestamp. Is it fine? It is the timestamp. So we have published the three data sets which is there. So let me just close these data sets. Now the next thing comes is your pipeline, right? Next thing comes is your pipeline, which we want to do. And this pipeline we want to use for our lookup purpose. And then we want to copy the order, and then we will use some kind of stored procedure for doing the task. So let's do a new pipeline, right? And one of the common functions which has been used extensively is the lookup function, right? Let's go and use lookup, right? Let's use the lookup, and lookup we'll use for, let's say, initially what we'll do, we'll first use it for the old watermark value, right everyone? Let's say function is lookup underscore old watermark value, right? Old watermark value is the name which I've given. Let's go to settings. Now, what is the place where I see the old watermark value? So old watermark value, the data set which we have added over here. Here we have input that, right? So from this data set we can use this DB where we have defined. So we'll use it. So we'll use the Inventra DB watermark table which is there, right? Now when you're using this watermark table or watermark value, oh sorry, watermark table we are using, we will be executing a query because if you see this table has timestamp for invoice and orders both. So I want to use it for what? We want to use it for orders, right? So we are using it for orders. So now let's say if we go and click on edit, you can click on edit, or you can check the queries from the database as well. So how do we write the queries or check the syntax? Let's say we are on Inventra, right? So what we do, select, what are we doing? We are defining the table name, right? We're defining the table name. So let's say we select table name, right? And comma, let's say water mark, no, sorry. So we want watermark value as old old watermark. So first of all, I think this query will confuse you. So let's draw something and understand this first, right? Let's draw something because I think so. Now let's say we have, let's create a logic for this setup first. Right? So let's say you have first over here, you have old water mark, right? And this is your new water mark, right? This is your old watermark and this is your new watermark, right? Now with old watermark, you are doing is what? You are trying to extract the data, right? Or you're doing the extraction, right? Now new watermark means you are extracting the older value or older timestamp. Now new watermark would be that you will do what? You will go to the database, right? So you'll go to the database and fetch maximum value, right? You will fetch the maximum value. So now you have the timestamp available with you, right? Let's say one timestamp is there, which you will say that, okay, it should be greater than this, right? It should be greater than this, right? And other you will say that it should be less than equal to this, right? It should be greater than what? It should be greater than old watermark, right? Or so old watermark condition should be less than, it should be greater than or less than equal to your new watermark. That is how you define the condition. And both of them you will enter over here. So these are the two conditions, right? Two values you will extract. And then you will do the copy data activity. You will do the copy data activity. Correct? Now further what you will do, what? You will define a stored procedure. You will define a stored procedure. Now what this stored procedure will be doing, let's say you have your orders table, right? Right? You have the orders table. And in this order table, what you will do, you will have the new watermark value, right? And now you will use this, right? Now you will use this as a source or old watermark next time. So this will ultimately be updating what here, correct? This will be updating here, whatever you are entering. So that becomes the old and new will come later on. Makes sense, everyone? Why are we using this stored procedure? Right. Now in this for this old watermark, what we are doing, we are using the lookup function or lookup activity, right? We're using the lookup. For this also we are doing the lookup. This is one of the widely used, right? So when you are doing the lookup, right, you will use your select function, right? You are aware that okay, there will be a table name in which I will go, and inside the table name, what I'll do, I'll search for a watermark value. I'll search for a watermark value, and I will say that this watermark value should be set as what? Should be set as old watermark value. Means why I'm saying this, if you go to your practical, here if you see, here it says watermark value. Here it says watermark value. So when you define in your query, right? When you define in your query, because you all are working with databases before, so you know when you use this as. So watermark is being set to as what? Old watermark value. Yes or no? When you use this as statement, what happens? Right? Watermark value as old watermark value. So once you go back over here, this will be reflected as old watermark value. Yes or no? Right? Now ultimately what will be the value then? What will be the value then? How to fetch that value? So now from what? From orders. From orders, but what is the table which you will be looking for? So from, let's say, your watermark table, from sorry, let me just write it clearly. From watermark table. And in this table, what do you have? Two things, right? One is orders and one is invoices. So if I want to filter for orders, what I'll do? I'll just pass along with this equal to and orders. So it will reflect the values for what? Only order. If we pass orders, we'll get that value which is there and we'll set that as old watermark value. Clear? Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers an Azure Data Engineer course designed to help you clear the Microsoft Azure Data Engineering exam. This course is perfect for those looking to master data processing pipelines, data security, and tools like Azure Data Factory and Azure Databricks. Through this course, you will gain hands-on experience by working on real-time projects and use cases to develop your skills. Not only this, you will be working on real-time project designed from the top industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professional and successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new height. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step toward career growth in the field of Azure Data Science.
Let's create new pipelines. That what all steps I need to take, right? Let's go to this pipeline and let's say we go and create PL SQL underscore and your incremental copy, and we're making this pipeline as dynamic, and let's say dynamic 2, right? That's fine. That is the name I've given. So the first thing what we do, we will be doing a lookup activity, right? Okay, so I will leave it up to you, right? So what is the first thing you do? Let's consider we are creating the pipeline for the first time. There is nothing there. Let's say the SQL database is not there. So first thing what you'll do? What is the first thing you will be doing? Create link service. So before link service, you should have database as well. We should have database or not. So first you will be creating the database, which will be integrated to Data Factory with the help of link set, right? Which will be help. So first what we'll do, we'll go to the pipeline and let's say we go to the manage section, we'll go to the link service and we have integrated two database. One is the Visa DB and the Inventra DB. So the first thing which you always do is creation of the data store where the data is sitting. And the next thing which will happen is your ls SQL Visa DB, which is the database which you have integrated. So this is the place where you will use this link service for accessing the data, right? And similarly, we map another DB as well because we have two DB. One is the source and another is destination. So link set is clear. Now the next thing for the pipeline section or for the authoring section comes the data set, right? Comes the data set. So what we can do is we'll talk about the first data set when you create, let's say we create Visa DB orders, right? So how do we do that? We'll just go over here, click on new data set, select SQL database, select SQL database, select that, okay, I'm doing it for Visa, click on OK. And you can give the table name as well. Here, we remember we were working with DBO orders, right? Similarly, you can give you want, right? So let's go back. So that is how you create your one for Visa, one for Inventra, one for water table. Now, there is one data set which you see for dynamic table, right? One you see for the dynamic table because we want to do it for a dynamic entries. So we use it for dynamic table. So what we are doing over here, let's say we go to the parameter section, we define the table name, right? We have table name, that is the dynamic parameter we have defined. And let's go back to the connection of the data set, right? So here you will be connecting the link service in DB, and the table you name, you are passing it dynamically that, okay, data set table name, that is something which you have to pass, right? So what are the dynamic data names which you can pass? Let's say we preview the data. So okay, table name which you have to pass, right? So here if we pass the table name as invoice, let's say invoice, click on OK. So invoice, whatever data is being reflected, right? Similarly, if you want to click on preview data, here you pass orders, right? Click on OK. So whatever data is sitting in your orders, it will also show you. Is it clear? So the first thing was link set, other is data set. And this time the data set which we are passing, we have created a dynamic entry. And dynamic entry for what? Dynamic entry for the table name, whether it is invoice, whether it is orders, whether it is watermark table, whatever you want to pass. It's your choice. So which means any new file entering can also use this. Are you good, everyone? Up till now? Yesterday you created 3 data sets, right? So I'm talking about new data set, right? Which I'm talking now that we are using it for dynamic thing, right? These are all what? These are all normal. Here we are passing static table name, right? Correct? Yes. So we have created it in the same way. Yeah, we have created after that. So the table, dynamic table here, what we are doing, the only difference is what? Here I am dynamically passing the name. Right, Hiral? Okay, so link set, data set, is it clear? Okay, fair enough. Now let's say the next thing comes is your pipeline, right? Next thing comes to your pipeline. So you go to 3 dots. After going to the 3 dots, you go to the pipeline, you have to create it. So I have given the name, right? You see publish all, because if we have created this, unless and until we'll publish, it will not saved. Is it related lookup? What is this related lookup? I cannot see the advantages of passing the table name dynamically and static passing. See, when you are working or when you are using the pipeline to be dynamic, right? You want your entries, or you want the data should be, or see from a broader perspective, Paul. Let's say you have integrated your storage account as a part of your copy activity, right? Now you create a new file and you put that file into storage account. Now, as soon as the file is kept into the storage account, what will happen? The file should copy. At this point of time, when you create a new file, are you aware about the file name? When you created a new file and you kept into the storage account, were you aware about the file name when you created the pipeline? Were you aware? No, right? So if you want, or if you're planning to work or make your pipeline independent of static parameters, and you want it to work with any type of values or any type of thing which is there, then you have to make that as dynamic, because pipeline should also be triggered with some kind of activity which is happening either at storage account level or database level. Some kind of activity should be there. Yes or no? You will not be always coming and passing the names. You want that, okay, if there is new entry coming to database of the, or if there is new file coming to my storage account, it should automatically do the copy. I should not wait for anything. Are we clear? Why are we making things, or why we are slowly complexing my pipeline? Correct? Okay, fair enough. Now let's say I'm creating my pipeline. The first thing what we did for the dynamic activity or anything is that I want to do a copy operation from your Visa DB to Innoventra DB, because let's say that there is a project requirement, and the project requirement says that, okay, Visa has given you the database read access, and they want you to transform the data or use the data for analytical purpose, right? That is the requirement. So you only have read access to the data, but you are aware or you get a notification as soon as new data enters your Visa DB. And whenever the new data enters the Visa DB, you should be using that timestamp and copying the data into Inventra DB. Problem statement clear to everyone? So we are passing the value at the pipeline level, right? But consider, Paul, one more step ahead, that you have integrated a trigger, a event based trigger. Then are you still passing that at runtime? Sorry, then are you still passing that as design time? If you have integrated a trigger, let's say there is an option you see over here, add trigger. If we have done or integrated or scheduled a triggered based offering, then you're not passing at design time. Then obviously it will be triggered when something happens or when that triggered is being executed. Now is it clear, Paul? If you see this trigger, we can add triggers as well on pipeline, which I will be showing you, right? Which I will be showing you as well, correct? Okay, so let's move forward. So the first thing we'll be doing is your lookup activity, just like yesterday. So I am doing what? Lookup, correct? And on the lookup activity, so what do we need to do? What do we need to do when we are working with the lookup activity? What does lookup do? Yes, search, right? It will query or it will search the tables, right? It will query or it will search the tables that which you are using, right? So let's say we give the name of this as LKP, because lookup function is there, and let's say old watermark value, right? Now remember when we were talking about this, let's say we have talked about the strategy yesterday, right? I'm pretty much sure that you have not done the revision, but I think this strategy is clear to everyone. This strategy is clear to everyone. Anyone who is not clear with the strategy, right? So we'll be using the same strategy for implementing our pipeline, right? So logic should be built first, or logic should be understood first when you are building your pipeline. So let's go back. So let's say look up old watermark value and we'll go to the settings, right? We'll go to the settings. So let's go to settings. So here what will be my source, where we will see the old watermark value. That old watermark value should be coming from database or the database where I am copying the orders, the old value. So in Mantra DB orders, right? I will run the query, right? I will run the query. And what would be this query? Let's go over here and we will add dynamic content, right? And before that, adding the dynamic content, let's go back over here. We'll add the parameters on the pipeline, right? What are the parameters available for my pipeline? One first would be table name, right? Other would be watermark column, right? Table name and watermark column are the two dynamic parameters I'm passing, right? So now let's say we go back to the lookup settings and I want to define my query. So just like we used copy on the normal copy orders, if you want to use the query from here, we can use that. But if since let me just go to the copy orders, what is the query which we used? Settings. This we have tested as a part of the database already, right? That is why I'm using it. Let's go and copy the query over here. So select table name watermark value as old watermark value from DBO watermark table, right? Where table name is equal to orders, right? Where table name is equal to orders. So we have to what we have to pass as a dynamic parameter over here? What we have to pass as a dynamic parameters over here is orders. That is what my input is, correct? So what I'll do at the rate and curly braces. At the rate and curly braces. Now in curly braces, what I need to pass? I need to pass the parameters. And what is the parameter name? Table name, right? I'm passing table name. Is it clear up till this part? And I click on OK. So the query is here. So what is the query doing? That it will come and go to this Inventor DB orders. It will select the watermark name, right? And whatever watermark name, sorry, whatever is the table name you will get. So you are grabbing the table name, and from the table name, you are setting the watermark value as old watermark value, right? You are setting the old watermark value, sorry, the watermark value as the old watermark value, whatever was defined, X, Y, Z, right? Now let's say what we do one thing. This was one part, right? If you want to preview the data, click on preview. I will pass the value as orders, and let's see what is the timestamp we are getting. So I'm getting the timestamp as this, right? I'm getting the old watermark value as this, correct? So which means my query is working fine. So you have to keep on debugging at every step, right? You keep on debugging at every step. Make sense, everyone? Now let's add another lookup. Now this another lookup, we'll rename it, let's say LKP, new watermark value, right? New watermark value is there. After that, what you do? After that, we have to define or configure this watermark value, right? Let's go to settings. And what would be the settings or what would be the destination? Destination is what? Destination is what? Destination is DB orders. DB orders visa. What is the last entry? What is the timestamp of the last entry which came? Right? So I will go to query and write the query over here as well. Right? That okay, what is the maximum timestamp you have? What is the maximum timestamp you have? So what I'll do, I'll go back to the previous one, or let's not go and use a dynamic one because I want to show you dynamic. Let's go to this one and I want to see the static value, right? And then we'll make it dynamic. So now you see here you have DB orders. We are passing passing statically, right? So let's paste this value over here. Now set max what? Max insert date and time. So this time this insert date and time should be gone. Should be gone. So what I'll do at the rate, right? At the rate curly braces, right? And pass inside this watermark column. Dynamic entry I want of the timestamp what is there. And we have to set that as, you can keep a small, I prefer keeping capital, right? As, why it is not changing? I think it accepts smaller, right? Okay, it is accepting capital as well. Okay, as new watermark value from DBO orders. So DBO orders I don't want to pass statically. So what I'll do, at the rate curly braces. At the rate curly braces, and what I need to pass table name. So I'll just select this pipeline at parameters, right? And I click OK. So I have done up till now what? And let's preview data. Preview data, I will pass orders and I will pass insert date time and click on OK. And let's see whether the data is there or not. So you see, this is the data which is available with me. This is the data which is available with me, which I want to use, right? Fair enough. Now, is it clear, Hiral? Both the lookup values? Hiral, is it clear now? Both lookup values. Others also clear with the lookup concepts and things which are defining. Now from the activity section, which we are using is copy. Now we are planning the data flow, right? Or the pipeline flow. So what we'll do, we'll copy the copy operation. Now you remember we have talked about all these four parameters, that on success, what happens? On success, the data should be copied. Here also on success, data should be copied. So let's go that. So both the entries we are receiving from here, and we have to do the copy operation. So let's say copy orders, right? Copy orders, right? So when you are copying the orders, the first thing which is there is your source and sink, right? You have to define your source and sink which is there, right? So go to source. Our source is what? In Visa DB orders, right? We'll use the Visa DB orders. We'll go and run the query over there. And this time we have to make sure that whatever content is being there, we want to use that, right? We want to use that. So let's go and go to the copy orders and go to the source. I want the query. Let's use the query from here. And let's click on add dynamic content, and I will use the same query because this query was working fine. So select star from orders. So the first thing which comes in front of me is what? Orders, and I don't want to pass orders, right? So what I'll do, I'll replace this with at the rate and curly braces, and I will pass the parameters as your table name. So one thing clear, I have passed the table name. Now where I want to pass my parameters, right? Insert date and time. Where? So what I'll do, I'll type at the rate and I'll put curly braces. Inside this, I will pass the parameters as watermark column, right? So this is the timestamp which you got from here. It should be greater than this timestamp, right? And then you have to do an activity. Look up old watermark value. So that is fine. Old watermark value is here. And you have to go to outputs in first row. And you have to fetch the old watermark value. That is totally fine. That is not a problem. And then you have to insert. This is not a random, or this is what you're not getting, right? So this insert date and time will not be a dynamic value, right? So I'm saying that insert date and time should be lesser than what? The new lookup value. New lookup value which is there, right? So the parameter which I wanted to change is the table name and the watermark column which I am inputting, right? Nothing else. I click on OK and I will preview the data. So orders and insert date and time, and I'll give some random value. Let's say here we give 2023 dash 01 dash 01, and here we'll give 2024 dash 01 dash 01. Some random value I've given, and let's click on OK. So all the values which are here till this timestamp, it has been reflected. So which means my query is working, right? Which means my query is working. So my source part is complete, right? Only my source part is complete. As of now, still the destination is pending. Now destination part in this case is important because if you go to your pipeline over here, if you go into sync, what we are doing? We are just saying that whatever you have received from here, put it into orders, right? Put it into orders. But when we are working with dynamic, I have even kept the source itself as what? Dynamic. So I don't even know the table name, right? I even don't know what table I am entering. right? So whether it is orders, whether it is invoice, I don't even know. It may be a new file, let's say purchase order.txt coming. So this time when you are creating for a dynamic variables, you have to go to sync and you have to select, let's say Innomantra dynamic table. This is the data set which we create where we are passing the table name as dynamic, right? So I will go to the add dynamic data set and I'll go to parameters, and in parameters I will pass what? I'll pass the table name and okay. This is what? This is the parameter table name I have passed. So whatever the table name is coming, we have to copy that as a copy operation. Is it clear, everyone? Source and sync for copy. Now let's say this is complete. Now we want to update the new watermark value, because watermark is what? It is the timestamp. So you should have the new old watermark value or new watermark value. So what I'll do, I'll say that okay, I will define some stored procedures. We'll define some stored procedure which is there, and we will be leveraging this stored procedure for various purposes, right? And we'll put in this that okay, whatever I'm getting, I will put this as a part of the load stored procedure. And what is the purpose of this stored procedure? What is the purpose of this stored procedure, everyone? The purpose is that I want to update the watermark value. So I'll give the name so that anyone who sees it should be clear. So update watermark value, right? Update the watermark value, correct? Now let's say when you have this update watermark value, let's say go to the settings, right? Settings, you must be using some kind of link service, right? For this stored procedure. So link service is what? Link service is, let's say I want to do a query to Innomantra DB, right? I want to do with Innomantra DB, and remember we have created the watermark earlier only at the Innomantra DB by what commands? By what command? Let's go back to the script. So here you see, let me just move this. Here you see the script, create procedure, right? Begin update watermark table, set new time where at the table, and end. This is the procedure which is there, right? This is the procedure. If that is not working, you can use this. Ultimately, till here it is same, but I have added some additional parameters for update successful or errors. That is there, right? So now you will use the procedure which you have created for in 130db, which is there. So let's take a step back. And now I have to select the stored procedure which is there. Let's say SP watermark. SP watermark. Now in this SP watermark, I need what? New time, which is there, and the table. So which means if the table is orders, whatever is the new name, I will be using that. So what I'll say that I want to enter this manually and I want to import this. So as soon as you import whatever set watermark table is there, that will import everything. And obviously timestamp should be date and time. So what is the value of the table name? This SP is created into the database. Yes, that's right, Bhavinder. This SP is created, so stored procedure is part of the database only, right? Not data factory. We call the stored procedure here to do the activity, right? But this event may be defined somewhere from where we need to import, right? So now let's say you have the value for the table name. So table name, you also know, click add dynamic content. And for dynamic content, what do you need? What do you need? You need to be aware about that. Okay, I want to fetch the table name from the old watermark value. So old watermark value is this first row output, and I have to pass dot table, sorry, dot table name, right? Dot table name is what I'm passing. So I'll click on OK. So one activity is this, because stored procedure needs activity, right? Now again add dynamic content, right? Now again add dynamic content, and this time what I need watermark value. Pretty much simple, right? I need watermark value. So what I'll do, I'll go over here. I'll say that okay, I am looking for the lookup which you're doing for new watermark value, right? I'll come over here, and on this I need you to provide me what? I need you to provide me new watermark value which you have seen, right? And I will click on OK, right? I will click on OK, and I will test the connection, whether this connection is successful or not. So connection is successful, which is what I wanted. Clear everyone? So lookup is clear, copy data is clear, and stored procedure. But now what do we need? We need to have the data available with me, right? I need to have data available. So let's do one thing. Let's go to the SQL databases. So one is your Visa DB and other is your Entra DB, right? We'll open the query editor. Let's say we give the credentials. Okay, so we are copying the data from Visa to this. So let's say we do select star from orders. So this has 4 entries available. Now what we'll do, we'll add some new entries to this, right? Let's add some new entries, and that is we have available over here. Okay, so let's run this, and let's say we do select. So 5th entry is there, and timestamp has been updated as this, right? Now timestamp has been updated. Everyone clear? I have added a new entry because the time should have been increased, incremental, right? Then only it should work. Now let's say we go to the Entra Data Factory, which is there, and let's see first of all here also that whether are we getting or is there something which is there or not. So let's select star from. So here you have 4 entries, right? Now let's go to the data factory, which is there, and let's do a debug. Everyone, let's do a debug, and we'll pass the value as orders and insert date and time. And let's see the debug operation works or not. So lookup is in progress. The copy data is also in progress. Whether it fails or not, we'll see. Okay, and stored procedure also done, right? So in few seconds, if you see these operations has been done, 0 to 15 and 28, right? Now let's say we'll see what is the old watermark value, right? Old watermark value is this 2023 12/4. What is the new watermark value? What is the new watermark? Let me just quickly go. New watermark value is 5 because there is a new data entry which has been added, right? Correct. Now copy operation, if you go and see, there is one row red and this has been copied over here and that has been transferred, right? That is good part. And when you go to the stored procedure, right? So here you have the timestamp being entered over here. So our pipeline has been successfully triggered with the help of this. And then finally, when it has been tested, you can publish all that. Okay, my pipeline can be published, right? My pipeline can be published. Is it clear now? The dynamic content, hierarchy and others. So now let's say when we are working with this, there are multiple options for doing things where we can do or we can define tasks on the basis of some activities or some random things which you can do, right? So let's say I was asking about the trigger, right? I was defining about the trigger. So where I can use my trigger with some kind of operation that I will look forward for any new file which is coming, right? Any new file which is coming to my database or to my storage account, and then I should be triggering that, right? Then I should be triggering that. So let's say, let's try to create one pipeline, and the purpose of this pipeline would be that let's say I want to use this pipeline or trigger this pipeline with the help of some kind of additional mechanism, right? Or additional trigger which you want to use. So that is one more activity which we'll be trying, that how I can trigger an activity on the basis of some kind of mechanism. So how can we see that? So now let's say what we do one thing. Let's do one thing. Let's do one thing. We create one more thing. Okay, so let's do one thing. What we'll do, we'll create a okay, this is the watermark table we already have, right? So we are able to pull something. So I want to run some query. Okay, so we were running the queries. Let's go back. Okay, so the next thing which I want to do over here is that I want to pass my configuration file, right? I want to pass my configuration file or one table over here. I think did I create that already? Yes. So there is one configuration table which I have to create, edit data. In this, I am passing orders and invoice, right? This config that okay, what kind of table name I want to enter. So the purpose why I'm doing this, fair enough. So now let's say, how do you create this configuration table? So I have already shared the script. What you do, you just copy this or you create this table, you execute this command till go, right? So it will create table name and watermark column, right? Which you create. After that, you can integrate, insert this value, right? Insert order name, insert name, invoice, and insert date and time. So that are the two major categories which you are passing because I want to make my fields dynamic, right? I want to make my fields dynamic. So what I'll do, I'll go back over here. Now you see this configuration table is there. So what I want to say that okay, if I am or if I want to look up on the basis of my configuration table, then on the basis of that, I should be able to execute my pipeline, right? On the basis of that, I should be able to execute my pipeline. So I'm picking the table name from where? I am picking the table name from my configuration table. So I'm adding one more complexity. And the purpose of adding this complication is that now I want to do things via decision making. That suppose if the table name is orders, then do this. If suppose the table name is invoice, then do this. So whenever you are using this kind of mechanisms, then what happens, right? Or let's give you one more example. Let's say we have or we map one data set, right? Let's say we have created this configuration table which is there. Let's do a query, right? Let's do a query. Let's do a query over here. Let's create one more pipeline. I think that would be even better. New pipeline. And this pipeline I want to use as a parent pipeline for incremental loads, right? So PL SQL. Pay attention everyone because these things will slowly get complex. PL SQL and incremental load parent, right? Parent pipeline, something like that you can refer. So this is the name which is given. Now let's say we again use this time the lookup function again, right? And this lookup function, let's say we define, right? And why are we using this lookup function? Why are we doing or what is the use case of this lookup function? Because I want to look up my configuration table. So LKP underscore configuration table, right? Configuration table. And on the configuration table, let's say I go to settings, I will select the data set. So I will go and input either. Okay, so there is one more thing which you remember, that one thing I told you that here we are creating the data sets individually for respective tables or something. But in case if I want to run a query using a different data set, I can do that. No one can stop me in running a query using a data set. Let's say I'm using watermark table and I can use that for running the query. So let's say I run a query. Let's say select a star from configuration table, right? Let's say I'll bring the query from there. From configuration table, right? Let's run. So I'm getting these values, right? Let's copy this. Let's paste into the data factory, right? And let's say preview data, right? So my data is working. All good. I'm able to get the table name and this. But what do you think? Is there a problem in this? Fine. Okay, so let's say if I go to my project, I ran the same query. I got the output as this, right? Here you see two outputs, right? But when you are running the query over here, you get one output, right? Correct? So is this a problem or not? Last time, whenever we defined any kind of query, right? Last time, whenever I defined any kind of query, what did we use? What did we use? We always selected first row only, right? We did first row only. And what does this do? For in the last or the previous options, whenever we are using, we only wanted the first entry, right? Of the when you run the query, we only wanted the first entry with the whether it is maximum value, whether it is the table name. We only wanted the first entry, right? So that is why we always selected this tick. But now let's say when we uncheck this, right? And then you execute the query, what happens? Now is it fine? So these small things you will notice when you are building the pipeline yourself, right? Now let's say, let's debug this. Let's debug this. When we debug this, and let's say my lookup table is working, right? And it is succeeded, right? So what you see, let's say we execute the query and we got the output. Let's say copy to clipboard, and let's come over here. Now earlier when we used to use this, then it was outputs and dot value. Yes or no? Whenever we were defining the output or whenever we were using the JSON for this, this is what? This is JSON of table only, right? So we are seeing two counts. Table name is orders and water name mark column insert date and time. This is table name invoice, watermark column insert date and time. Yes or no? If you go back to this, this is what? Count to value. So earlier what we used to define outputs dot something, and that is that is how we used to write the query. That is how we used to write the query. I think everyone will agree that. So this part which you see over here, let me just bring the pen over here. So this part which you see, this value, don't you think this is a array of JSON? Ultimately, these entries are what? This is JSON entries, right? This is JSON entries or not? Is it too complex or what? I think we have just started. Means it's not complete as well. So I can't that I will start again. We have just ran one. I just did a lookup and I've just copied the output of lookup, right? And this output which we are discussing. So can we call this as an array of JSON or not? Right? We can. And now whenever you have an array, what brings to your mind? That in case if we have to individually work for orders, invoice and everything, what brings to your mind? Especially when we are doing coding. When you have array of something, what do you do? When we have array of something, you can say list of maps, whatever you can call it. Ultimately, this when you're entering in the form of JSON values, this is kind of an array of JSONs, right? So what we can do, or what comes when you have series of options or when you have multiple quantities? Yes, what you will do? Can we not call it as we can use them for passing in a loop in case we want to work with all table names? Whenever you have array of something, you individually use the value and then code. When you are working with a number of variables, right? That okay, I am using a list of map. I use that and pass that as an input in every time in the loop, right? So this is the place where we can inject the loops, right? We can pass in loops. Now let's say when we can define something as a loop or we can pass it as an iteration, which was a clear word from I think who told that? Eric. That was a correct word that you can iterate them or you can use as an iterator and you can pass that as a loop. So this is what? This is the value is acting as an iterator, correct? Which you can use. So now let's say if I am working with my data factory, right? And I have to work with all type of values, then we should have some looping mechanism as well, which should trigger my pipeline. There should be some looping mechanism which should trigger my pipeline. So let's say I will search for what? I will search for loop. And the loop option which you have available is for each, right? So let's bring the for each loop over here. We'll slowly make it complex, right? So whenever on the success of this condition, the loop should be operated. On the success of this condition, the loop should be operated, correct? And this for each we are doing for what? This for each we are applying for the table, right? For each table, name itself says fine that the task which you're defining, it should be executed for each table, correct? Right, everyone? And when you go to the for each and go to the settings, right? Settings, I'll come to sequential and batch count in a while, right? Don't worry about that. But ultimately, we'll refer to this as what? We'll refer to this as items. We'll refer to this as items, correct? So if I go back to the fundamental over here, so this was an output of what? This was an output of the lookup activity and lookup of configuration table. Lookup of configuration table, everyone, right? And if you remember, lookup of configuration table, what does it give? If I go back to the activity once again, let's say if you go back to the activity, general, if you go over here, what is what? It is outputs. Yes or no, everyone? This is outputs. So if we are passing that as an item, so item will be what? This value, and this item will be corresponding to lookup, output, and value. So if I want to write this as a part of my activity thing, right? If I want to pass it as an activity thing, so what I can do that? Let's say we click on and we should have some kind of value. Let's say we can have some kind of value. Let's say we come over here. Let's add dynamic content. And what we'll do, we have lookup configuration available with me. So activity, I will say count output, right? Lookup output value, right? Automatically you're using the array, so it is value. In case if you just mention output, so output will come and after that you can add the value, right? So now let's say when you are selecting this box as sequential, right? Whenever you are selecting as sequential, so what happens? That in case if you have defined some activities over here, right? If you have defined some activities over here, it can be one activity, it can be two activity, it can be 10 activities, right? You can run all the activities only in sequence. You cannot run them simultaneously. But if you uncheck this box, right? If you uncheck this box, what happens? You can uncheck this box and you will see that you can run multiple activities simultaneously. So that is the use case of sequential. Now, why are we using batch count? So maximum number of parallel runs of inner activities. So whatever inner activities you are doing over here, what is the maximum count? So maximum count is 50. Yes, parallel execution. Maximum count is 50, right? If you define 51, right? If you define 51, and if you plan to do a debug, let's say, right? If you plan to do a debug, what will happen? It will say for each activity batch count cannot be 51. It has to be between 1 and 50, right? And let's say if you say that okay, I am defining this activity, I'm writing it, or I'm not defining anything. What is the value? So by default, it take 20, right? By default, it takes the value as 20. By default, it takes the value as 20. So now let's say we go to the activity table. Yes, it is the number of parallel, maximum number of parallel runs of inner activities. Inner activities are what? These, right? Inner activities are these. So now let's come to this and click on activities, right? So I have the activities. Let's say we click on edit. Now here it is asking that, okay, what is the activity you want to perform, right? Here, what is the activity you want to perform, correct? So I will say that I want to perform the activity which is execution of the pipeline, right? So what I'll do, I'll make use of my activity. Let's say execute pipeline. I will say execute pipeline. I will say execute pipeline. And in this pipeline, you can give the name of the pipeline. Maybe let's say I want to update or execute the pipeline, which one? Let's say dynamic 2. Let's say go to dynamic 2. The pipeline name is this, control C, and let's go to parental load, execute pipeline. Correct? I can say this or not. I want to execute this pipeline, that is possible. And I'll go to the settings, and which pipeline I want to invoke. I want to invoke pipeline 2 dynamic, right? I want to execute pipeline, and will the from where will the table name and watermark column will come? From where will the table name and watermark column come? So for that, what do we have? For that only is the reason why I have defined the items, right? This is the place we have defined the items. So value of table name is equal to order. Watermark column is insert date and time, which will be again as an input, right? Do you see the link? So first what we did, first we went to the activity. If we go over here, we are defining what? We are defining for each table, and here we are defining the activity. Let's say settings, and we are doing a lookup table, and we are doing output dot value. But this is being saved in what? This is being saved in items. Yes or no? This is going where? This is going into items. Now, when I am using these items, or I'm calling out any activity, so in activity, when I go, I will be referencing that item. So if I'll go to the item, I'll go for each table, right? So it comes item, and item dot what? Item dot table name, right? Item dot table name. This is one thing. Other dynamic value will again be our dynamic content for each table, and I will select this dot and what? Watermark column, right? Watermark column, and click on OK. So both the dynamic inputs are here. Both the dynamic inputs are here, correct? And we can go to the pipeline, right? We can go to the pipeline and we can click on debug. We can click on debug. So it is starting the pipeline and we can't see it. Why we can't see it? We have to go to the monitor section. See, we have to go to the monitor section. We go to debug. So you see, this has been recently progressed. Did you notice? I clicked over here. I can't see over there, but this is triggering the pipeline over here. It is in progress. This is the pipeline which is triggered at the backend. So I am using my looping mechanism for this, right? And see, the pipeline has been executed. That is the beauty of this. Monitor option is here. Monitor option is here. So now let's say if you come to this monitor, you'll come over here and you can see these logs. Is it fine? So I triggered my pipeline with a looping mechanism, right? With the looping mechanism. It ran. The pipeline has been ran and it is succeeded, right? And if in case if you want to see that it is activated few seconds back. So what you do, you go back to the data factory. Let's say we go to the pipelines. Let's say you go to pipelines dynamic 2. So now this is few seconds back only. So activity happened. This is triggering. Let me just refresh this. It is showing the activity over here, right? So these activities are seen here, or you will see under the monitoring section. You will see in the monitoring section. We'll do with trigger as well, but up till now, is it clear? Okay, fair enough. So now you see there is an option over here as add trigger, right? So either you can make your operations where you are manually triggering your profile, or sorry, manually triggering your pipeline, or you can have an automated mechanism to do this task, right? So if you take a project scenario, there may be a possibility that let me just publish this pipeline so that my changes should not. So now let's say you have a project scenario where let's say you have data which is coming on a specific time that okay at 10 p.m. I will have all my data available, and at 10 p.m. I want my pipeline to be triggered because with the data factory the cost is incurred when you are running the pipelines. Otherwise, the data factory is the resources created, you are not being charged. Yes or no, everyone? If your data factory resources are created and your pipeline is not being running, you're not charged. So why not utilize this option, right? Correct? So one option is if you go to add trigger, you see there is an option of trigger now, right? You have an option of trigger now. So you click on trigger now, right? No records or no trigger now published. So click on OK, right? So you see the pipeline has been triggered, and you go to the pipeline section, let's say monitor section. On the monitor section, you come to triggered, and you see the trigger has been progressed, and it is a manual trigger, right? It's a manual trigger which has happened. Can everyone see that? I did a trigger now and my pipeline got triggered. Correct? Are we fine with the operation? Correct? Now, in this pipeline, if you want to see that what is happening inside this, you can click on this parent. It will directly take you over there, right? It will directly take you over there that, okay, what are the series of events happening? What is the activity which is happening? You can see all those things which are happening over here and you can see it, right? So 24 seconds back, this pipeline was being triggered and you can see the results is here that this got triggered, right? So I triggered this pipeline on the basis of or with the help of a trigger which was there, right? Now let's go back to our pipelines. Let's say go to all pipeline runs and I'll go back to the pipeline, right? This I did with the help of trigger at trigger. But now let's say when I want to use this pipeline, right? When I want to use this pipeline, I want to trigger or I want to use this pipeline with the help of some kind of trigger which I have proactively configured, right? Which I have proactively configured, right? So what we need to do, we will go and we will have various options. Let's say if you go to your so addition of triggers to the data pipeline right? Now when you are adding the trigger, right? When you are adding the trigger, you know that okay, this is what this trigger does what? This is doing kicking the data pipeline or a kickstart the data pipeline. It kickstarts the data pipeline which is there, right? Now let's say when you are triggering it, there is a mechanism which is, let's say you have schedule, right? The other option you have is your tumbling window, right? Let's say there is one option which is your storage events, or there can be another option which is your custom events, which we will be seeing later on as well, right? Custom event where we will define some custom events as well that we can also see. Now, when you are working with a scheduling pipeline, right, always make sure that when you are defining your schedule operations, so obviously the parameters which will be important will be first, there will be a start time, right? There will be an end time, right? This end time is optional. Why I'm saying optional? Let's say you have got a new project, you are working for an X organization, you have received one project for one organization, and you're creating this pipeline. Are you forecasting that the project will go away within 1 year, within 2 years, within 3 years? You don't want that to happen, right? And you want the task to be happening almost till the time the project is there, right? So end time is not mandatory. End time is not mandatory. So you can define, or let's say if you are defining this, let's say end time is usually, sorry, end time. This is optional. So why is it giving mistake? End time is something which is optional. If you want to define, you can define, otherwise you can disable it, right? Now, no one thinks that project will go, right? But still, if you ask me, it is recommended to at least set some vague vague timeline of at least, let's say, keep a 5-year timeline. That is fine. That is just an assumption which you are making. You just define something. it is not helping you anything, right? It is not helping you in anything. So don't worry about that, right? Now, whenever you are defining the start time, end time, these are the parameters. Obviously, in case if you are looking for any kind of time zones, right? My recommendation is, since you are running the pipeline, if your project is of UK, use a UK time zone. If your project is of UK, use a UK time zone. Otherwise, if you are working just for only for your purpose, use your own time zone, right? Use your own time zone. And ideally, it is recommended it should be project specific, in which project you are working and what time zone which they are following, right? Which time zone they are following. Now, the next thing is how soon or how you want it to happen. Means there should be some activity that, okay, you don't want a start time and time. It should not be continuously running, right? So what is the recurrence period? What is the recurrence period, right? So let's say you want to run the pipeline within 15 minutes. Every 15 minutes you want to run, right? Every 15 minutes you want to run, correct? If you want to run that, okay, every 24 hours, if you want to run, you can do that. Every 24 hours you want to run, you can do that, correct? In case if you want to do on the basis of, let's say, you have defined that, okay, I want to execute twice in in a day. Like let's say you are defining, let's say, one day, and I want to execute it twice in a day. Then you can do that as well, right? You can do that as well. You can define that kind of settings as well, right? That is also a very interesting features, right? In case if you want to select that I want to execute this on these selective days of week, that is also possible, right? Selective days of the week, if you want to run, you can do that. In case if you want to be very specific with the help of that, okay, I want to run this on this day of month, right? Day of this month and on this times. Obviously, this time period will always be there on this time. You can do that as well, correct? So that is how you can schedule your triggers, right? That is how you can schedule your triggers. So if you go back to the pipeline, let's say I want to trigger this pipeline. So let's say click on add trigger. I'll click on new and I'll click on new. And in this new trigger, let's say I'll say trg underscore pl SQL and incremental data copy, right? Incremental data copy and pipeline you're copying. So incremental data copy, let's say dynamic 2 or parent, let's say parent. That pipeline is there. I want to use a schedule operation. This is what we were discussing. And let's say you want to have a start time, and let's say I set the time as my own time. I think it is already selected. So this time is selected GMT, and let's select the time. Let's say I want to run this pipeline at 22, right? 22:10, right? So there is a start time which is there, and I want to trigger it every 15 minutes, right? That is one option. If you want to use hours, you can define that, okay, I want to run every 12 hours. Now the interesting feature is what? Let's say if you go to days, it says if you want to run with days, what do? You have defined that, okay, 20 to 10 it will run, right? Now you want to run this, let's say I want to run at 3 p.m. or 3:30, right? So this is 3:30. Now if I want to run this pipeline at please show the type drop. I'll come to type drop. Why are you means just wait for a while, Govinder. It's not needed at this point of time. So let's say you're running at 3:30 and you are selecting 4:30 and you are selecting 5:30 So you see, you can increment. If you want to give more time, let's say 40, right? 330, 340, 430, 440, right? So different combinations you are giving, right? It will create the combinations, right? And execute the pipeline at that time. So that options are also available, right? That was one thing. Other thing, let's say you have an option of weeks. If you want to run that, okay, I want to run on Monday, I want to run on Wednesday, I want to run on Friday. You can run this. If you want to uncheck this, select this, it will be unchecked. And at what time? Let's say 3, 4, 410, 310, and 10 it is picking up from here, right? If you want to give something, let's say 10, so it will be 10. If you want to give 15 or 30, it will be 330, 430, right? So this was for weeks, right? Now if you go with months, it is giving you a flexibility that, okay, month days, which days you want to run. You can select the days. Time is already specified, days you can select. So that level of flexibility is there. And you just click on start trigger and it will create the trigger for you. Correct? Is it clear with the schedule operations? Now you see tumble window, storage events, and custom events, which I've already told you over here. Okay. So now let's say we quickly go back. Now, if you go back to the tumble window, right? Let's say you go to tumble window. Now here tumble window you're using, and if you come over here, let's say you are selecting the timestamp for something XYZ time, and you are selecting month minutes. That okay, I want to run 12 minutes. I want to run hours. That okay, 12 hours. I want to run in months. So you can define months, right? And you can define that okay, in 1 month I want to trigger this, right? I want to run this on this specific month or in this duration. But let's say if you want usually months, no one wants to set this as months. Let's say you want to run this at every 8 hours. Let's say I want to run it every 4 hours, right? Every 4 hours I want to run. Now let's say whenever you working with tumble window or schedule window, you see ideally the way you are defining this, both of them look same. But what is the difference, right? What is the difference? Let's say when you're working with the schedule operation and tumble window operation has listed options, minutes, hours, and months. You see, it is just limited to the values, right? It is limited to the values. If you select minutes, it says at least 5 minutes you should define, right? So now let's say why they are saying this. This is a specific reason. Let's say when you are using a schedule mechanism, and let's say if you have defined that, okay, every 15 minutes, my pipeline should be triggered, right? Or let's increase the time, right? This is very less, right? Let's say that every 4 hours, my pipeline should run, right? So let's say every 4 hours, this is first hour, this is second hour, this is third hour, right? This is 0 to 4, this is 4 to 8, this is 8 to 12, and so on. Let's say your pipeline execution time is it is completed within 2 hours, right? It is completed within 2 hours. It's absolutely fine. This kind of operations really helps, right? Now let's say suddenly what happens, some new data or huge amount of data came and this pipeline took 5 hours. It can be possible, right? Huge amount of data came and you are evaluating the data, you are bringing the data and it is taking 5 hours. 65 GB, 128 GB of data came, right? It is possible. Now let's say your time duration was 4 hours. So in schedule what happened as soon as this or when your 5 hours gets completed, this pipeline will get over. Even though this pipeline was not completed, this will trigger. So you have to use the schedule mechanism when you are pretty much sure that okay, the pipeline will definitely be completed within this duration which you have defined. Now, if the same scenario, whatever you are using over here, we use the same scenario with tumble activity. If we use the same scenario with tumble activity, let's say right? This is 0 to 4, 4 to 8, 8 to 12, and 12 to 16. Usually normal operations what happen, it is expected to complete within 2 hours. And suddenly it unfortunately took 5 hours. Now what this pipeline will do, this should have been started at 5, right? At 4, usually if we go with the previous one, but here this will wait for previous pipeline to be completed. Let's say it's completed at 5. Let's say this is the place where somewhere 5 exists. The pipeline will execute from here, and let's say it again take 2 hours, then it will execute. If it takes here also 5 hours, then all the consecutive steps will be exceeded, right? Because there is not a timestamp, it is a duration which you have defined. It will keep on increasing. So here it is waiting for the task to be completed and then the pipeline is triggered, which is not happening in schedule. So that is the difference between the tumble window and the storage events, right? That is the difference between tumble window and storage event. So if you go back over here, let's say if we have defined, 5 minutes over here, right? I can execute, or in this what happened, next activity will be executed after 5 minutes automatically, right? Although my pipeline doesn't have too much load, so I don't think that it will even, you will be able to see the difference, right? But let's say if you have created this trigger, you have defined the tumbling window, and the time you have defined, let's say you have defined the time as, let's say this is 0, and let's say we kept it as this 10:15. Every 5 minutes it should be there. It is something which is optional. If you want to define an end date, you can define, otherwise it is not required, right? You can just uncheck this. Now this date which you see, start date is 18. I want to keep it as 17th, right? 17 10:15 p.m. which is there, and that is what I'm using, and I click on OK. I click on OK. This pipeline has no parameters. OK. And what I'll do, I'll just publish this. So now we have to go to the monitor app operation, and we have to see whether will there be a triggered mechanism happening, or will the pipeline will trigger or not with an automated trigger for me. Let's do one more thing. Okay, now you see the trigger has been there. At 10:32, this trigger has automatically triggered the pipeline. Earlier, this was giving some problems, right? But now it seems to be fine. So this will trigger the pipeline. We will be able to see only in the monitoring section, right? But we have defined it to happen every 5 minutes, right? So once this gets completed, what you have to do, we have to go to the data factory and we have to disable this, right? Otherwise, it will keep on executing and I will be charged. So I think this trigger part is clear to everyone, right? So it is succeeded and it would have done the operation. Let's go to the author and we'll go to the trigger, new edit. Just click on this cross, detach, close, and publish. Sorry, we have to stop this first. Stop, okay, close, publish. Now there was a third type of trigger which was there for your storage events, right? There was one trigger for your storage event which was there, right? So let's try to see that how we can leverage our storage event trigger. Let's do one thing. Where is my other trigger? Or let's use a different pipeline. Incremental copy dynamic. Let's use from a different data factory, right? Let's say we go to the data factory and this time let's take a new data factory. Go to launch studio. I want to use a previous pipeline, let's say, which we used earlier. Let's say PL copy data pipeline, right? PL copy data file which is there, and this is the one which we used, right? Correct. Let's debug this, and value we can pass as customer dot txt, right? Let's say click on OK. So it is queued, and this pipeline is the first pipeline which we created. If you remember, that is the pipeline we are using. Correct? So if we see data was successfully written, whatever was there. So this is fine, right? Let's leave this. Now here what we want to do, we want to use another type of trigger, which is your new trigger, new, and let's give the trigger name as trgpl, and let's say copy and dynamic file, right? trgpl copy dynamic file is the which we are using, and now here what we'll be using, we'll be using storage events, right? We'll using storage events, right? So from here, what we are passing, we will be selecting the subscription. Okay, this is my subscription, and I will select the storage name. Let's say, Vanta CRM, and let's go to the storage account first. Let's go inside the storage account, containers, data engineering, and source is the place where I need to see that if any data comes on this, right? If any data is coming on this, then the data should be triggered or data should be copied, right? That is my requirement is. So the path should be source, right? The path we should be copying with the containers is the source which we should be using, correct? So let's do that. Let's go back to the data factory, and here we'll pass the container name, let's say slash source or source slash. First we have to select from the drop down data engineering, and path begins with data engineering, let's say slash source, correct? So blob path ends, that doesn't matter to me, and we will be focusing more on the data which is entering, right? So blob created, and ignore empty blobs means the file should not be empty, right? And what else? There is one option to overwrite as well. Is that there or not? Okay. So what we'll do, we have done this. Now let's say we try to check this. Let's click on continue. So you see, I am able to see source customer.txt and purchase.order.txt. So it is, I think the path which I have defined is correct. So that is why I'm able to fetch these values. Is it clear everyone how we got this? How we got this? Are we good? Okay, let's click on continue. And the file name which we want to pass, this is something which we have to set dynamic, right? This is something which you have to set as dynamic. Why I'm setting it as dynamic? Why do we want to set it as dynamic? So here we want this to be used by the standard offering which we use from Data Factory. So what they have defined everything as variables, right? So what I'll do, I'll search for that. So usually the trigger, I think we call it as trigger body file name and Azure Data Factory. So they have the standard trigger parameters which they have defined. So create event-based triggers. They have defined the dataset. Okay, let me just quickly go back. Azure Data Factory. I want to use a container name getting added. System variables. Okay, yes. So now you see variables for pipeline is this. Trigger scope is this, and let's say tumbling window is this, right? And what we'll do, we'll fetch that, okay, trigger body should, so name of the file whose creation or deletion caused the trigger to fire. That is why I am using this file name. So I'll just go over there, and let's go back to the data factory, and I'll put this value over here. Is it fine everyone? Make sense or not? Make sense or not? So I'll just click on OK, right? I'll just click on OK, and after this, once my copy operation or once my trigger executes, right, it will see or it will do on the basis of new file which has been added. So I'll just click on publish. Publish this trigger. Let's publish this. Now what we need to do, let's say we go to we have done this with your data engineering, right? So let's go inside that, and what we'll do, we'll go to this and let's click on this first, and let's download this file. It has downloaded somewhere. Where is it? So I have downloaded in my local machine, right? Now what I'll do, I'll just go and delete this. So this file is gone, right? And let's go to the storage account. And there is one thing which I also want to show you. Let's say add. Okay. So this is there. And now let's say we go back to the containers and okay. So now let's say what we need to do. We are over here, failed to activate. Why? What is happening to this? This will not trigger the pipeline, right? Wait for a while. This will just debug, right? So we have the trigger over here. Now let's do one thing. Let's try with the entry of the file, right? Whether this gets triggered or not, right? Let's do that. Let's add file, or let's say upload file. Upload, browse file, and we'll go to the download section and let's say purchase. Purchase order.txt. Let's click on upload and overwrite if files exist, and let's upload this, right? And let's upload this and see in the monitor section if my pipelines gets triggered or not. Let's go back. This is all fine. Trigger. Did we not publish it? Publishing is completed, right? Let's refresh this. And now let's go to this and do one thing more, right? You have to go and check in the destination section as well, right? Data engineering. Let's add over here. Oh, status should be started, right? Status should be started. Okay, and let's continue and trigger body. Okay, right? And then let's publish and let's go back to the. Okay, so the file is not here. The file is not here. We'll go back to the trigger. Where is it? Yes, and let's publish this. Failed to unsubscribe to event for event trigger. Failed dynamic trigger. Failed to deactivate. Why is it so? Okay, so now let's publish. Failed to unsubscribe to events for event trigger. The trigger itself is not working. The problem is that detach, close. And let's refresh this page. Okay, as of now it says no trigger. Let's create a new one. Let's say trg underscore pl SQL incremental load. We'll go to the storage events. It should fetch from subscription. So subscription is this. Storage account name is this. And container name is data engineering. The path starts with source slash and event should be blob created. Ignore empty blob, that is fine. Start trigger creation, right? That is how it works. That is the only things which you can figure. And click on continue. It is giving you the values, which is fine. And I click on continue. I have to give a dynamic value. And the dynamic value I give from system variables. So I'll give the dynamic values, control V. and I click on OK. And let's do one thing. Let's do a debug. Let's file. Let's check the pipeline is working fine or not. For that, we'll just go to data engineering and remove this file as well. So we'll just come over here in data factory and pass customer.txt, right? Let's click on debug. OK. So the data is copied, and let's see whether the data comes over here or not. See, the data is coming over here, which means my pipeline is working fine. Pipeline is fine. Now we have to publish the trigger. So trigger we have to configure correctly, and let's publish this. Now the trigger should be published. Failed to get subscription status on storage events. No, my subscription has full access, right? Because the link service is ready. The link service is needed for connecting to the subscription, right? So if I go to the manage section, the only thing which we need is link service. So link service is able to fetch the data. So when link service is there, then what is the problem they have? Link service helps us to reach to the storage account. So if the link service, so manually, if I see it is working, so my trigger should automatically work as soon as new data should work. But as soon as I publish this is giving me problem. And now if I refresh this, it says that it is not published, but the trigger is still there, right? If you see, the trigger is still there and I cannot publish it anymore. And this will be in stop state. So the problem is whenever it goes to my storage account, it is giving me problem. This data factory, which it should not do because I do have mapping. Because it is accessing, make sure you have a specific filters configuration that are too broad. That is totally fine. Otherwise, if there was a problem, it should not filter. File name also is correct. Click on OK. And then we just publish this. Fail to unsubscribe to event is this copy. So it will finally stop the service. That is what it will do. It will publish, but it will publish in stop state. Fail to unsubscribe. Let me just check over the internet. Let's say failed. Yeah, I've just changed the name, right? So you see the new name is coming. And now the name is changed, it will not give you that. I've changed the name, right? So that you don't have any confusion. Yeah, so after changing the name, the name was giving you the confusion, so that is why I changed the name. Right? But ideally the configuration wise, it should be the exactly what we are doing. Now it says the storage account permissions may not be there. So that is why we have to see that storage blob data contributor is assigned to data factory managed entity. Both sides, it should be two-way. So let me just see. Here we can't give. Ideally, we don't need that kind of settings because we have to associate when we are working via code, then we have to define managed identities. But ideally here we don't need any kind of managed identity for this, right? So that delete restrictions I have applied on my this. I've applied on my this kind of, I can remove that as well. That should not be a problem. Let's say if you go to logs, right. So let me just delete this, although it will come back. Now let's go back. And then also if I run the data factory, then also the thing will be completely same. So if we go to this trigger, edit, dynamic trigger, start, continue, continue, okay, publish, publish. So it is not able to get the subscription status on storage events.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers an Azure Data Engineer course designed to help you clear the Microsoft Azure Data Engineering exam. This course is perfect for those looking to master data processing pipelines, data security, and tools like Azure Data Factory and Azure Databricks. Through this course, you will gain hands-on experience by working on real-time projects and use cases to develop your skills. Not only this, you will be working on real-time project designed from the top industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professional and successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new height. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step toward career growth in the field of Azure Data Science.
Let's go to data factory. Any data factory you can take. Launch Studio. So we are doing a lot of activities. We are doing a lot of activities when we are working with the pipeline, right? So if you see this activity, we are getting the data from one DB to another DB, right? We're just copying it and we are implementing some kind of stored procedure. So if we see, or if we talk about the data which is coming, and let's talk about generic thing, right? So yes, as soon as the data coming to your pipeline or you're using it, or it is injected into the storage, because let's say new entry made to database or new entry or new file came into your storage account. So are you doing any kind of transformation on the data? Are you doing any kind of transformation on the data or not? No, right? We're not doing any kind of transformation. We are just trying to move the data from one location to the other. Or in case if we are manipulating something, we are using the stored procedure which is there, right? So we actually use the stored procedure ecosystem. Let's say if you want to transform my current watermark value and I have to change that to old watermark value. For that I have a stored procedure in picture and I will reference that, correct? So as of now we are not working in transformation. So if I go with your data flow and relate with the orchestration environment, so here we are focusing more on ELT part, right? We are as of now focusing more on the ELT part, right? We can do ETL. No one is blocking you to do ETL, but it is not required at this point of time, right? So extract, load, and transformation can be taken elsewhere, right? Transformation can be done elsewhere wherever it will be required. So the main point over here is that I'm not doing any kind of transformation on the data which is coming. I'm just loading it and then I will maybe sending it to some other location or someone will be used the loaded data for transforming or for getting some meaning, right? And that is why this pipeline thing we are using, because pipeline is what? Pipeline is a series of activities which you do for your job, and that pipeline is working as an orchestration, correct? Now let's say if you talk about ELT, and ELT, if you see, this is the major thing for your data flow. It is fitting for the data flow offering. It is fitting best for data flow offering, ELT, right? Because as I mentioned previously, you are extracting it, you are loading it, and you are transforming it elsewhere. So I will write that for you as well. You extract and load data and transformation will be done elsewhere, correct? So there will be n number of activities, right? There will be n number of activities which you will be doing in the data flow. So now major thing is that, let's say when you are using the data flow, right? Or let's say if we talk about the previous environment, or if you relate it with the, let's say, SQL environment, right? When you are running or when you are creating your data flow on your SQL environments, right? So, so the compute which you were getting onto the SQL environment, where was that coming? Where is that SQL compute offering was coming? When you're using SSIS, there was some compute being used, right? So where that compute was coming? No, I'm talking about SSIS, SQL Server Management Studio, right? SSMS or whatever you want to call it. SSMS was there, which you do for SQL databases, right? So I'm not talking, so SQL database can be on Azure, it can be on-prem as well. So I'm focusing on any type of SQL offering. So when you are writing the queries, what compute is used? Even though, let's say you take an example of Azure as well, Pankaj. What is the underlying compute? From Azure temporary VM. Okay, so you meant to say that when we are doing or creating any pipeline, is there a temp VM being allocated? So in SQL offering, you must have seen that wherever you are executing the stored procedure, wherever you are executing the SQL queries, the compute in most of the cases was SQL Server itself, right? The compute which you got on the SQL offering was the compute given to the SQL Server. Rest of the data is sitting on storage. Yes or no? Rest of the data is sitting on storage. In case you wanted to run some queries, you want to execute these storage procedures, those were executing as a part of your SQL offering. Yes or no, everyone? So Hiril, you can unmute yourself and speak if you have any question. Ultimately, you were using the compute of the server environment, or if there was a activity which was done by an orchestration, so you were using that, right? But now when we are working with the data flow offering, right? So this is something which is running on the Spark ecosystem, right? So data flow runs on Spark ecosystem, right? So whenever you hear this word Spark, there is a big spark of light which is also seen. That the question comes to everyone's mind that when we are working more majorly with your Spark offering, right? It has been designed for the big data workflows, right? So Spark ecosystems were dedicated for big data offerings. So if data flow runs on Spark ecosystem, so does it support big data workflows or not? What do you think? Is it supporting big data workflow or not? It should, right? When it is using on the underlying ecosystem of Spark, right? So it will be supporting the big data workflows, correct? It will be supporting big data workflows, right? It is supporting the big data workflows. So now if we are talking about Spark ecosystem, so will we be using Spark only for data flow, or will there be other offerings as well where we will be leveraging Spark, right? Because Spark becomes a very concrete thing in data analytics, right? So if we are learning Spark, right? If we are learning Spark, so what all services we will be using Spark, right? So we will be using the Spark in data flows. So we will be learning and using Spark, right? In below offerings, let's say below offerings. One is, which I've already told you, which is your Azure Data Flows. Second one is your Azure Data Bricks. Third one is your Azure Synapse Analytics. Correct? Azure Synapse Analytics. All these three things will be using, all these three offerings will be using, let me just correct it, will be using Spark ecosystem. Correct? They will be using Spark ecosystem, right? So before this Spark came, right? Whenever the big data offering comes into picture, right? There is always one keyword or one environment also comes into picture. Which one is that? I think the people who have been working into this data part, you have seen that before Spark, what was the environment being used? What was that offering? It was Hadoop. correct? It was Hadoop environment which was being used earlier, and I think it was a Yahoo project which was developed around 2006, right? And this was being used by Apache, right? And I think it was developed by Apache, and it was used as an open source project after that, right? So now whenever you are working with your Hadoop ecosystem, this is something which is very high tolerant or fault tolerant environment, and this is not something which is dependent upon the hardware to achieve your high availability, because it is designed in that way, correct? So it was able to take failures or address failures at the application layers, and this was offering you a lot of distributed processing, right? Distributed file system, which you heard about, or HDFS you have heard about, that was Hadoop distributed file system, right? If you talk about the previous technology, which was Apache Hadoop, which was there, this was I think developed somewhere around 2006, right? And this was later on used as an open source tool as well, right? Later on used by open source tool as well, and this was able to handle the large able to handle large data sets, and that is what the key point of using Hadoop functionality, right? And in terms of your fault tolerant environment, it was very highly fault tolerant, high highly fault tolerant environment, correct? And this was not dependent upon the hardware which you are using, right? So if we talk about in a generic way, this was offering you a distributed processing which was there. So what is actually this distributed processing? I'm taking this word distributed processing multiple times. So what is distributed processing? See, whether you talk about the Apache Hadoop or you talk about Apache Spark, right? You have multiple servers, right? You have cluster of nodes which are there, which are executing the task, right? Correct? Which was executing the task. And this Apache Hadoop had a similar idea in mind, which was it was using Apache. I think it was normal HDFS, right? HDFS offering, which is Hadoop distributed Hadoop distributed file system, right? Hadoop distributed file system, right? So you were able to save or store files in your native formats, right? And you can execute them parallelly across your cluster. That is what we were trying to achieve. And again, this was able to store your large data sets which were there, and you were able to save or work with any category of data, because this was supporting both structured and unstructured data was supported, correct? Right? And this was saving files in the save file in let's say Hadoop native format, right? In your Hadoop native format, it was saving the files, and it was using, just like you have heard about in DevOps, parallelism, right? You were running pipelines, so parallelism were there. So here also you work on multiple operations being working together, right? Although there were a lot of other technologies which were, or there are other things which you have also heard about, right? I think yarn. Anyone knows what is yarn? What was yarn? Why do we use yarn? What yarn was providing, and let's say. So just like you work with any kind of cluster of environments, right? There will be a master node, right? There will be a master node or a driver node, it is there. So similarly, there was a yarn setup as well. Yarn environment was also there, which was having a multiple. One was acting as a master node, and there were other worker nodes which were there. And yarn was also available when this Hadoop environment was built. So yarn full form is yet another resource negotiator, right? Yet another. Since I am talking about Hadoop, I'm telling you these terminologies. Maybe if you hear these things somewhere, because when you're migrating things from on-premise to cloud, there may be some yarn functionalities, map reduce. There is one more offering which is mesos, right? So these kind of terminologies you will see, right? Or here when you are working with your on-premise, because ultimately you are bringing to Apache environment or Apache Spark. But if you are talking to a customer and you don't know these terminologies, they may be a bit reluctant, right, to give you the project, right? Just less like nowadays everyone knows Git, right? There was one tool which was known as TFVC. TFVC migrations are very popular in the organizations from TFVC to Git. And for Git, either you're using GitHub or you are using GitLab, Azure repos. But usually people don't are not aware about how TFVC works or what is TFVC used. TFVC is also a version control environment, right? TFVC is also a version control environment which is there. So from TFVC we migrate to Git. Similarly, there are other formats as well, like Yarn is there, yet another resource negotiator, correct? So this is helping you to schedule or coordinate with your application runtimes. That is why it is being used, right? If you want to note it somewhere, I think someone pasted in the chat as well. Schedule tasks across a cluster of computers. Its key feature include resource management, job scheduling. So that is what I said. And in simple terms, that you can coordinate your application runtimes. How you can work with this, right? How you can work. Yes, that's right. Correct. That's right. Team Foundation server, which is there. So TFVC, Team Foundation Version Control System, is what TFVC is referred, right? So earlier when Git was not there, people were working on TFVC. Okay, coming back to this. So Yarn is also acting as a this manager, which is allocating tasks to the several nodes which are part of this, and there is a device manager or device owner which is allocating the task to the worker nodes, right? Similarly, you have heard about MapReduce. What does MapReduce does? You have heard about one service as Elastic MapReduce in AWS, EMR. So what is this MapReduce? What is this MapReduce? So MapReduce is a functionality where, let's say you have some data, right? Let's say this is the data. There's a this is a 10 GB of file which is there, right? So you process these file individually, right? And the result is R1, R2, R3, R4, and then you combine all of the results together and then show the result. So here what you did the distributed computing and then shared and then you combined all the pieces and then gave the desired result to the whoever wanted to work with the task. That is what MapReduce offering is, right? Please make note of all these things. I am not able to write everything. I hope that is fine with everyone. I can't write everything over here. Whatever is important, I am trying to explain, but I can't write everything. So if you want, you can make your own notes at this point of time, right? So make sure that whenever you are working with this ecosystem, the place from where you are migrating to the cloud, those things may be a bit older, not using Spark, right? But at least you should be aware about that in case if there was a Hadoop environment, what was the triggered or what was the cause that you move away from the Hadoop environment to the Apache environments, right? Because if you talk about the Hadoop common environment, there is one more environment. Hadoop common is there. You can just check online as well, right? There is one thing which is Hadoop common. I'm writing these names so that you can see these details in see these components in detail, right? It will not be used in Spark ecosystem, but these map reduced functionalities, distributed computing, these things are very important, right? So in Hadoop common also you have a Hadoop core, right? And that is the one just like you have a manager in Yarn or you have a manager in this Apache Hadoop, right? Similarly, there in Hadoop Common also there is a manager which is there, and you will have some common set of libraries which are using. And on these utilities, all the other modules will be depending upon, right? So suppose if you are using Hadoop environment, so one functionality is that it is very secure because since this was developed into Java functionality and means it supports a lot of programming languages that I would say, right? So you can check more about Hadoop Common. I'm not using Hadoop Common. I'm working on mainly on Spark, so I would be able to share more details on Spark because Hadoop was pretty much old, right? But there will be a lot of information available on Hadoop, which is there, right? But let's say if I want to explain that why people really switched away from Hadoop was, let's say if you have your ecosystem where you have, let's say this is one offering, this is a compute environment, right? This is the compute environment is there, and in this compute environment, let's say you have your RAM, right? You have your hard disk or storage. Let's assume that it is HDD or SSD, whatever you are using, right? It is there. Now let's say whenever you are working on some kind of big data offering, and let's say you are processing a file which is, there is a file which is there, and let's say this is 1 GB of data you're processing, right? Now there will be, let's say, several amount of data which is here, and this RAM is processing this data, right? This RAM is processing this data. Let's say you have several entries, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, something like this, right? Now when you are working and you are obviously using parallelism and you are processing this data, right? So let's say this process or stored procedure is using, let's say, processing these three entries, and the result is D1. This is process, this result is D2, right? And in this, the D3 event, you may be using D1, D2. So what is happening? This Hadoop system is saving this data. Let me do like this. This is saving this data. Let's say D1 is being saved into SSD. This D2 is also saved into SSD, right? So D1 and D2 now sitting over here. Now next time when D3 is processed and it is asking that, okay, I need D1 and D2 for getting the result. So now what will happen? D1 and D2 will be fetched from here, right? It will be fetched from here. Both will be used. And then again, let's say D3 wants to be saved again over here, which will be used later on. So ultimately, whenever you are working with the Hadoop environment, right? Hadoop environment, lot of input output operations were happening between RAM and ROM, right? This is ROM is what? This is your HDD or SSD. So I am showing you very small, but let's say you're talking about 1 GB of file. So you can imagine, right, how many transactions would be happening between the HDD for intermittent or intermediate data? Can we all relate to it? Yes or no, everyone? If we talk about normal Apache Hadoop, this is what was happening, correct? N number of or hell lot of transactions are happening between the RAM, and this is not good for a project, right? This is something, this is not good for a project, because ultimately whenever we are working with any kind of hardware, anything, we always want efficient use of resources, and this shows what? This shows a clear example of inefficient usage of resources. Why? Because I am going and increasing the overheads on the storage, on the from RAM to RAM. If we are working with this scenario, this causes a lot of delay. Delays are huge in doing the processing, right? But now let's say when Apache came into existence, right? When Apache came into existence, everything changed, right? Apache came into existence, let's say Apache Spark came into existence. And this is like almost 10 to 100x faster than Hadoop. So if something is 10 to 100x faster than Hadoop, so which one you will prefer? You will prefer Hadoop or Apache? Sorry, Spark. You will prefer Hadoop or Spark? What do you think, everyone? You'll prefer Spark, right? But what is the reason for Hadoop being faster, right? Let's say again we'll use the same scenario, right? Again we'll use the same scenario. We'll copy this. So let's say here, when you're working with these environments, sorry, correct? So now let's say here the same case is there, whatever we were using here. Here we are again evaluating. This is my compute, and we are again evaluating the file of, let's say, 1 GB, and we had the data set. Now we are evaluating, but now this was my entire RAM, right? This was my RAM, which was there. Now when we are working with your this Apache environment, right? So the benefit with the Apache environment is that when you are working with this Apache Spark core environments, right? So here the best benefit you got is for the in-memory operation, right? Now what is in-memory operation, right? Let's say you were having the result D1, D2, right? And you were processing D3 now and you need D1, D2. Now instead of saving the data D1, D2 into HDD, you are saving within RAM. You are saving within RAM, correct? Now if the data is within RAM and it is needed over here, so no read or write into HDD. It is at the same location, sitting right next. In case anyone wants to use, they can use it. Correct. So there are no transactions or very minimal transactions between the RAM and the HDD, specifically for reading purpose or analysis purpose. Right. So it is more focused on processing the data in your parallel clustering, right? You are running because I'm showing this RAM over here, but ideally the backend would be what? There will be multiple VMs, right? So don't worry about that. Okay, then the RAM would be needed very high, right? We are talking about cluster of nodes, right? So the cluster of nodes will be leveraged with, but obviously here the type of VMs which are used is HPC, high performance compute VMs, or memory optimized VMs where the memory utilization is high. That kind of VM are used because it is designed to use RAM for caching, right? It is designed to use RAM for caching and processing the data. Make sense, everyone? Yes, definitely it is expensive than Hadoop because the RAM utilization is more, right? Edrich? RAM utilization is more, and although Hadoop is very slow environments, right? This is offering you fast environment. So any which ways, this is much faster as compared to the other one. Correct? So the main focus or why Spark is so popular, just like I already mentioned, let me just write a bit about Apache Spark as well so that it would be helpful for you. So if we talk about Apache Spark, but I think idea is clear to everyone, right? That how it is being leveraged. Is the idea clear? Why Spark is faster? Okay, fair enough. So if we let's write a bit about Spark, Apache Spark, correct? So this is what this is also an open source tool, and I exactly don't know the year, but I think after 2011 or 12 it was developed. But please check online. But it was almost 6 to 7 years after Hadoop it was developed, right? And this is something which is more focused on the processing the data, right? Processing data, processing data in parallel, right? In parallelly, you are trying to process the data across your cluster, across your cluster, correct? Which you have created. But the benefit which you get is, or the most differentiating factor is, the most differentiating factor or the biggest difference is this is in memory. This is in memory, right? And that is what it is gaining so much popularity because it is much faster. So it is being designed to use RAM for caching. So although I have written over here, it is designed to use. So you can just note it from here. It is designed to use for RAM caching, and this is something which performs different type of big data workloads, right? So the popular big data workloads which I have seen is big data workloads. Some can be, let's say you want to do a batch processing. In batch processing, it will also help. What else? Machine learning, right? Machine learning, which I think this everyone knows. Then we are using in especially in the graph computation, which we are using nowadays with e-commerce platforms and this social media platforms, right? There are graph competitions which we do. Graph competitions for social media platforms. You can use it other places as well, right? And where else? I have recently developed one chatbot for one of the organizations using this Azure Cognitive Services. And this is also very helpful in your interactive queries, right? So chatbot is what? Chatbot is the one which is answering your interactive queries. So that is also a result of the big data offering, right? And what else? Yes. Nowadays, you have seen that in case if there is any kind of feeds or real-time feeds which are coming on internet of for some kind of football games or something is happening, so real-time streams they try to process. And nowadays there are, just like you have seen in movies, right, that there is a real-time stream coming and they are detecting the people with the facial recognition, right? So that real-time stream processing is also handled by this Spark analysis, right? Real-time real-time stream processing. So you can find more of these big data workloads examples. This I know with my experience, but you can check online. There will be n number of options which are available for you, right? So majorly when you're working with your Spark offering, which Azure service did you use to develop a chatbot? I use Azure Cognitive Services, right, Eric? Azure Cognitive Services, right? So if you come over here, Cog, as you go to the Azure AI services, correct? So here you can select the options. Means I think we will talk about these later on, right? So there is an OpenAI offering. Two options are there. One is OpenAI, right? Azure OpenAI and Azure AI services. You use that, and here you will get a lot of options with this, right? So you can make use of them, right? Lot of options are there. Bot services, translator, facial recognitions, AI search, all of things are there. So my one uses AI search, and we use AI search for this integration. And this I did for. Do we have any offering? So you can place your cognitive services. We have attached OpenAI and cognitive search. My application is sitting, or this chatbot is sitting on app services, right? Correct. And we are integrating with, we have secured with lot of things, right? So that is what you have to use. So you can also use your Cosmos DB and Azure Blob Storage we are using for keeping the data, right? So maybe if you want to talk more, then we can sync on this later on. Let me just close this. Okay, so let's come back what we were discussing. Okay, so there are a lot of offerings which are there and a lot of benefits which big data offers. And especially when you're working with your Spark offering, there will be a Apache Spark core, just like I was talking about the driver node, right? So if I want to write that for you, let me just, where's my pen? Yes. So if you talk about the main components, because I am more interested in Spark because, and you will be working more on Spark only. So main components. So you will be using your, and this we will be seeing more in your what we call synapse, right? In synapse and Sealam, there we will be talking more about this, right? So you will see there is a Apache Spark core, right? This core one is responsible for your, let's say you want to schedule something, you have to carry out the input output operations, you want to have task dispatching for your worker nodes, right? You can use them. Then you have a Spark SQL pool, right? Where you are able to capture or gather information, all your structured data and how the data is being processed, everything is being saved as a part of your Spark SQL pool, right? Spark SQL. And then we have your Spark streaming, which is helping you in more of a real-time streaming offering, Spark streaming, right? So this is helping you to processing of your live data stream, which is coming, right? And there is a machine learning library as well, which is helping you, let's say in terms of making machine learning models, you have to train some models. That is what you can use it. And yes, there is one which is GraphX. Yeah. So you have GraphX as well. And this is a series or set of APIs which you have, which will help you in your graph analytics, which I was mentioning over graph computation. So you can use for graph analytics, right? So multiple benefits you get with Spark, right? That is what I know. In terms of comparison, you will see that there are a lot of websites which can give you a big comparison between Hadoop and Spark, but this is more of a, let's say if I go and mm, by the time I'll just copy this data. I think this is the max I can do. Okay. So I think Hadoop comparison and everything that is clear to everyone, right? So now majorly whenever you are working with the this Spark environment, there may be standalone work modes as well, right? That where you have a Spark master node, right? And it is managing all the worker node which is there. And worker node will execute the task and they will process the data depending upon the jobs which has been submitted by the Spark driver application, right? So that is always you have to take care of, right? Second thing, whenever you are working with this your multi-environment framework which you're using, so always make sure that you will also be integrating. You will be having a driver node which will be working on the task for you. So that part of driver node or uh, node manager or worker node manager, that kind of things you should be well aware about, right? So I think most of the things are available over here. In case if you want to have a more detailed information, there's a lot of information available online, but at this point of time, because since we are using or we will be using Spark as a PaaS offering, we have to just select the size of the instance on the cloud. We are not doing anything on the on-premise. Otherwise, I would have spoken more about that, right? On cloud, when you're working with Synapse, just like you select the size of the DB server, similarly, you are selecting the size of the Apache Spark server. That is the max you will be doing onto the cloud, right? So you should be aware about the concepts. All good? Okay, fair enough. So, and one image I want to use Apache Spark node or driver node and worker node diagram. This is the best image, right? This is also a simple diagram which you can refer that how being tasks are being allocated, right? So this is the master node and the worker nodes. You have a cluster manager which is there, and a resource manager is allocating a task to the nodes, right? So that is how the entire Spark environment is working, right? Fair enough. So now let's come back to our data flows, right? So that is what we were doing. Now let's come back to our data factory. So let's search for data factories and we'll go to the data factory. Let's say in one the data factory which is there, and let's go and create. I'll go to the launch studio, right? Okay. So now let's say when you're working with the data factories, so we have talked about data sets, we have talked about your pipelines, we have talked about link sets or link integration. We have talked about how you manage pipelines. We have talked about monitor, right? Now the next thing we will be talking about is data flow, right? The next thing we'll be talking about is data flow. So when we want to work with the data flow, let's say new data flow we are creating, right? Now you see there is an option of data flow debug. Can you see everyone? So this data flow debug which you see, the purpose of this is allocating compute to this environment, to this data flow, right? Allocating compute to this environment, right? And what is the purpose of working with the data flow? So let's say we have some data which is available from my consumers, right? Let's say I have some data where just like I use the purchase order file and we use the customer file. So we'll just use two files again and we'll try to see that how data flow is helping us to do our task, right? To do our task. So let's do that. So first thing, what do you see? It is asking us to add a data source, right? For adding a data source, you know that one thing which we need is source, right? Let's say the output stream name, maybe you can give the stream name as, let's see what data we have, right? Let's go to the storage account first. Storage accounts. So we go to the containers. In containers, we are working with data engineer, source, customer txt, data engineer target. Okay. OLTP. Okay, so this we have file. Okay, so what do we have in this file? Let's go and see that. Or let me just download it from here only, right? I think it should not be a problem because I have to upload it over here. So let's say new folder, and this is for data flow. Create. And we'll go to the storage account. Let's download these files. So we have some small data about customers, let's say, and there's one file, right? There's one file. Let's download the other one as well. Purchase order, right? Let's go to the download section. So in the data flows, I have shown you the customer.txt which we have, and there is another file which is purchase.order.txt, right? Another is the purchase order, and we have several columns available, right? But for us, the interesting data is that I want the data of only specific things like the purchase order ID don't want, right? Only the employee name and the unit price quantity, I think, right? That is what we'll see, right? So only one or two informations we need. Rest information I want it to be automatically populated, which I want to use, right? So that is what we will be doing. Is it fine, everyone? So the objective is clear. Objective is clear. What we are trying to do, we have a purchase order file. We have the entries, purchase order ID, customer ID. Let me just maximize this for you. Purchase order ID, customer code, product code, employee code, purchase order rate, quantity, and unit price, right? So we can stick to the your quantity, right? And maybe I want to accommodate or add the name, right? That which customer has purchased this. We have this data sitting in two different files. One of them is having this information, and the other file which is there. Let me just quickly open that as well. The other file which is there is purchase order, and the other one is customer, right? The customer is here. You have the customer name. So I want to pull the customer name from here, right? Or customer code and customer name, and the quantity which is there, which is available in that file. So we want to bring this data from different files, and we want to disclose this output. Correct? Is it fine? Anyone who is not clear with the objective? Right. Fair enough. So let's close this. This is not needed at this point of time. So now what we'll do, we'll go back to the data flow, right? It is asking me for the source, right? It is asking me for the source, and the source requires the new data set which is there, right? If you ask me, this is requiring for the data set which is there. So I don't have that data set available with me. So the first thing what we'll do, what? The first thing which needs to be done is what? What is the first thing you will do? In case if we want to bring the data over here, link why do we use link? No, not loading the data. You have to create something, right? So what is that creation? What do you need to create? You will be creating data set, right? We have to use this terminology only. See, it is data sets, pipelines, data flows. We have to use this terminology only. So we will be creating data sets because data sets are the one which is helping me to fetch the data from the source. Is that correct? Is that correct? So as of now, I don't have a data set available. So what I can do, I can do a new. So I can create from here as well. I can create from here as well. So I will be creating, or let's say I will go from here and I will create new data set, right? So let's say the data is sitting in my Gen 2 storage. So I will do Gen to data lake, continue, and I will be going and doing the delimited text, right? And we have to name it. So what did I recommend? We should always be using we should always be using proper naming convention, right? So ds underscore, let's say we're using data lake storage, so ADL is Gen 2. Then I'm doing it from this storage account. So Innoventra CRM is my storage account. Now I am doing it from one of the folders is OLTP, right? OLTP folder was there, and from that OLTP folder, I am copying the file which is purchase order. Purchase order, correct? I will be using link service and I will browse that. Go to data engineering, go to OLTP, and let's select the purchase order and OK. This is here, right? And I will click on OK. This is one data set we have added, right? One data set we have added. Clear the data set we have added? Okay, fair enough. Now you can validate this data. How? You can just click on preview data and it should be able to see that, okay, purchase order ID, customer code, product data, everything is visible. Everything is clearly shown, right? So which means data set is properly working. Now, what I'll do, I need one more data set, right? Let me just discard this, close and discard changes. Let me just create another data set. Yes, in real time, the data is being extracted in the pipeline. That's right. So Gen 2, I'll select and let's again delimit text, and this time we have to get the other file. So the naming convention I will select. Okay, it will not let me select, right? So okay, I will write it once again, right? ds underscore adls2 underscore innoventra. See, I am using this naming convention, but you can use your own as well, right? Every organization follows a different one, right? It is convenient for me to use it. That is why I'm using it, because it is easy to identify the file or the path. So this dataset I've used, and I will use my data lake storage. I will browse the path, data engineering, OLTP, and customer, and I click on OK, right? And customer is here. Now let's preview data. So customer name, address, phone number, everything is properly visible, right? If all good, can we publish? Everything looks good. So I'll click on publish all. I click on publish all. So my data set is published, right? My data set is published. Now what I'll do, I'll go back to the data flow. I will create new data flow, right? And we'll name the data flow. You can give any name which you want. Let's say I want to do it for which customer and what all their purchases are. So let's name it as df underscore customer purchases, right? Purchases, correct? This is the name, which is fine. Now the next thing comes what, that if we are working onto the data flow, we have to add source, right? I have to add source. So I will add source, but again, when we are working with this data flow, the purpose of data flow is only one, that previously we were using the pipeline for doing the task. Now here we are using data flow because it's like a low code to no code environment, right? How it is a low code to no code environment, that we'll see, right? If the similar thing you were working in Synapse, that requires a bit of coding, right? But here it doesn't require a lot of coding, right? In case if you want to work with coding, that's fine, you can use it. But it's like a more for the people who are from non-tech background. They are working with data factory operations. They can use data flow, right? It's like just like you use the drag and drop offerings in your SSMS, right? Similarly, you can use that, or you can build this tool for that purpose, because this will also give you a kind of a drag and drop offering which is there. Make sense? Are we good to move forward? When you're working with the data flows, first we'll just went over here and we clicked on create new flow. Sorry, you come over here, click on create new data flow. and the underlying compute which you use or which will execute the task would be seen by this option. If you see data flow debug, right? So unless and until you enable this, you will not be able to work with your environment, right? So it's like allocating the compute to this workflow. So if you are keeping this compute as on, right? If you're keeping this compute as on, so what does that mean? That you are paying cost, right? And this is the integration runtime which you're integrating with this. So compute size, if you want to change the compute size, if you want to have a higher compute size, you can change that as well, right? So let's say here, regions auto resolve. What is the debug time to live? Means let's say you kept it on. Automatically the debug should be turned off after how much time? Let's say 1 hour is there, I can keep it for 2 hours because let's say the session would be running for maximum 2 hours. We will not be executing or running or this class is not going 2 hours. But in case if you feel that okay, the processing or things would make more time, you can keep it 4 hours as well, right? That's depending upon your requirement, right? Now I'll click on OK, right? I'll click on OK and I will start the work on my pipeline. So the objective should be pretty much clear that I have two files, right? I have two files. Let me just come to this in the data flow. Let's say we have the data flow lab or practice we're doing. We have two files, right? One is this, other is this. Although the name is customer.txt and the other is purchase order.txt. There is several data which is kept, but from this I only want, let's say I can have customer. What is the customer code? Because we want to find out which customer is purchasing how much quantity, right? Correct. So I can fetch customer code or we can find out which is the reliable customer, right? So customer name, right? And let's say quantity which he is buying, right? The quantity he is buying. So there will be n number of data, two files carrying different data, and we want one file. I want to have one file with these data. Means your parameters can change, right? It is something which we are talking about generic stuff. Your parameters which you want to change, you can change that, right? I have no problem in that. Now let's say when you're working with this environment, ultimately these are what? These are my data sets which you're processing. This data sets I have to call in data flow, correct? And when you are calling in your data flow, there will be some operations which you need to perform, right? Some operations you need to perform that okay, the data which you're passing, whether it is valid or not, right? Maybe you need to implement some kind of quality checks. Sometimes let's say you have relevant fields like let's say I have for me the relevant field is 7, but I have 100 columns and columns coming in. So what do you think? We'll pass all the 100 columns or we'll do a column filtering? Or we'll do a column filtering. What do you suggest? Should we pass 100 columns everywhere and waste our RAM and other resources? Or should we filter out the column and only use the interesting ones, right? So these are small operations which you have to do as a part of your data flow, right? So let's see how we can work with this. In case if we are getting errors, we'll try to fix them, right? Don't worry. So debug is on, right? And let's add the source, right? So add source and let's give the name as give name to the source. So the name of the source, let's say I'm giving as purchase order. Let's name it as purchase order, right? Purchase order. Now I have to add a data source over here. And for this, I have option of data set, right? Now in data set, I have created your OLTP. See, OLTP is there. There's my data set which I've selected. So import data from this description already added. Let's test the connection. Correct? Let's test the connection. Connection is successful, right? Connection is successful. That whether I am getting the data or not, right? And schema drift only majorly helps, right? When you have your relevant data and if there is any schema changing, any additional rows being added, you should be flexible in your operation, right? You'd be flexible in your operation. That is what we are trying to do with allow schema drift. Now, in case if we want to see what are the source settings and you want to do the data preview, right? We can go to the data preview and we can check that. So I click on data preview, I'll click on refresh. It will take some time, but the data will come. Correct? So I have the data populated over here, right? Now I'll go back to the source settings, right? This is something which you have configured. Source options, projection, right? Source options that okay, in case if there is any kind of wildcard paths or root path if you want to pass, or in case if there is any kind of data capture files you're adding, any filtering or timestamp you're adding. So you can use mention about those source details, right? Projection. Projection is helping you to identify or see that okay, what you can do. Or let's say I want to clearly identify that okay, whatever projection I'm achieving, right? That okay, I am receiving the quantity. Quantity cannot be string, right? So let's alter this. That let's say we can keep it as long or float. Let's say we'll keep it as long, right? Similarly, unit price, if you want to amend, means whatever data has been fetched, right? Column name is here, but in case if you want to type or change something over here for the future purpose, you can do that, right? So let's say we keep it as float. And in case if you're passing any kind of a specific format, right? You can pass that specific format and it will use that, right? In case if you you want to continue for the usage of whatever is sitting onto the storage account, you can reset schema and the previous things will be there, right? In terms of optimization, if you want to use partitioning or single partition, or if you want to set the partitioning, you can do that. As of now, I just want to use my current partition, so I'm using it. Otherwise, it is not required. Further, you have to inspect the columns or the data. You can just quickly go to the this that okay, these are the columns which are available with me, and I would be able to see the type which has been available. So I'm just inspecting the data which is there. Correct, everyone? And finally, you can go to the data preview, which is working. Inline. So inline, are you referring to this one? Where did you saw inline part? In source option, are you referring? Or where are you referring? Along with datasets. So inline means, let's say if you are defining any kind of internal datasets which is coming from the various services or link services, you can pass that directly over here, right? But we have proactively created the dataset, that is why I'm using. But in case if you want to pass a real stream or any data which is from coming from directly service, you can use that, right? So it's like integrating the data service directly over here. But data sets are majorly preferred, right? Because we are, let's say, working on customer environment, you have some place where you have keeping your analytical data. So we want to be using a data from a specific section because we don't want to impact the production data flow or production environment or production database. Just like you remember, we use replicas in database. So replicas are created because we want to, in case any kind of read operation is there, we'll go to replica. If read write operation is going, then we'll go to the master. So consider in the same way data set. The data set which you have defined, we are clearly specifying that okay, use this data set. Just like more accurate information, more specific option available for you to do the analytics, right? Fair enough. So now let's say we come to this and let's select the data set, and we were selecting OLTP, right? Now let's say we add another data source. Let's add another data source, which is here, add data source. And this is your, let's say, customer.txt or customer offering. The previous one was purchase order, this is customer. And let's say we again pull this from customer offering, which is there, right? Test connection, I know it will work. And preview also should work, right? And source options and projections, in case you want to remove anything, you can do that, right? So that is something which we will do in the filtering options, right? Optimizing inspect and data preview. So let's refresh this and see whether the data preview is working for me or not, right? Let's see that. Correct. So I'm able to get the data. Now I want to work with purchase order and customer with only my interesting data, right? I don't want unwanted rows, unwanted columns. I don't want them, right? So let's say I will add something where I'll go to select option, right? Let's say I go to select option where I want to, let's say, select that, okay, these are the column headers I want, right? So I want to work with specific entries. So let's go with select purchase order selected. Let's say selected. Okay. So skip duplicate rows and you have so many entries available, right? So one option is you can delete from here, right? One option is you can delete from here, and the other option is you can select and you can delete from here. So let's say what is my requirement? What did I say? I want customer code, customer name, and quantity, right? So customer code, and quantity. So customer code and quantity is something which I have left, right? Customer code and customer quantity I have left, and rest I will go and delete. Right. So these are there. In case if you want to name as or change the name, you can do that as well, right? So let's say this is the respective columns which I need for my interesting task. So you can relate to, let's say you have 100 columns and 7 were interesting columns from the raw data and you're using those columns, right? Similarly, I need what? I'll go back to my requirement. Let's say I want quantity, right? I want quantity. So let's add select functionality, right? I will add select functionality. And in this select functionality, what we can do, we can see what all options I've selected from the customer. So here also we'll validate that, okay, what options do I have? Let's do that. I think these are the specific names which are there. So, okay, customer code and customer code is the unique factor which we should keep, right? So customer code, what all we have kept over here? Customer code and quantity, and customer code I can't eliminate. So I'll just keep that customer code, customer name. I'll just remove the address and phone number. So I'll just delete this. So these are my interesting fields which I want, right? And let's name this as whatever name, like customer selected or whatever you want to name it, customer selected, right? Are we going good? Yes, yes. So we have the actual file, then we selected the columns. Now what we need to do, we need to have some quality checks as well, right? It may be possible, let's say, although in our cases we have some whole numbers, but sometimes what happens when you're working with raw data, although we don't need this block over here, but in case if you need raw data, usually what happens that you may have some unwanted values, right? That quantity is a negative number. People usually do, they run some analytics at their end, some audits at their end, and then they share the audits data with us, right? Usually that is how it follows, right? They audit the data and send the audited data to you, right? And then you implement analytics according to your requirement. So most of the time you will get the audited data which will have some values which are maybe not whole numbers, not in the right formats. So you have to eliminate that file. Although it is not that you will just eliminate without asking anyone, you have to tell them, okay, I was working with your requirements and I found that, okay, some quantity were in negative numbers like -10, -20, -50. So negative quantities doesn't justify or sync to what your requirement is. So what should we do with that, right? So then in that case, the customer will or client will say that, okay, negative quantities we were doing some auditing and that is why you're seeing that negative values. You can eliminate those rows and use the other healthy rows or other data which is there, right? So let's consider that in case if you are doing some audit for filtering purpose, there is one tool you can use that, okay, I want to filter the purchase order. So let's say I'll search for filter tool. I want to do the filter activity, and on this filter activity I can clearly see that, okay, I am doing it for some kind of quality checks or some offering we are doing, let's say quality checks, right? Quality checks which we are implementing. And what is the incoming stream of data? Incoming stream of data, let's say purchase order selected. Now we want the quantity to be in the form of whole numbers, right? So I'll go to the expression builder. In the expression builder, if you see, there is functions, input schema. So in functions you will find all the relevant functions. So I want the values which are greater than 0 in your quantity, right? So maybe I can get and type a query, let's say greater and first expression and second expression. So I'll mention the first expression, right? That, okay, I want to work with quantity. So I will select this. So quantity is 1. And the second expression, because I want the value to be, because I've mentioned greater, right? So the value should be greater than 0. So this will be like a more appropriate expression which I should be using, right? So did I miss anything? Greater than 0, right? It should be working fine. Greater quantity. Let's click on save and finish. Argument 1 of type string. Argument 1 of type string. Okay. Did we miss something? Let me just quickly see. Okay, quantity should be something like float or long, and unit price should be something like float, right? Now here also the purchase order should be optimized. Okay, so customer code quantity is fine, and this is fine. Let's go to data preview, refresh this. So this is how you troubleshoot, right? You get some error, you go back to the previous step and see that what data you have passed. So the customer name is Naren and Rajesh, so customer code and this, okay, fine. Next is the quality checks, right? So, okay, so now quality checks doesn't give me error because I have passed that a numeric value. Earlier it was a string. So this looks good now, right? Okay. Now the other thing is that I have to join the categories, right? The purchase and the customer. I need to join, right? So join can be of multiple types, right? Join should be of multiple types. So let's say I will go and add over here, let's say join, correct? I'm passing join, and this I am doing for, let's say, joined stream, correct? Join stream I'm doing like, so the left stream or the left stream which I am passing over here is quality checks, right? But what is the right stream? Right stream is the customer selected, right? So I'll just select the customer selected. I will select the customers selected, and I think this is something which you are aware about Venn diagrams, right? Everyone has learned in mathematics Venn diagrams. A union B, A intersection B. This is only A, this is only B, right? So whatever is there in A and any common elements of B will also be here, right? Any elements of B which is common in A, they are also there, and there can be some custom offerings, right? Venn diagrams everyone has studied, so don't worry about this join types, right? The various names, but the purpose is Venn diagrams, right? If you see this inner part, right? Inner part. So I am trying to get the common information of the quality checks and the customer selected. If the full outer, right? So anything outside than this, right? Inner, which is this, right? Left outer, right outer, and customer custom across all these things, right? So that is what we are trying to achieve. Fair enough. So let's stick to, sorry, let's go back to the join stream. We are working with inner, and we have to select the right stream, and there is something which you have to define that, okay, what will be the intersection point, or what would be the common part which we should be following, right? So let's say the quality checks columns would be, let's say, customer code, right? And right side column should be customer code, right? One thing, join conditions, and let's try to preview data. Refresh this. Let's try to preview data. So underlying picture. So similarly, you see the n number of lines are there. Similarly, in here also you have various lines. Now we have to get the concrete information which is there. So there may be a lot of filtering you're doing. You are doing multiple joins. You may be it may be possible that you are doing some aggregation as well, that okay, there are some duplicate rows, because if you see, I'm getting customer code information multiple times, right? Which is not correct. So we have to uh, filter or aggregate them, which is there, so, or group by something, correct? Okay, so join we have done, but it is not giving us the result, so we need to aggregate. So let's try and use aggregate. So in aggregation, we will try to say that okay, these are my customer purchases, which I want to aggregate, and I want to group by, let's say, my customer code, right? And let me just add that customer code. customer name, right? Customer code, customer name, then they should be grouping by something as well, right? What we will be grouping? Grouping should be done by, okay, one more thing is aggregating with quantity, right? Let me select quantity and expression, which you may be using with the quantity is that whatever is the sum of quantity which you are getting, you can just do that. So let's click on this. Why it is not coming on the top? Let's click on this, and there is option of open expression builder, right? So I want to do it with the quantity, right? So I will be going ahead and doing one part that, okay, I want to get the sum of the quantity which is getting from the consumers, right? So let's say I'll go and type the command as sum and enter. Let's say numeric value I have to pass, and this numeric value should be of quantity, right? Numeric value should be of quantity, and I will do a save and finish, right? Save and finish. So this is there. So aggregation, see, we are getting the data from join stream, right? Over here, and there is several quantities which they have offered, right? And now my aggregation is that in case if these customers are offering multiple quantities or other quantity which is there, so ultimately we have to sync this customer code, right? And customer code and customer name should be aligned with quantity. That is what we are trying to do. So we are grouping by that we are filtering. See, the common things are what? Customer code and customer name, right? So we will group by, let's say we go back. We'll group by customer code and customer name, right? These are the groupings which we are using, right? And ultimately we'll aggregate the quantity. That is what I'm trying to do, correct? The quantity which they are offering. So aggregated, this is not like you are combining multiple things, right? This is not like that you are combining multiple things. Main thing is that when you are working with this, the main operation is that when you are fetching the value, so you should have customer code, right? See, main thing why I'm trying to stress on this is, let's say if you go to join stream, right? You are getting duplicate data, right? Rajesh has placed multiple orders, right? Even 150 and this is also 100. Should be summing the quantity or not? So 150, 250. So my result aggregation of all the customers, right? So that is what
Yes,
I'm
yes.
trying to achieve over here. That I
Okay,
want to
okay,
group
get
by customer, yeah. So quantity should be aggregated. So that is why the sum of quantity I'm taking. And let's try to do a preview that whether it works for me or not. Let's try and run. If there is error, we'll see. Although the variables we have passed correctly. Okay. So I think if you see customer code, customer name, and quantity, right? This is here. Now the task is not over yet because this is still in the pipeline, and I want this to be output to be saved somewhere into my storage account as a let's say output, and we should be able to share that, okay, this is my consolidated order list from various customers. That, okay, price what we have quoted, price what we have, that is not relevant. How many quantities we have to deliver or how many quantities we want to produce, that is the interesting factor for us now, right? So what I'll do, I'll just go to this, I will add, and let's say I want to generate the outputs, right? Let's say, or I will do one thing. We can use sync, right? Sync will also generate the output. Let's go to sync, right? And let's say sync, I am doing it for the output purpose, correct? And output purpose is incoming stream is what? Customer purchases, which you are using. And we need data set for this. Okay, so I need to send the output. So it should be going to some data set. Okay, fair enough. So what we'll do, we'll create one data set more, new data set. Let's say we do a Gen2 delimited text, and this time let's say ds underscore adls2 underscore Vantra crm underscore oltp underscore outputs. Output is fine, right? Output. Now let's select link service, and I want to save this into data engineering. OLTP, and we'll just do an OK. We are not selecting any kind of file, right? So OLTP, correct? OLTP, which is there. Now remember, if you want to create a folder in the destination as well, right? So what you can do, let's say OLTP is here, right? OLTP slash output, right? And the file name, what do we want? We want the file name to be output as well, right? File name, we want the output as well. So ultimately the data set is there. So yes, now let's say we come back to the data flow once again. The output is here. We have to configure this. So let's select the data set. Data set is output. Okay. OLTP output. Now, in case if you want to skip any kind of line counter, okay, do you want to skip these things? Then it is fine. Otherwise, it is not needed. But always make sure that your output should be coming out properly, correctly, which you are using, right? And the output, if you go to the settings, this is fine. Errors, I don't know. Output is being sent to sync, right? And then mapping duplicate columns have been eliminated. In case if I want to optimize, then this is fine. Inspect, this is also good. Type uploaded column is this. And let's do a data preview, because I should be well aware about what data is going into the file, right? We should be able to preview it. Okay, so this is there. Fair enough. Now let's say I'm able to get the things, and you can just do a validate. Although validate you don't even not required. If you're able to publish things, this will be fine. Now let's say I have published my this data flow. What do you think? After publishing, this task will execute. Do you find anywhere triggering this data flow? Can we trigger this data flow? From where to trigger this data flow? I have achieved things. Are you checking somewhere? So we will need a pipeline for this, right? So let's say we do a new pipeline, and here I want to execute a pipeline. So what we'll do, we'll get the data flow activity, right? We'll go to the data flow activity, and this data flow activity, let's say I want to I'm using this pipeline for data flow execution, right? I'm doing it for data flow execution, correct? I'm doing it for data flow execution, which is here. Now, when you are doing it for the data flow execution, ultimately you are passing what? You should have your data flow ready with you. So my data flow is what? My data flow is customer purchases, which I have created, right? Runtime is this. Now here you notice the compute size offering, right? So in case if you want to use small, medium, large, you can use, right? If you go with a small one, and if you notice this is 4 plus 4 driver course is available. In case if you want to have a custom requirement, click on custom, you will see that you can change the various capacity, various sizes, which is here. See, you can allocate more. But my requirement is pretty much simple. I don't want to use that. But in case if you want to leverage this offering, you can use. In case if you want to log the data, and if you're using for the production environment, use verbose, right? Because this will be giving you detailed login, right? This will be giving you detailed login. But I don't want detailed login, so I'm just keeping it as none. I'm just keeping it as none, correct? Now sync properties, that okay, in case if you want to sync that, okay, I want to run with the parallel offerings, right? Sorry, I want to run with parallel offerings, staging. So all the environments which you see, if it is a cluster environment, right, and there are multiple cores allocated and they're working, they will be running in parallel. But in case if there is a batch offering which you want to use, right, you can use that, right? Although parameters are not needed at this point of time, right? Parameters are not needed. So I'll just go and do one thing, that I will just publish this file, and I can do that with the help of trigger. Let's say I do a publish all. I'll do a publish all, correct? And I can do or add a trigger, or I will just do a trigger now, right? Trigger now. So what I'll do, I'll go back to my storage account, and I will refresh this page in Entra, and let's check this data engineering OLTP. So as of now, if you see, there is this files are there, right? Now what I'll do, I will do a trigger now. Trigger now. So my pipeline is being triggered. Pipeline is being triggered. If you want to see the monitor operations, right? You can go to the monitor operations. This pipeline is in progress, right? The pipeline is in progress. I'll go back. Correct. Data flow is progressing, right? For me. So once my pipelines get successfully executed, right? Once my pipeline gets successfully executed, I should have that file available with me. I should have that file available with me. Make sense? So let it execute. So once it is executed, we'll have the file should be there, right? So while it is working, today we'll also be talking about a bit about your GitHub, right? Because I want to talk about Git a bit because it is an important part of Data Factory, right, everyone? It is a very important part of the Data Factory. So the pipeline runs is completed. Now let's go over here and refresh this. So you see the output file is generated. Let's go inside this. We have this file available with me and there's a CSV file. Let's copy this and open it, or let's download it. That would be better. Let's download it. That would be better. So now you see the data which you want is reflected. Although we should have done something. I think it is customer code is there. So don't worry about this. Is not a sequence number. So it is listing the higher quantity on top, right? Don't get confused that okay, it is 2 and 1. The sequence is not misplaced. It is the higher quantity they are placing on the top, right? Okay, right? Understood how we are using the data flow environment? Good to move with your Git part. So let's say if I ask you, so why are we or why do we use Git? What Git provides us the benefit? What is the benefit Git is offering us? Check in, check out is one.
Yeah.
Repository is one thing. So this is mainly used for collaboration, right? Let's say you are 50 developers or 20 developers as a part of the team, right? Every developer is working on their feature and you all want to work collaboratively so that you can meet some specific deadlines, right? So it is a specific platform which was designed only and only for the developers so that they can collaborate, they can manage, they can share the code, and this can be used as a distributed version control, right? Which you can use, right? So it will allow all the developers to host their Git repositories online as an offline method as well if you are using on-premise, right? It will help you to help in working with your collaborative work, right? And also you can work on coding projects, tracking changes. It can be used as a complete version control environment for the individual or teams, right? So that is the main purpose. It is the collaboration and how you're managing and how you're sharing the code with your peers, right? Pull requests, branches, that is the way you do it, right? But the main objective why GitHub was designed was for collaboration, management, and sharing of the code so that you can have proper release of everything or every merge which each developer is doing, right? Let me write a bit about this. So it is a designed for developers, correct? To collaborate, manage, and share code, right? It is acting as a this is acting as a version control, right? This is acting as a version control system, right? And it is helping you, or because Git is a technology, right? Git is a technology, and this is used by various organizations. Like let's say you talk about GitHub. GitHub is a product, right? Git Lab is a product. Bitbucket is a product. Azure Repos is a product. AWS code commit is a product. So these are all product which use Git, and underlying technology is what? Git, which is helping you to do this, right? Which is helping you to do this. So if you're using GitHub, GitHub offers both things. There is an enterprise offering as well. There is an enterprise server you can also build, or you can use this as a SaaS offering as well. Correct? GitLab is mainly an enterprise offering. It is not publicly available, mostly enterprise level, right? Bitbucket is similar to GitHub. Azure repos is part of Azure DevOps. So you have to be using Azure DevOps in case you are working with this. And this is part of Azure AWS DevOps, but this is now obsolete, right? This is now obsolete because no one is using code commit nowadays, right? So the right side thing is not Git. These are the organizations or the project or products which use Git as a technology, right? Which use Git as a technology. So GitHub is a platform which has been designed for the developers for collaboration, management, and sharing the code, right? Also, this GitHub, if you talk about, because this was the Git, and let's talk a bit about GitHub now, because GitHub is very popular these days, right? When you talk about GitHub, it is allowing the developers, this allows developers to host repositories online, enabling collaborative work, enabling collaborative work, right? And on specifically, let's say coding projects, right? On coding projects. So version control is definitely there, right? You can also use, we can also use for tracking changes, that which developer did what changes, right? Since it is a version control, if the changes has impacted anything, you can roll back to a previous version. So obviously version control is definitely there. So the similar thing, it is offered by your GitHub as well. Now, if we talk about the core fundamentals or core functionality of GitHub, right? So one thing is what? If you talk about GitHub, the first thing which should come to your mind is you create repos, right? You create repositories or repos, and these repos can be public or private. This can be public or private. Both options you can leverage, right? One point is your repository part. Second part is branches. Every developer is working on their individual branch, right? Because if let's say you talk about this repository is doing what? It is providing you a central place, offering a central place, right? Right? Wherever you can track everything, it can be public or private, and developers can work on the local laptop and push changes, right? Developers can work on local laptop and push changes, right? That is something which you can achieve. Now let's say when you're working on your branches, always make sure that this branch which you're creating, this is actually facilitating developers to work on different versions of a project simultaneously, right? So it is offering or allowing, let's say allowing, allowing developers to work on different versions of a project simultaneously, right? Correct? So there will be a default branch. Let's say I have a repository. I have a repository, and there will be a main or master branch, right? This is the default branch, right? This is the default one. Now, let's say if you have multiple developers, right? Multiple developers. This is developer one. This is developer two, right? So you have one source code, right? This is the source of truth for everyone. So this developer will do what? It will say that, okay, I will create a branch. It will create a branch. right? It will create a branch. This branch is carrying what? This branch is carrying the copy of main code, right? This developer is also creating another branch, right? This is branch, let's say branch A, this is branch B, correct? And this is also the copy of main code, right? Developer one implemented the changes, right? He worked on his changes, and once he has tested that everything is working fine, he merged or he wants to merge the code into the master, right? And tested everything. Now, after testing, usually what we have, we add approvals, right? We add approvals. It's a standard process that an subject matter expert, or let's say a principal, or let's say a lead engineer, or let's say your peers, whoever is in your organization who have been listed as an approver, he should approve that PR or pull request. We'll talk about pull request as well. Or he'll approve the code for that specific branch. And after the approval, you can merge the code into the master, right? You will merge the code into the master. Now this developer is still working, right? There, once he is trying to work on this code, he said that okay, there is an updated version. There is an updated version on master, right? Correct? There is an updated version on master which is there. So you can download this. So we have the SME, and now developer two sees that okay, there is an update on the master available. So he will just execute a command, let's say git pull, and will be able to download the code into your branch, right? One option is there. Or later on, if he has pushed his code, right, so he will observe some kind of conflict, right? So you should be able to resolve those conflict as well. Resolve those conflicts as well if there are any, right? But ideally, what happens? You just pull it, and after you have worked on your changes, after you have worked on your changes, because whatever this developer has done, you have in your branch as well. You have in your branch as well, right? And finally, when you push your code, ultimately it will again be merged to the master. So the master keeps on updating, and here will also be the approval process. Everything whatever we discuss, this will be here as well, and you will use that for pushing it, right? Now, one thing you branch is purpose of that, you create a branch that you want to work on your individual piece of code, right? You don't want to mess up the master. That is why you are creating the branch. That is the main objective. So branch is allowing developers to work on different versions of the project simultaneously, and also you can have those branches for fixing any kind of bugs which is there, in case if you want to, means don't want to experiment on the main branch. That is what everyone is looking for. So you should never be doing that, correct? Next thing is, whenever you are working, there are few major actions or few major things which you should be considering is your commits, should be commits, right? Pull requests, right? Commits, pull requests, and in case if there are any kind of issues or actions which are there, then you can work on them as well, right? Now, commit is something, let's say you have made some code changes, right? If you have not committed them and you're pulling or you're creating a PR or a pull request, the code or the changes will not be published. So you have to always commit. You have to always commit your changes, right? It can be done with the command, let's say git commit, right? And you can type a small message. Let's say I do a -m, and I do a small message like, let's say we are doing data factory pipeline or something like that, right? Whatever you are doing, so you can mention the message as well, right? And when you're creating the pull request, whatever changes you are doing, you can just do a git push. It will also push the code, but if you want to be very specific, then you can mention that okay, git push -u means the user which is there, and origin, right? And then your branch name, right? Then your branch name. So it will push the code to the respective branch, right? It will push the code to the respective branch, and you'll be, and as soon as this code is being pushed, right, you will see the pop-up is available on the GitHub. If you're using GitHub, if you're using GitLab, there will be a pop-up on the GitLab. If you, whichever repository or whichever version control environment you're using, it will be working with that, right? It will be working with that. So make sure you are well aware about this. Now why are we using, or why are we talking about Git in between, right? Why are we really talking about Git in between? Because the reason is that, suppose if you're working with your environments, right? Let's quickly come over here. If you're working over here, let's come to, sorry, I'm going to the right direction. So there is an option of manage, right? Click on manage, and there is an option of Git configuration, right? Everyone notice this? There is an option of Git configuration, right? Click on this, right? Click on this, and I can click on, let's say, configure. Now, when you are configuring, there are two options, right? Either you can use your Azure DevOps Git, or you can use GitHub as well, right? So for this, you should have a GitHub account which should be available for you, and you should be using your GitHub account which is there. So let's say I select GitHub. Now, if you are using an on-premise offering, right, then you can use enterprise offering. But now at this point of time, I am the Git owner. You should be giving your credentials or the repository name to, let's say, I will log into my Git repository, let's say GitHub. So let's say Abhimanyu Arya, and although there is nothing on this, but let me just try and do a sign in. So you just grab your name and you can put the repository name over here, and let's click on continue, and I will put my credentials because it will open a pop-up, and I am allowing or authorizing the data factory over here. So once it is authorized, I will be able to select the repository name. So let's say as of now I don't have a repository, so what I'll do, I'll just go and create a repository on my portal. So let's say I am doing or create a repository. Let's say repositories, and I will create a new repository, and the repository name should be, let's say, Intellipaat ADF, right? Correct? Intellipaat ADF, and I'm creating purposely for the public part because I think everyone can access it. Initialize the repository with a README file, so I want a file to be there, right? So I'm adding it, and apart from this, you don't need anything else, right? If you want to add a description, you can add that, right? And just create a repository, right? So this is a specific repository which is available for me. Now I'll go back to my this, and let's refresh this. Let's refresh this. I'll be canceling it. Let's say click on configure. So I will go to my repository name, right? GitHub. I'll select the repository name. I'll just paste this, and I'll click on continue. So it is select the repository, which is, let's say, Intellipaat ADF, right? And ADF published. So this branch is there, which is being used by my GitHub to publish the changes onto my repository, right? So there's a one is the main branch, right, where everything is going, right? But this is the branch which ADF is using. So this publish branch is the branch in your repository where publishing related ARM templates are stored and updated. So Data Factory is using this ADF dash publish branch for updating the ARM templates which is there, right? So I will select this, right? And folder, let's say I will use ADF, or let's say I will write Azure Data Factory, right? Use custom comment, import existing resources, which is there. So import into this branch. I want to import to this main branch, which is there. So that's perfect. And I will end this with star. So you should be going, or the data should be going inside this folder. So this part clear, everyone, before I click on apply. Okay, so now I'm doing an apply over here. Let's do an apply, and slowly you will see that it will import all the existing resources into my GitHub repository, right? Where I can easily fetch or I can easily see that yes, the content has come in and I will be using that. So you see that it is loading the content, right? The repo is successfully connected, right? And you can overwrite or you can disconnect or you can connect to it at any point. Let's say you plan that okay, I will disconnect this repo and I want a new one. So you can just go to disconnect and you can add multiple other repos as well, right? So that is what we're doing. So now let's say if we go back to our GitHub, right? You go back to our GitHub. So here we only have a README file. So what we'll do, we'll just try to refresh this, reload this, right? So you see Azure Data Factory folder is ready over here, everyone. I did not do anything. It is all done by the Azure part, right? So I'll go to Azure Data Factory and you see data flow. Whatever data flow we have created, see, I've worked with this data flow, customer processes.json, and I can go and see that okay, all the code is available. Make sense? Interesting, everyone? So this is one of the most interesting part that we can get everything as a part of a repeatable solution, right? So whatever link service you create, so the code for the link service is with you. Let's say I want to see that okay, how Azure Data Lake wants to create a link service, so I can use this piece of code for writing our entire pipeline. Make sense? So now if you go back to your data factory, let's say if you come over here, now one thing you must have noticed, right? Do you notice earlier you were seeing over data factory and now you see a main branch, right? You see main branch over here, correct? If you go to your pipeline, here we are working on the main branch, whatever is there. So if you are doing anything, you see the publish option have been gone. Or let's say if you go to the pipeline, right? Do you see anywhere publish option coming in? So as of now, you're on the main branch, right? Let's say if you come to wait, we have to go to the switch to live mode. When you switch to live mode, see the publish option is gone. The publish option is grayed out. Correct, everyone? So which means when you are working with the data factory live, right? When you're working with the data factory live, this in real time you're using this repository, right? Once you come over here or once you go to GitHub, you have to select that okay, which branch you're working. By default, it is using the main branch. In case if you want to change, or let's say there are multiple developers and they want to work with a new branch. Let's say I want to work on a new branch, I will create a new branch, right? And this will be based on the main branch. I will work on that. I will make changes. I will push that changes to the branch, right? I will validate things and then I will finally push it to the main. So that is how we are using the coding part into your Azure data pipeline and integrating with your GitHub so that all the pipeline should be replicated over here as a repeatable solution and you can track what all changes have been done, right? And you can track all the changes which have been done. So let's take an example for this, right? Let's take an example for this. So let's go to the. So do you want me to continue or should I do in the next class? Means I will go as per the vote. So let's say you are working on the main branch. Click over here. There is an option of new branch, right? Let's say I will go to this new branch and I will go as, let's say, incremental or let's say ADF, right? I'll click on create. So now you see I am working on Abhinandan ADF branch which is there, right? Now let's say I'll come over here and maybe I'll just see what all things you can do, right? So I'm giving this pipeline and I'm adding some kind of description to this pipeline, right? I'm adding some kind of description. Let's say this pipeline is used for copy data from SQL databases with a specific or with a time range defined by watermark value, right? Some description I've given, right? So these changes have been, this is added. So I will go and do save all, right? I will do a save all. I will click on OK, right? So this is saving where? This is saving it in the Git repository, right? This is saving it in the Git repository. right? Now let's say if we go over here and there is an option of creating the pull request. Do you see everyone? There is an option of creating the pull request. So as of now, whatever I have added, this is sitting in the branch. This is if I go and see, or if I go to the main branch, if I go to the main branch, you see, let's say if I go over here, the description is not here, right? The description is not here. In fact, if I go to the switch to live mode, right? Switch to live mode and let's go to the properties. Here also the content is not here, right? Here also the content is not here. Now let's say we go back, right? Let's go to the GitHub and you were selecting the main branch. I'll go back to my Abhinandan ADF branch, right? Which is there. Now on this branch, let's say I want to create a new pull request or create a pull request from this branch. So you see, I am creating a pull request. And in pull request, I am seeing that, okay, this is the activity change which I have added. This is the change which I am adding. So I'll create a pull request that updating pipeline this with comments. With comments means whatever changes you are doing, you can do and you can click on create pull request, right? You can create pull request, right? So I can see that, okay, my pull request is ready. I can see what are my commits that I have committed from this pipeline. What are the changes on the file? What is there? So this is this 4 line, the plus sign which you see, this is the change is there, right? Similarly, whatever changes you do in the code, you'll be able to see those changes over there, right? Now come back to the conversation, right? Here, maybe if you have added approvers, the approval will review this. And finally, after the reviewer approval, you will go and merge this code, right? You can click on merge pull request. Merge pull request and you do a confirm merge, right? Confirm merge you can do. And then finally, you can go and delete branch, right? Delete branch. So means my code has been merged to the master. So if I go back to the code, right? If I go back to the code and Azure Data Factory, and let's say we go to the pipeline, and I'll go to the pipeline dynamic, and this pipeline is used for watermark values. Can you see the changes over here? Can you see the changes over here? Now this has been updated into the pipeline, right? Now let's try to reflect this into our pipeline as well. So what I'll do, I'll go and refresh this page, right? I am back. Let me just quickly go and working branch. So, okay, now I'm on the main branch. Let's go and check for the comments, right? You see, the comments are available over here, right? Comments are available over here. Now let's go and publish this. I will go and publish this, right? I will publish this, correct? Publishing completed. Now let's go to the switch to live mode, right? Although this is going and generating ARM template for the Git, so that just leave that. That was an additional thing I showed you. So means let's just last thing I'm showing you. Let's go to the properties, and you see whatever is there in the main file, Data Factory will also show you that in the live mode, right? It will also show you that in the Data Factory live mode. So this is how you work with your Git in the Azure Data Factory.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers an Azure Data Engineer course designed to help you clear the Microsoft Azure Data Engineering exam. This course is perfect for those looking to master data processing pipelines, data security, and tools like Azure Data Factory and Azure Databricks. Through this course, you will gain hands-on experience by working on real-time projects and use cases to develop your skills. Not only this, you will be working on real-time project designed from the top industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professional and successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new height. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step toward career growth in the field of Azure Data Science.